Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Always remain vigilant. Jiraiya said. Okay, sensei. The three genin replied as they moved toward the last cart, mounting the top of it. There were 2 carts for ninjas, one at the front and one at the back. After everyone had taken their positions, Shizue and Jiraiya also went toward the cart at the front of the caravan. Jiraiya went inside while Shizue sat on top of the cart. Even though it was not necessary to maintain such strict watch for now, since there was no way someone would attack the daimyo's caravan within the radius of 20 kilometers of the fire capital, it was still their job, so everyone maintained vigilance. On the road to Hidden Cloud's village, the journey took a slower pace. Unlike the swift, ninja-style travel they were accustomed to, they now moved at a speed suited for their non-shinobi companions. The fire daimyo and his entourage traveled in ornate carriages, pulled by horses. Even though these horses were of superior quality, and the caravan's speed was around 10 to 20 km per hour, the journey to Hidden Cloud's village was going to be a long one. With a distance of over 3,000 kilometers, even if they traveled day and night, it would still take 6 to 7 days. However, with the daimyo taking ample rest between stretches of the journey, the time increased to over 10 days. Chapter 266, Reality is not beautiful. After 3 days of travel, the vigilance of the three genin grew dim. They took turns maintaining watch while the others rested periodically. A similar attitude was common among the daimyo's guards, but the 8 jonin still maintained proper vigilance, scouting the route and surroundings before the caravan and then following behind. Shizue occasionally activated his Sharingan, and Jiraiya periodically scanned the area with the help of natural energy. The chances of being ambushed were close to none. As they passed through various small villages, they couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the capital's wealth and the poverty-stricken areas they traveled through. It wasn't apparent during the first 3 days, likely because the villages near the capital were not as poor, perhaps for appearances. But as they moved farther away, the villages became increasingly impoverished. The villagers looked worn, with tattered clothes and weary faces. Children ran barefoot in the dirt, and the houses were barely holding together. It's hard to believe these villages are part of the fire country. Kabuto muttered, his sharp eyes observing the harsh conditions. Most of the villages in the land of fire are like this. Itachi added, his voice low but laced with concern. With all the wealth in the capital, it's a shame these people are forgotten. Kabuto said. The image of the bustling capital and the daimyo's palace, which shone like gold, was still vivid in his mind, a stark contrast to what they were seeing now. He nodded in agreement, his Sharingan briefly activating as he scanned the surroundings. He couldn't fathom how the daimyo, with all his resources, could ignore the suffering in his own country. Despite his ability to help, the ruler appeared indifferent. Even now, as they passed through such villages, neither the daimyo nor his ministers spared a glance at the villagers' condition. No matter which world I'm in, corrupt people at the top are everywhere, especially here, Kida thought. As they traveled further, the reality of the situation became even more apparent. Village after village showed signs of neglect. The farther they went from the capital, the more they saw villages neglected to the point that the people no longer even looked up with hope, they were too accustomed to being ignored. Kida's fists clenched. How can the daimyo turn a blind eye to this? If this is the state of villages within the fire country, I can't imagine what it's like in the other nations. The thought simmered in his mind, but he kept silent, knowing that voicing his frustration wouldn't change anything at this moment. The fire country was the most prosperous among the nations, but one thing puzzled him. The fields are so full of crops, and the weather is good for agriculture. Then why are these villages in such poor condition? Kida asked. They're on the outskirts, right in the range where ninja skirmishes are common. These people have to pay heavy taxes for their safety, not only to the fire daimyo but also to some rogue ninjas from Hidden Cloud's village for protection. After paying so much, they're left with just enough to survive. Itachi explained. But shouldn't our village eliminate those rogue ninjas for them? Kabuto asked. We can't. Even if we kill the current ones, new ones will take their place, and next time, they'll eliminate half the villagers. We can't protect them all the time. Itachi said. The group went silent after that, not wanting to discuss it any further. The journey continued like this, and by the end of the 4th day, They had swiftly left the fire country and entered the land of lightning. The group, who had thought the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village were pitiful, now realized what true hardship was. The land of lightning, already not as well off, invested heavily in its military, especially Hidden Cloud's village. As a result, the taxes paid by the villagers were not only unreasonably high but also deadly during times of war, leading to much worse conditions than normal. Unable to bear the sight of children drooling as they watched the guards eat jerky, Kabuto and Itachi shared some of the food they had prepared for their journey. Some children ate the food on the spot, while others clutched it in their little hands and ran to share it with their families, even though they were hungry themselves. They hadn't forgotten about their families. However, their stash had its limits. After visiting 2 or 3 villages, their storage seals were emptied of food. Shisui, seeing this, gave up his share as well, knowing how difficult it was to witness such scenes for the first time. People like him and Jiraiya, though not heartless, had grown numb to such sights. No matter how much you try to help, you can't change the world. You can give food for a day, a week, or a month, but what happens after that? These people would still live in these conditions once the generosity or money ran out. But they understood that it was difficult for someone seeing this for the first time to ignore such things. That's why neither Jiraiya nor Shisui stopped the 3. As for the daimyo and his ministers, they didn't pay any attention whatsoever. After 10 days of travel, they finally reached Hidden Cloud's village. As they crossed into the land of lightning, the towering mountains of Hidden Cloud's village came into view, their peaks shrouded in clouds. The contrast between this land and the villages they had passed was striking. The rocky terrain was dotted with waterfalls cascading down the mountainsides, adding an ethereal quality to the village hidden among the clouds. Hidden Cloud's village itself was built into the mountains, its structures blending with the natural rock formations, making it seem as though the village had grown directly out of the earth. The tall, imposing buildings stood in harmony with their surroundings, but there was an unmistakable militaristic feel to the village. Even from a distance, Kabuto and Itachi could see shinobi patrolling the area, their sharp eyes scanning for any sign of trouble. As the caravan approached the gates of Hidden Cloud's village, they were met by a group of Hidden Cloud's village officials and shinobi. One of the officials, a tall man with a stern expression, stepped forward to greet the fire daimyo. "Welcome to Hidden Cloud's village, Lord Daimyo," the official said, bowing respectfully. "We are honored to have you here. The Rukongai has prepared a special reception for you and your entourage." The daimyo, still exuding an air of detachment, gave a small nod. He dismounted from his grand carriage, followed by his ministers and servants. Jiraiya and Shisui stepped forward, exchanging a brief glance with the officials before turning back to their team. The official gestured toward a path leading up the mountain. "Please, follow us. The Rukongai awaits you in the village." As they began to ascend toward the village, the group was led to a spacious, well-guarded area where the daimyo and his ministers would stay. The daimyo explained that 4 jonin from Hidden Leaf Village would remain with him for his protection. "Lord, sorry to overstep my boundaries, but we are more than capable of providing the best security here. You don't need to keep these 4 jonin with you. After such a long journey, they may be tired and could use some rest." One of the ministers, who had a muscular build unlike the scrawny ministers of Hidden Leaf Village, said, carefully phrasing each word. Chapter 267, Arrival of the Competitors and Village Exploration. "I am grateful that you are thinking about the well-being of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, but there is no need for that. When it comes to providing security to someone like Lord Daimyo, we are always ready. As for a guarantee of safety from your side? Of course, we completely believe in that. We're just here for any unforeseen accidents that may happen, so don't mind us," Jiraiya said. Being Hiruzen's disciple, he was also well-versed in politics. "As you say, Master Jiraiya," the minister replied, and then resumed talking with the daimyo. After some time, the minister left along with the other guards. "Jiraiya, I want to have a private talk with you," the daimyo said, and all others left the area, heading toward their respective lodgings, while the ninja and guards took their positions in front of the gate, stopping anyone from entering. "Jiraiya, for the last 4 years, Hidden Leaf Village has performed mediocre in these exams. I'm losing quite a bit of my reputation here. I know you guys are planning something different this time. Unless it leads to war, I don't have any problem, even if blood is shed. Make sure the Land of Fire wins this time," the daimyo said, a glint passing through his eyes. "Yes, Lord Daimyo, there is not a single doubt in my mind that we will win this time," Jiraiya assured him. "Good. You may take your leave now," the daimyo said. With a final bow, Jiraiya left the guest house. "All right, the 4 jonin will remain here. Itachi, Kabuto, you're with me. We'll head to our quarters and prepare for the exams. Shisui and the other 4, since you guys are free, Take a room with us as well and do regular shifts with the guards here." As the group split up, the young shinobi followed Jiraiya toward the living area of the village. The closer they got to the center of Hidden Cloud's village, the more they could see the bustling activity of the village. Despite its militaristic atmosphere, there was a sense of order and discipline that was unmistakable. Shinobi moved about with purpose, and the villagers, though fewer in number compared to Hidden Leaf Village, seemed well accustomed to the presence of ninjas everywhere. They couldn't help but notice how different Hidden Cloud's village felt compared to Hidden Leaf Village. The air was cooler, a little humid due to the high altitude, and the village's design was much more vertical, with bridges connecting buildings high in the mountains. "It's amazing how they've built an entire village into the mountains like this," De said, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "It's certainly impressive," Kabuto added, adjusting his glasses as he observed the passing shinobi. "They've turned the natural landscape into an impenetrable fortress. No wonder Hidden Cloud's village is known for its defensive strength." Itachi remained quiet, but his eyes were also analyzing the layout of the village. As this was his first time in an enemy village, he noticed how, unlike Hidden Leaf Village, this village truly showed how a ninja village is different from others. Building such a village was almost impossible for normal people. Only ninjas, with their inhuman physique, could achieve something like this. As they reached the living area, Jiraiya booked a small hotel with 12 rooms for them. Being a bit away from the hustle and bustle made it difficult for people to spy. After assigning rooms, Jiraiya turned to face his team. "Get some rest. The exams start in 2 days, and I want you all to be in top condition. Even though I'm sure about your strength, the other competitors are no pushovers." The 3 Genin nodded. They had all been training hard for this, and now it was finally time to prove themselves on a much larger stage. As they settled into their new surroundings, Kda's mind briefly drifted back to the poverty they had witnessed in the villages. Even here in Hidden Cloud's village, with its military might on full display, the disparity between the rich and poor was evident. But for now, he set those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the task ahead, the Chunin exams. It was time to show the world just how strong Hidden Leaf Village's new generation had become. The dawn brought with it a crisp mountain breeze as the teams from various villages began arriving in Hidden Cloud's village, all here for the Chunin exams. The usual mix of excitement and tension filled the air as more and more shinobi entered the village gates, each team displaying the pride and skill of their respective villages. Jiraiya had gathered Kda, Itachi, and Kabuto early that morning after their rest. As they stepped out of their lodging, the streets of Hidden Cloud's village were already bustling with activity. "Remember, we're not just here to win the exams," Jiraiya reminded them. "This is the time you can observe your opponents before the exam. Use this opportunity wisely." Kda, Itachi, and Kabuto nodded in acknowledgement. As they walked through the marketplace, Kda spotted a group of shinobi wearing the traditional Hidden Stones village headbands. They were led by a serious-looking boy with short, spiky hair who, despite his youthful appearance, already carried himself with the demeanor of someone used to being feared. "That's Deidara, right?" Kda thought, looking at the infamous member of Akatsuki in real life. However, he was still young, likely around 11 to 12 years old, the same age as Itachi. A young genius from Hidden Stones village. He's known for his explosive techniques, even though he's still young. Don't underestimate him. Jiraiya, the spy master of Hidden Leaf Village, said, not mentioning Deidara's potential as a Sushi Kage candidate. Just as they passed, another team caught their attention. This one was from Hidden Mist Village. At the front stood Ao, an older Jonin with a Byakugan in one eye, leading a team of 3 young ninja. As expected from the Blood Mist Village, unlike the more cheerful appearances of other teams, this team maintained a serious and stern expression. The civil war is still ongoing. So Ao is still part of the Mizukage faction. Even during such a time, he could come here? Is the Mizukage faction winning now, or are they doing this to maintain their image? They wondered. Unlike Jiraiya, who had to rely on spies for information, they had a treasure trove of knowledge and could make better conclusions. There was also a team from Hidden Sand Village, led by an elite Jonin whom they didn't recognize. However, the ninja following him looked quite formidable, most likely elite, but it was difficult to guess just from appearances. Many other teams from small ninja villages were also arriving one by one. Most of them were definitely the top talent of their villages, but in front of major villages, they didn't stand a chance. That's why no one actually paid much attention to them, though some were still interesting to Kda. Some of the characters who briefly appeared in filler arcs could be seen here. This is going to be one heck of an exam. Meanwhile, in the Rukonga's office, Rukongai, the towering and intimidating figure of Hidden Cloud's village, stood with his arms crossed, peering out over the village from his high vantage point. His ministers gathered around him, discussing the latest developments. One of the ministers, a lean man with sharp eyes, stepped forward. Lord Rukongai, from the reports, Hidden Leaf Village's delegation seems unusually strong this time. Jiraiya of the Sannin, along with Shizui of the Body Flicker, two extremely capable commander-ranked ninjas, are accompanying the Fire Daimyo. That level of security is unusual. Rukongai grunted, his stern face betraying little emotion. Hidden Leaf Village doesn't need to send guards like them unless they have a reason. They're not here just to keep the daimyo safe. Something's up. Another minister, older and wiser, added, it seems Hidden Leaf Village may be attempting to make a political statement with their strength. They've been on the decline in the recent Chunin exams. Perhaps they intend to reassert their dominance. Chapter 268, moves. Rukongai nodded. I've noticed that as well. Itachi Uchiha, heir of that damned Uchiha clan, is among the participants. He waited for a moment before saying, let Darui participate in this Chunin exam as well. Replace the weakest member of the team and make him the leader. Darui, who was a couple of years older than Itachi, was still not a Chunin. Like Hidden Leaf Village, was also planning on using him to assert dominance in a Chunin exam hosted by another village, but with the current situation, he needed to modify his plan. Since there was no way he could let others win in his fortress, the ministers bowed and left the Rukongai alone in his office, deep in thought. The storm clouds above the mountains seemed to mirror his mood. Kabuto, and Itachi, after briefly surveying their competitors, decided to explore more of Hidden Cloud's village with Jiraiya's permission. The unique structure of the village intrigued them, with its towering, rock-built houses and massive bridges that connected one part of the village to another. The village seemed to grow out of the mountains themselves, a testament to the strength and determination of the people of Hidden Cloud's village. As they wandered through the streets, they came across a bustling market where vendors sold exotic goods not found in Hidden Leaf Village, spices, weaponry, and rare mountain herbs. This place feels like a fortress, Kabuto remarked, adjusting his glasses. Even the streets are built for defense. Itachi nodded, his sharp eyes catching sight of several shinobi strategically positioned on rooftops. Hidden Cloud's village's focus has always been military might. They aren't interested in the diplomacy that Hidden Leaf Village values. They walked past a blacksmith's shop where massive hammers clanged against metal, forging weapons they had never seen before. Kabuto stopped to examine a particularly interesting blade, a serrated sword infused with what appeared to be lightning chakra. Interesting. Kabuto muttered. It seems like Hidden Cloud's village uses chakra in their weapons more often than we do in Hidden Leaf Village. He also picked a sword for himself. They moved on, eventually reaching one of Hidden Cloud's village's famous waterfalls that cascaded down from the cliffs, creating a natural barrier between the village and the world below. Kda stood for a moment, watching the water rush by. Hidden Cloud's village is impressive, he said, his voice tinged with respect. Itachi looked out over the view. Yes, but these wonders come at a cost. Their people suffer more than ours. Kda nodded. His mind flashed back to the poor villages they had passed on the way here, but only for a second. Alas. There is nothing we can do for now. Let's just focus on the task ahead of us first and think about that after winning. Kabuto, the least affected among the three, said. Having lived his whole life in an orphanage and dealt with poverty too, it was not a foreign concept for him. You are right. There is no use thinking about it if we can't do anything. Let's focus on what's ahead of us. Kda said. The waterfall. Kda and Kabuto looked toward Itachi as if he were an intruder. They even dispersed their chakra to make sure they weren't under Genjutsu. I was just joking, guys. Itachi said, turning his face away. Man, this is the first time he's tried to make a joke. Now I understand why he always remains serious, he's really bad at being funny. Kabuto said, laughing. Hey, don't discourage him. At least he's trying to improve. Kda added, laughing as well. I'm going back. Itachi said, starting to walk back toward the hotel. Hey, we're coming too. Kda and Kabuto followed Itachi back toward their lodging, but the air between them remained light-hearted. It was a rare moment for them to relax and enjoy, especially since, from the time they came together as a team, the only thing they had done was train. This was one of the reasons Jiraiya allowed them to go around and explore the village a little, particularly since the looming Chunin exams promised fierce competition. As they walked back through the crowded market, a team from Hidden Rain Village passed by, catching their attention. The Rain Ninja, dressed in their sleek, dark raincoats, moved silently, their faces hidden beneath large hats. One of them, a silver-haired boy with a steely gaze, briefly made eye contact with Itachi before the group continued on their way. They say the rain never stops in their village. Kabuto murmured, watching them disappear into the crowd. I wonder what kind of jutsu they'll bring to the table. Rain Ninja are known for their stealth and water-based techniques. Itachi said. But in a place like Hidden Cloud's village, they'll be at a disadvantage without constant rain. Without constant rain? See above us, Captain, the atmosphere is always cloudy. Maybe luck will be on their side, and they can get their home advantage here too. De said, pointing toward the sky, which was filled with dense clouds, thunder ringing from time to time. Yes, as Sensei said, there's no need to underestimate anyone. Itachi added, maintaining his aloof persona. But by this time, Pain should be in charge of Hidden Rain Village. Why the hell is he sending ninja for something like this? De thought, but since there was no way to find out, he let go of his thoughts and decided to focus on what lay ahead. Meanwhile, in the Rukonga's office, preparations for the exams were in full swing. Rukongai sat behind his massive desk, reviewing reports from his scouts and intelligence officers. Naruto has already been briefed. One of his senior ministers informed him. He'll take charge of the team and represent Hidden Clouds Village. Rukongai nodded in approval, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes lingered on a map of the village laid out before him, showing the various exam locations and the security surrounding the daimyo, as well as the locations where other teams had taken lodgings. Normally, one or, at most, two daimyo would come to watch a Chunin exam, the distance between the countries being the major reason behind it. But this time, for some reason, 3 daimyo had decided to visit, the Lightning Daimyo, the Fire Daimyo, and the Earth Daimyo. With 3 daimyo present, the responsibility of their security lay on Hidden Clouds Village's shoulders, especially because the number of foreign ninja in the village was unusually high during this time. Being a straightforward person, hated these hidden moves the most, but he also knew that such tactics were the most effective. That's why he was working extra hours to maintain order during the Chunin exam, which was why he didn't pay much attention to Hidden Leaf Village. Even Hidden Stones Village had sent Deodara for the exam this time, so for Hidden Leaf Village to send Itachi was not that big of a deal to him. He looked out the window, watching the gathering clouds, his eyes narrowing in thought. Then, once again, he focused on the piles of work in front of him. Back at the hotel, Da and his team finally arrived. Jiraiya was waiting for them outside, arms crossed, a casual smile on his face as he greeted them. "You boys have a good look around?" Jiraiya asked. Da nodded. Hidden Clouds Village is quite impressive. Their weapons are heavily infused with chakra. Even its natural beauty doesn't fall behind Hidden Leaf Village that much. There were many breathtaking views, and their security is tight. Chapter 269, Round 1. Jiraiya grinned. That's why it's important to be on your toes. The other villages will be watching Hidden Leaf Village closely. But don't let that bother you too much, just stay sharp and focus on your own strength. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his expression thoughtful. Sensei, do you think others will have figured out our plan by now? Jiraiya, leaning against the hotel wall, spoke up. The Rukongai will test us. He'll make sure his village doesn't lose face in front of Hidden Leaf Village. Especially in his own village. He paused for a second, looking toward the 3 of them. But I believe in you guys. A moment of silence passed as Kda, Itachi, and Kabuto felt both proud and a little burdened by the praise. The weight on their shoulders increased slightly. Rest up. Jiraiya finally said, his expression softening a bit. Tomorrow, things are going to get real. You'll need all the energy you can get. The 3 nodded and headed inside, mentally preparing themselves for the exams ahead. Night settled over Hidden Clouds Village. Though still alive with activity, the village seemed quieter as the stars emerged over the mountain peaks. Kda lay in his bed, staring up at the ceiling, thinking about the other teams they had encountered today. Deodara, ow, the rain ninja. This Chunin exam is going to be intense, he thought to himself. Turning over in bed, Kda tried to push the thoughts away and get some sleep. Tomorrow would be the true beginning of the Chunin exams, and the start of something far greater. The next day, the village's massive arena buzzed with the energy of young shinobi from all corners of the ninja world. Teams gathered, whispering amongst themselves, glancing warily at one another. Among them stood the teams from Hidden Leaf Village, ready to represent their village with pride. Kda, Itachi, and Kabuto stood together, waiting for the official announcements to begin. Above them, high in the stands, the Rukongai watched with a calculating gaze. His focus paused on Naruto, now officially representing Hidden Clouds Village in the exams. Rukongai leaned forward slightly, as was tradition, like every Kage did before events of this caliber in Hidden Leaf Village. Stood, his towering frame commanding the attention of everyone in the arena. His eyes scanned the crowd of young shinobi. Without wasting time on pleasantries, he spoke in a deep, authoritative voice that echoed across the vast arena. The Chunin exams are not just about testing your strength. They are about testing your resolve, your intelligence, and your ability to work as a team. Those who cannot handle the pressure will not make it far. Hidden Clouds Village is proud to host these exams, and we expect nothing less than excellence from every participant. Fight with honor. Fight with purpose. and show the world the true strength of your village." His words were short, but they carried a weight that left no room for doubt. The young shinobi, especially those from Hidden Cloud's village, straightened up, inspired by their leader's direct approach. With that, Rukongai stepped back, and an elite jonin from Hidden Cloud's village, a tall man with a scar running down the side of his face, stepped forward to address the participants. The Chunin exams will be held in 3 stages. The first stage is a written exam designed to test your knowledge and ability to gather information under pressure. The second stage will take place in the Thunder Plains, where you will face the dangers of nature and your fellow competitors. The final stage will be held here, in this very arena, where only the strongest will rise. The rules are simple: survive, show your strength, and most importantly, don't die. A murmur spread through the crowd as the Jonin's words sank in. He paused, letting the tension build before continuing. The Jonin looked over the crowd one last time before finishing. "Now, prepare yourselves. The exam begins soon." With that, the tension in the air intensified, and the participants began to mentally ready themselves for the grueling tests ahead. With the initial speech done, they were sent toward a building designated for the first stage of the test, a big hall filled with seats like a ninja academy for the participants to sit. As the participants settled into their seats, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Kida, Itachi, and Kabuto exchanged glances. But these were not just simple glances. Within seconds, Itachi connected their minds with a subtle genjutsu. It was so difficult to detect that only a highly skilled sensor could find it, and Itachi could only do it because Kida and Kabuto didn't resist. The role of the genjutsu was simple: communication. Without saying a single word, all 3 of them could now communicate in their minds. The elite jonin who had introduced the exam stepped forward once again, his scarred face set in a serious expression. "Welcome to the first stage of the Chunin exams. You will all be given a series of questions that test your knowledge as shinobi. However, this is not just a written test. There is a hidden layer to this examination." A ripple of curiosity swept through the crowd. The jonin continued, "You will be given a sheet with questions. There will be a total of 10 questions, but only knowing the answers is not enough." He paused for dramatic effect. "After each answer, you must write a secret code placed at different locations securely in this area. You have to find those codes and write them below your answers. Only answers with codes will be evaluated at the end. If you are caught fighting by an instructor, you will be disqualified. A minimum of 3 answers are needed to pass the test. You will have 3 hours to complete the test." A low murmur spread through the participants. This was exactly the type of challenge that Hidden Cloud's village thrived on: fighting, cunning, and strategy. "Now, the question papers will be distributed," the jonin announced, and as he spoke, a flurry of papers began to fly through the air, landing in the hands of eager participants. He caught his sheet and scanned the questions quickly. Each one required knowledge of ninja history, geography, shinobi techniques, and various principles one should follow during missions. However, beneath the surface, Kida noticed the strategic phrasing. It seemed to encourage participants to confront other teams rather than simply answer questions. The codes could be destroyed by others, meaning passing the first stage would become difficult for many teams. But the problem faced by the Hidden Leaf Village teams was entirely different. "This is going to get chaotic," Kabuto said inside his mind, his voice laced with excitement. "We need to decide our approach. It would be wise to remain stealthy, at least at first," Itachi suggested. "Gather information and assess our competition. We can engage if we have to." As they discussed their strategy, some teams with hot heads had already started moving. The sounds of scuffling echoed from a nearby room. Kida's eyes widened. "Let's move. We can use this to our advantage," Kida thought. When they went out, they found 3 ninja running toward the location of the first code. They were none other than the Hidden Stones village team led by Deidara. They were heading toward the room on the map used to store maps and scrolls, though all of them were fake. Hidden Cloud's village wasn't going to take the risk of leaving the real ones there. Kida and the group decided to follow them quietly. "Don't make a sound. This is an excellent opportunity for us to decide our approach. Let them make the first move," Itachi said using the mental link. With Sharingan activated, they followed Deidara's team from a distance. Chapter 270, Interesting brother, shouldn't we wait for others to try something first? What if we get eliminated because of this? One of Deidara's teammates, a large-built ninja with brown hair, asked. "We have to get the code first and stop the other teams from getting it. Just imagine, we can reduce the competition in the first round alone. We just have to destroy the codes after finding them. Simple. That's why we can't waste time like the others. Let's just find the code, then I can once again focus on my art." Deidara replied. "Okay, brother. Wait." Deidara said, raising his hand. A ninja was guarding the room. "So, This test is here to judge our intelligence-gathering capabilities. These types of scenarios are common during missions. Quite an excellent way to test us. Deidara said, taking out some clay from his pocket. With a mouth in his hand eating it, he threw a small spider outside. It swiftly went behind the ninja and released its effect. But this time, it didn't explode. Instead, it used a small pin laced with paralysis poison to immobilize the guard. The team went inside and easily found the code. From a distance, Gda, Kabuto, and Itachi watched. Well, Gda and Itachi saw everything and relayed it to Kabuto, but they noticed something Deidara and his team didn't. Aside from the ninja guarding the gate, 5 more shinobi were hiding in the shadows, ready to act if any team harmed the guard. So, we can use force to get the codes, as long as we don't get caught fighting the other teams. This is quite easy, Itachi said through the mental link. Yup, let's get the first one right now, Da agreed. Guys, I think you sometimes forget I'm not a Uchiha. Can you explain your excellent plan to me as well? Kabuto said. See for yourself, Da responded as he and Itachi suddenly vanished from their spot and appeared in front of Hidden Stone's Village's team. With their Sharingan activated, Itachi placed Deidara under a Genjutsu, while Da handled the other 2. I got it. Now, what should we do about these guys? Da asked. Ideally, we should eliminate them early for a better chance of winning in the end, but... Yup, they're strong contenders. If there's no good fight at the end, our victory will look easy, not grand, Da finished the thought. Let's just make them go back and wait for 2 hours. With their strength, finding 5 or 6 more codes in an hour is no difficult task. Itachi suggested. Okay. Da agreed. Once again, both of their Sharingan revolved, and the Hidden Stones Village team walked back to the examination hall. Even veteran Jonin could fall under the 3 Tomoe Sharingan's Genjutsu, let alone gain in. The instructor in the hall noticed that the Hidden Stones Village ninjas were under a jutsu but didn't intervene, as it wasn't breaking any rules. Even though he had a good idea who had cast the Genjutsu, there was no proof. Hidden Leaf Village is really showing off, the instructor smirked. Slowly, more teams returned to the hall, sitting in their seats and waiting. When the 6th team came back, the instructor grew a little anxious. Are they planning on passing the first exam by themselves? Aside from the Hidden Stones Village team, the Hidden Sand Village team had also returned. Only teams from smaller villages were present. With most of the strong teams out of the competition, only 4 strong teams remained in the first stage: Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village, and Hidden Rain Village. After an hour, the Hidden Leaf Village team returned to the hall and submitted their paper to the Jonin. 3 is just the minimum requirement. You guys still have time and can go for a higher score. The Jonin said. Since they had eliminated so many teams, he doubted that the Hidden Leaf Village team had gathered all the codes. Sir, we have all the codes. Itachi said in his aloof tone, submitting the paper. Then he, Gda, and Kabuto returned to their seats. Hidden Leaf Village is not just showing off. They're planning to dominate the Chunin exams, the instructor thought as he sent the answer sheet for evaluation. While he was thinking that, the Hidden Leaf Village team was having their own conversation, though no one else could hear it. Hidden Clouds Village was prepared for us, as was Hidden Sand Village. They've developed a contingency plan against Genjutsu, Itachi said. Well, there's no way Hidden Clouds Village didn't know about you, so it's understandable they'd prepare a defense against Genjutsu. As for Hidden Sand Village, those beetles are annoying, Da added. Yeah, but on the bright side, it's good they have some defense. Otherwise, this exam would have become too one-sided, Kabuto said, realizing for the first time how convenient the Sharingan was. Even the Chunin guarding the gates had respectfully stepped aside after one glance at Itachi's and Gda's eyes. Let's see how the second round goes, Gda said. After another hour, the teams that had been under Genjutsu began to awaken one by one. Most of them quickly realized what had happened. Anxiously, they checked the time and, relieved they still had some left, rushed out of the hall to search for at least 3 codes. Not all of them were as calm, though. Uchiha. I'll kill all of you. Deidara shouted as he came out of the Genjutsu. He remembered seeing 2 red eyes before everything went black, and he began doing random things. For the last 2 hours, he'd been drawing a dragon on his desk. They hadn't even eliminated him, as if to say, entertain us in the next round. They were mocking his art. If you fight, you'll be disqualified. The instructor warned firmly before Deidara could charge at the Hidden Leaf Village team. You'll get your chance in the next round, though. The instructor added, his tone amused. He clearly saw what the Hidden Leaf Village team had done. I will definitely kill all 3 of you in the next round. Deidara growled, about to storm out when. Wait a second. Da said, standing up. He picked a small white spider from the ground. Please don't use tricks like this again. Even children wouldn't fall for it," he said, squashing the spider in his hand. "Humphrey." Deidara snorted, and his team left the hall. "Making enemies with everyone here. Quite reckless of you guys," the instructor said with the same amusement. "The moment we decided to participate in the exam, they were already our enemies." Itachi replied coolly. "Ha ha 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 ha, interesting. Very interesting." The instructor laughed heartily. Chapter 271, Ranking Kda and the team kept waiting for another hour. When only 10 minutes remained, Hidden Clouds Village's team entered the hall and submitted their answer sheet. Darue's eyes briefly scanned the Hidden Leaf Village group before he returned to his seat. "We have to be wary of them. If not for constantly disrupting my chakra and releasing sparks in my hand, we would have fallen for their Genjutsu. Luckily, we were warned about the Uchiha. Otherwise, we might have been eliminated in the first round," Darue thought. It wasn't just his chakra control, but also his awareness that helped him escape the Genjutsu. The Genjutsu Kda and Itachi were using in this round was fairly light. If it were to be classified as ninjutsu, it would be ranked B. Kda, who was capable of using a rank Genjutsu with his Sharingan, could have made them fall into a deeper illusion had he wanted. And Itachi could easily cast an S-rank Genjutsu. But since they didn't plan on eliminating Hidden Clouds Village, they simply let them be and continued searching for codes. After Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Rain Village's team also returned. Known for their stealth techniques, they had managed to find all the codes without any confrontations. A highly efficient team. Next, Hidden Sand Village's team arrived. However, they had to battle both Hidden Lee Village and a team from a smaller village that was desperate for codes due to time constraints, so they could only gather 9 codes. Many teams returned before time ran out, including Hidden Stones Village's team, which managed to collect 6 codes within the hour. However, they weren't pleased. Once the last team submitted their answer sheets, the instructor spoke. "With this, the first stage is completed. The winner of this round is Team 3 from Hidden Leaf Village, who managed to retrieve all 10 codes within 1 hour. In second place is Team 8 from Hidden Clouds Village, collecting 10 codes in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Third is Team 10 from Hidden Rain Village, with the same 10 codes, but in 2 hours and 50 minutes. The rest of the teams who passed will be listed on the board. If your name isn't there, you're disqualified, either because your code was incorrect or you failed to gather at least 3 codes. We're doing your villages a favor by not allowing you to become Chunin. Those who passed, meet in front of Lightning Valley in 1 hour." The instructor finished and left the hall. The teams rushed out to check their names on the list, but the teams from the major villages already knew their results. While their ranks shifted, all of them had passed. Deidara walked straight toward Kda and his group, his eyes burning with anger. Seeing him approach, both Kda and Itachi activated their Sharingan. The once noisy hall went completely silent as 2 pairs of dark red eyes scanned every detail in the room. Everyone present felt exposed, as if those eyes could see through them. "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. For now. But you better pray we don't meet in the next round. Otherwise, not even your remains will return to Hidden Leaf Village," Deidara said in a cheerful tone. "I hope you'll be able to entertain us a little," Kda replied as Deidara turned to leave. Hearing that, Deidara paused for a moment but left without another word. Was it necessary to provoke him that much? Kabuto asked, this time not using their mental link. He thought he could just come and threaten us? No chance. Kda said as he stood up, followed by Itachi and Kabuto, who shook his head in disbelief. Teams that passed the first stage: Team 3, Hidden Leaf Village. Team 8, Hidden Clouds Village. Team 10, Hidden Rain Village. Team 13, Hidden Sand Village. Team 11, Hidden Mist Village. Team 6, Hidden Stones Village. Team 9, Hidden Grass Village. Team 15, Hidden Waterfall Village. Team 28, Hidden Frost Village. Team 22, Hidden Hot Water Village. These were the teams that passed the first stage of the Chunin exam out of 30 teams, listed with the same rankings. After checking their results, the teams either returned to their rooms to pack their belongings or made their way toward Lightning Valley using the map. They recalled Jiraiya's warning about Lightning Valley before the exam. The Lightning Valley is a treacherous, high-altitude region deep within the mountains of the Land of Lightning, far from the bustling streets of Hidden Clouds Village. Known for its wild, untamed nature, the valley is constantly shrouded in thunderstorms, with jagged cliffs, craggy peaks, and narrow paths winding through the mountains. The air is thick with the smell of ozone, and the sound of thunder echoes through the valley as lightning frequently strikes the rocky ground. The terrain is varied, with dangerous cliffs, deep ravines, and hidden caves scattered throughout the landscape. Torrential rain floods the lower regions, turning the paths into muddy, slippery trails. In some places, The valley is covered in dense foliage, while in others, the ground is cracked and barren, scorched by the frequent lightning strikes. Despite the dangers, the valley is home to a variety of wildlife, some highly aggressive due to the constant exposure to the volatile weather. Raptors, large boars, and even chakra-infused wildcats roam the valley, making it even more perilous for shinobi navigating its depths. Be careful. Even a Chunin-level ninja can fall to the beasts in that valley, especially the wildcats. Aside from being ridiculously fast, they use lightning in their attacks and are proficient in ambushing their prey. Jiraiya's warning still echoed in Kda's mind. After traveling continuously for 45 minutes, they finally arrived in front of the large valley. The view from their vantage point was both breathtakingly beautiful and deadly, a vast valley surrounded by barren mountains, shrouded in dark thunderclouds with lightning cracking through the sky. The three of them stood there for a minute, just taking it in. You'll have plenty of time to explore the valley during the second stage. For now, head to that building, or you'll be disqualified. The instructor from the first stage appeared beside them and said, "Yes, sir." Itachi responded, and the three of them ran toward the location of the second exam. A single building stood at the entrance of Lightning Valley, and after some time, the other teams began to arrive one by one. "I'll be in charge of the second stage of the exam. Before we begin, you'll need to sign these papers." A muscular giant with a large sword on his back said. His overwhelming presence made it clear that he was an elite Jonin. Chapter 272, First place only 10 teams? Looks like the first stage was tougher than previous exams. Well, good for you guys, your competition is reduced. Now I will tell the rules of the next stage. Listen carefully, I am not going to repeat myself. Seeing everyone paying attention, the elite Jonin started speaking once again. The second exam will be simple. There are a total of 12 scrolls hidden in the valley. We will give each team the location of 2 different scrolls. A mischievous smile came on his face before he continued. Each scroll is a ticket to go toward the next stage, only one person per scroll. He stopped, letting the details sink in for everyone. We will need 3 scrolls each, then, Kda said through the mental link. That means collision with one team is almost certain, Itachi said. But I don't think that's all, otherwise, it will be easy, Kabuto added. After some time, the Jonin continued, getting a scroll is just one objective. The second one is to survive for 3 days in there. In those 3 days, you can search for scrolls. If you don't find one, search for teams that have one. All in all, no matter what you do, ultimately, the only thing that matters at the end of those 3 days will be if you have the scroll or not. You guys are not allowed to bring anything other than a kunai and an empty storage seal with you. It will be your responsibility to find food during those 3 days. After 3 days, you guys will have to submit your scroll to me in 5 hours, otherwise, you will be disqualified. Even if you have all 12 scrolls with you, and at last, if during the stage you want to give up, burn this seal and stay in your place for 10 minutes, someone will come to your rescue. But keep in mind you will be disqualified from the exam as soon as you do that. The Jonin said, and then some other ninjas started distributing many seals to each participant. Interesting, this seal continuously stores and transmits chakra in the surrounding. I am pretty sure with this they will be able to track us even if we don't burn this tag, Kda informed through the mental link. That doesn't seem like a problem to me, Kabuto said. It was more like an extra knowledge type of thing than a warning, Kda said. He is just trying to show off his fuinjutsu skills, Itachi said with a straight face. Absolutely not, Kda replied in the mental link. Yes, you are, Kabuto chimed in too. You two are ganging up on me, that's unfair. Life is unfair, my friend. While they were having this type of conversation, their faces remained completely stoic. Does anyone have any doubts? The instructor asked, but after only getting silence in return, he continued, good, now on to the next part. It will be unfair if everyone got the same treatment, even though some of you performed much better than others in the first round. The instructor said, holding the results of the first exam in his hand. So I have 3 rewards here. The team that came first can choose first, then the second team, and the third team will get whatever is left. The instructor said and then listed the rewards. Getting a chance to start the exam 1 hour before others. Getting food supply for 3 days. Location of all 3 scrolls. All 3 of them are looking great, what should we choose? Kabuto said through the mental link. Food is out of the option, we all can go 3 days without food. Also, we can find food in the mountains. As for the location of the 3 scrolls, it's not like the location we will get won't be given to others. Maybe by the time we reach the 3rd scroll, someone else may have already taken it, Kda said. Then that leaves us with just one option. Also, we will know who has the other 2 rewards and extra time, so there is nothing wrong with choosing the first one. Itachi said and then went ahead. Sir, we would like to choose the first reward. Okay, second team, your turn. Darui nodded his head, and without any discussion with his teammates, said, we would like the second reward. With food out of the problem, we can focus on finding the scrolls, he thought. Good, then the third team will get the location of 3 scrolls rather than 2. Everyone else, you have to wait here for another hour, while Team 3 can proceed for the exam. Getting the signal, Itachi and the team nodded and started going toward the ninja who had the scroll with the locations of the scrolls. After getting that, they started going deeper into the valley. See you. Before they could go out of the range of the contestants, Kida turned and made direct eye contact with Deodara, who was already burning a hole in their backs with his gaze. I will fucking kill you. Deodara shouted at the top of his lungs. You're enjoying this too much. Itachi said, shaking his head. Man, I just hope I get paired up against him in the last stage. Kida said with a refreshing smile on his face. Kida and the team made their way through the twists and turns of the valley when suddenly a lightning bolt fell from the sky right in front of them. The tree that was impacted by the lightning was burned to a crisp. This terrain is much more dangerous than the forest of death. Kida said. Yes, we can't take the risk of moving without any protection. Kida, use your clones. Itachi said. Even though he didn't specify the full process, Kida understood it. He quickly made hand signs. Poof, poof, poof. 3 shadow clones appeared next to him one by one. 2 of them used transformation jutsu and transformed into long metallic rods, while one of the clones picked them up and started running ahead of the group, planting the bigger rod a little distance away from the group every time. Even though the current ninja world was not scientifically advanced, the simple concept of a lightning rod was still common. After running for some more time, another lightning struck down, but the rod absorbed all the impact, and since it transmitted all of the lightning into the ground, the damage was not so substantial that the clone would get dispersed. With their security confirmed, the 3 of them started running at full speed toward the first location, the goal for 1 hour clear in their minds. Find those 2 scrolls first, then ambush another team for the location of the other scroll or food, depending on which one they find first. For that, they have to find those 2 scrolls in 1 hour and then go back to the starting location. Otherwise, once other teams get dispersed in the Lightning Valley, it will become increasingly difficult to find them in this vast land. These type of thought going in their mind. Understanding this, all 3 of them were going toward the first location at their full speed. After running according to the direction for 20 minutes while also moving just rapidly, they reached the first location and were dumbfounded by what they were seeing. Chapter 273, Ambush. In front of them was a steep, huge, and deadly mountain. After matching the coordinated plan once again, Itachi said, check if there is any easier way to climb this mountain. All 3 of them went in different directions, but even after checking all directions, there were no simple ways. The mountain was steep from every angle and looked very unnatural, like someone had actually made it that way. Kida, what are those markings on the mountain? Itachi asked as they met back at the same place they started. Sigh, an array that is used to suppress chakra. We can't climb the mountain with wall walking technique. Kida said. If that is the case, it will most likely suppress some jutsu as well, right? Itachi asked. Yes, we can't use earth manipulation to make the climb easier either. Kabuto said as he tried to manipulate the earth around him to form spikes. This is a test of brute strength, we have to climb up and get the scroll. Kida said. It would be illogical for all of us to go to the top together, only one of us can go while the others conserve their strength. Itachi said. What if there are other traps at the top of the mountain? Kabuto asked. We can handle some of the traps easily, if it gets too difficult, we can come back and try once again with all of us together. Itachi explained. I have a better idea. Kida said, and poof, one shadow clone with 10% of his chakra appeared next to him and quickly started climbing the mountain swiftly. Itachi and Kabuto nodded their heads, as this way either they would get the scroll, or the clone would find out about the traps, and they could plan accordingly. Luckily, the clone easily climbed the mountain, it was truly just a test of brute strength and nothing else. With the scroll in his hand, he jumped straight down from the top of the mountain and, right before landing, threw the scroll toward Kida before dispersing itself. If that clone had landed, you would have gotten trauma for life. Kabuto said. But that was fun, and it saved us time too. Kida said. But not much, we only have 20 more minutes before others start coming here. Itachi said. Let's go back first. We can always search for the second scroll afterward, but finding those teams will become one heck of a task if they get dispersed. Kida said. Yes. Then the 3 of them started going back. Once again, a shadow clone was running in front of them with a metal rod in his hand. After they reached back to their starting position, they hid behind a mountain, waiting for teams to arrive. But even after waiting for 10 minutes, no team appeared from the same way they had entered. Just when they were about to lose hope and go back, a team with a headband of Hidden Waterfall Village entered the valley, quickly running away from the entrance. Before they could get far, 3 shadows flickered in front of them. "Fuck," the leader of the team said. They had no intention of resisting at all, because the shadows' faces became clear the next second, revealing 2 pairs of blood-red eyes with 3 tomoe fixed on him. With the reputation of Hidden Leaf Village and the Sharingan, along with their sensei's warning about Itachi Uchiha, the thought of fighting didn't even cross their minds. "We don't want to fight. If you give us the address of just one of the scrolls, we will let you pass without any problems," Itachi said. "Just one?" the leader asked. "Yes," Itachi replied. Without a second thought, the leader took out a piece of paper and gave it to Itachi. They would at least have 3 more days to figure things out if they could evade the current problem for now. Itachi took the scroll, then Kda, with a curious voice, asked, "Why were you the only team that came from this route? What about the rest?" Every team from major villages took difficult routes, like climbing the mountain at the end or crossing the rugged valley, saying this path was the most dangerous one. "We initially didn't understand why they were saying that," the leader of Team 15 said, sighing at his own stupidity for not understanding the meaning earlier. "Sorry, dude, we need this," Kda said, patting his shoulder. "No, it's totally fine." "Okay, then take care and be careful about the lightning, it will become deadlier as you keep going deeper in the valley. Make sure you have some type of protection," Kda said, leaving a final piece of advice before vanishing from his place with the rest of his team. "Let's go, at least we still have a chance. This is the shortest path. We can take at least 1 scroll before others come back into the race," the leader said, trying to lift the mood. "Our plan to get food has failed now," Kabuto said. "Well, easy food, but still, we can hunt for our food," Kda replied. "I really don't want to eat bloody meat now, that tastes very gamey," Kabuto said. "You've eaten it before?" Kda asked. "Yes, when our orphanage didn't have much food, my friends and I used to go out to hunt for our own food. But it has been very long, and I have not eaten something like that since I became a ninja," Kabuto said. "Don't worry, mate, I am better than professionals when it comes to cooking. The food will not taste bad, guaranteed," Kda said, remembering why this boy was first added to Root, for his orphanage. "Let's think about food after we are done finding all of the scrolls. I don't want to leave one of you guys behind," Itachi said. "Don't worry, Captain, we can easily get 10 scrolls, let alone 3, Kda said. "Overconfidence is a slow poison, Kda," Itachi said. "Yes, but confidence in your ability is a must-have quality for a ninja," Kda said. "We have to go left from here." Kabuto interrupted the discussion while they ran toward the next location and through the thorny jungle in the valley. "Why do I feel like we got all of the difficult places?" Kda said. "There are bears inside, even though they are slow, they have very high attack power, so be careful of them," Itachi said, analyzing the marks on the tree bark at the start of the jungle. With their Sharingan activated, Kda and Itachi took front and rear positions while Kabuto kept informing them of the location of the scroll from the center. In no time, they reached the front of a cave. "Really? Inside the bear cave?" Kabuto said. "The bear is still inside, let's lure it out first. I don't want to fight it in a close place," Itachi said. "But how?" Kabuto asked. "Kda and Kabuto, both of you go and catch any animal you can, the larger, the better," Itachi instructed. "Understood." Understanding the plan, both Kda and Kabuto disappeared from their positions. With a quick search of the surroundings, they found some burrows in the ground. "It looks like rabbits or hares are here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, total 4 exits are visible," Kda said. "That means 2 or 3 should be hidden somewhere too," Kabuto said. Kda nodded and did a quick search of the surroundings. With his Sharingan, finding traces was as easy as counting the fingers on his own hands. "Found them, there, and 3. Kda pointed out all of the locations. "Go close to 5 of them," Kda said. Kabuto nodded and quickly used earth manipulation to close all of the holes. Then Kda appeared in front of one of the remaining open ones and started making hand signs. "Fire style, fire breath jutsu." With its life in danger, the hare tried to run out from the only other option available, but Kabuto was present on the other side and, with a kunai in his hand, pierced the heart of the hare in one blow. But then he suddenly jolted his hand back. What happened? Chapter 274, Bear. It had lightning chakra in its body. If I hadn't placed that kunai in front of its exit, it would have surely run away, Kabuto said. Yup, Sensei did say that animals here could use chakra, but I didn't think even these small ones would be able to use it, Kda replied. Well, if they can, Then I'm sure that bear will also use it. We have to be careful with that one. Kabuto warned. Let's see how this goes then. Da said, picking up the hare they had just killed. He is huge. This should be enough to lure him out, right? I hope so. What took you guys so long? Itachi asked as soon as Kda and Kabuto came back. You think the prey are sitting in every place around the forest? We had to find and then capture this one. Of course it will take time. Just a single one? Yes, but this should be enough, I guess. Da said, taking the hare in front of the cave while making the wound bigger so that more blood would flow out of it. That hare used lightning chakra to run away. Since even such a small animal can use chakra, that bear must be able to do it too. Kabuto said. Yes, he surely can, and not just lightning chakra, but... Before Itachi could complete his sentence, a loud blast came from the cave. Unlike Kabuto, who could not see inside because it was too dark, Da and Itachi had their Sharingan activated and could clearly see a bear lifting its paws from the ground and looking directly toward them. Not because it could see them, but because it could smell them. Bears have a better sense of smell than wolves. Along with the blood of its prey, it could also smell 3 other scents. Unlike a wild animal, this one had intelligence. Seeing the attempts of 3 humans to lure it out like a wild beast made it angry. With slow steps, it started coming out of the cave. Kda and Itachi jumped back while Kabuto used Earth Style, hiding like a moljutsu to prepare an ambush. But as soon as the bear emerged from the cave, it stood on its hind legs and roared, "Grah!" Then, with a single leap, it jumped toward the building where Kda and Itachi were. Boom! With a single punch, the tree was broken into splinters, but Kda and Itachi had already jumped away by then and were completely safe. Its fighting style resembles yours when you use that hammer of yours. Itachi said. Yes, it's using earth chakra rather than lightning to increase its attack power and weight. Kda replied. I will handle it. Itachi said, starting to make hand signs, but Kda, seeing the hand signs, swiftly stopped him. Wait, Captain. Let me give it a try. Seeing the battle spirit in Kda's eyes, Itachi just nodded his head with a smile, understanding what Kda meant. Kabuto, don't interfere. Kda shouted, then jumped right in front of the bear, with the seal on his forehead glowing. This time, the mark didn't spread across his entire body but just on his hands, feet, and back, forming gauntlet-like markings. Kda shouted, let's see how powerful you are, buddy. And jumped right toward the bear. The bear didn't take Kda's small figure of 1.5 meters in front of its nearly 2.5 meter size seriously and threw its paw right toward Kda's punch. Kabuto had appeared next to Itachi. He's really doing a strength contest against a bear? Kabuto said. He wanted that. Itachi said, then focused on the fight once again. He could easily tell that Kda was not using even 10% of his full power. When their attacks collided, both of them slid back a little. The bear was shocked at how such a tiny human could exert so much strength. Quite good, bro, but that is not your full power, right? Kda asked. Understanding his meaning, the bear hit the ground once again. Many rocks flew out of the ground, but rather than flying away, they stuck to its hand, creating a boxing glove effect. With his Sharingan, Kda could also see that the bear was using twice the amount of chakra compared to its earlier attempt. Now this is what I was talking about. Kda said, doubling his chakra too. Once again, both of them jumped toward each other, but this time the bear's punch was harder than Kda expected. He was pushed back because of that, and the bear kept charging forward, landing a second punch on Kda's ribs and throwing him back further. Should we help him? Kabuto asked worriedly. But Itachi, seeing the smirk on Kda's face, smiled and said, no need. Kda stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. At the last moment, he blocked the punch so that none of his bones were broken, but it still hurt. Let's see how you'll handle this. Kda said, once again doubling his chakra, which not only increased his strength but also his speed. Before the bear could react, Kda appeared right in front of it, and his punch went straight toward the bear's chest. Instinctively, it placed its hand in front of its chest and blocked the attack. But Kda's punch was way above its league this time. Not only did the rock gauntlet on its hand shatter, but even the bones of its front paws were broken. The bear was pushed back quite a lot before it struck a tree and stopped. The bear let out a low whimper, almost a soft growl, as it cowered back. Being an intelligent creature, it understood it didn't stand a chance against Kda and the group, so it started showing submission. Kabuto, go and take the scroll from the cave. Itachi said. Kabuto nodded and vanished from his position, while Kda slowly walked toward the bear, which was covering a little. Pat, pat. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. Kda said, patting its head. Then he took out its paw and passed his hand over it, channeling chakra to check the status of its injuries. The bear whimpered but didn't do anything else. After some time, Kda's hand started to glow green as he used healing palm jutsu, Advanced version to heal the injured paws of the bear. Done. They're fine now. Da said, patting the paws. The bear looked at its paws in astonishment and then started licking Da's face. Unless you are planning on adopting that bear, we should start going toward our next destination. Itachi said. Hearing that, the bear stopped and stepped back a little. You can understand us, right, buddy? Da asked, seeing everything until now made it apparent. The bear nodded its head with a profound expression on its face. Good. Then you can eat that, but catch something bigger too. We will come back in 2 to 3 hours. Sometime. The bear, hearing that, nodded its head excitedly. Chapter 275, The Mountain Clash. After saying goodbye to the now docile bear, Da, Itachi, and Kabuto moved swiftly through the dense forest. Quite a nice way to arrange food and a place to stay for the next 3 days, Da. That area was perfectly fine for it. Kabuto said. I am especially amused by how intelligent that bear was. Da said. It is quite normal, actually. Without intelligence, how do you think they wield their chakra? Once they start using chakra, their intelligence grows, and once it grows, they use chakra better, creating something like a loop. That bear is in the initial phase of that loop, while some of the summoning animals are at the later part. Itachi explained. Thank you for the explanation, sensei. Da said seriously. Ha ha ha. Kabuto laughed at that. Enough. We are about to leave the forest, Da. Da, becoming serious once again, made 3 shadow clones to be safe from lightning. Then 3 of them started moving, their senses alert and Sharingan activated as they navigated toward their next destination, a small mountain that rose like a jagged tooth from the rocky terrain of Lightning Valley. Unlike the previous cave, this one was in plain sight, with a flat plain all around the mountain. That last one took longer than expected. Itachi said. Let's just hope no one has taken that scroll by now. Kabuto said. Your hope may get shattered, I can see traces of someone going along this path. Itachi said. Da, following Itachi's gaze, also found traces of some movement in the area. Though it would have been invisible to others, with a Sharingan, the traces were almost clear. They are still fresh, we may catch up if we speed up. Da said. Let's go. Itachi said and disappeared from his position. As they approached the base of the mountain, the air seemed to hum with tension, the rocky terrain gave way to a narrow path flanked by steep cliffs. At the mountain's peak, a small cave entrance was visible. The scroll they needed was hidden inside, but they weren't the only ones aiming for it. At the mountain's base stood 3 figures facing toward them. Da and his team didn't even try to hide their movement toward the base, due to which Hidden Sand Village's team found out about them before they reached there, losing a chance for an ambush altogether. But it was not their goal from the start anyway. The Hidden Sand Village team consisted of 3 trained and talented ninja. 1. Shima, the team leader, a tall and lean kunoichi with sharp features and even sharper eyes. She wielded a deadly scimitar and was known for her wind-style jutsu, the main damage dealer of the team. 2. Tama, a broad-shouldered ninja with a quiet demeanor. He specialized in earth-style techniques, using them to create barriers and fortify their positions. He was the tank of the team. 3. Kuro, the smallest and youngest of the group, but by no means the weakest. He had an affinity for bug-based jutsu, manipulating swarms of desert insects that could be used for defense and overwhelm opponents. One could say they were an inferior version of Abarame clan techniques. We knew you'd come. Shima said, her voice cutting through the air like her wind jutsu. Since we reached here first, why don't we do this in a civil way, and we take the scroll? She continued. Sorry, we don't have an option, we need that scroll. But if you go away now, we will not pursue you guys. Da said. Kuro smirked. Why don't we find out who will actually run? Without warning, he unleashed a wave of buzzing insects from his sleeves, all of them brown-colored beetles, sending them swarming toward Da, Kabuto, and Itachi. The insects were fast, homing in on their targets with unsettling precision. With both Da's and Itachi's Sharingan already activated, they had long predicted this attack after seeing the insects in Kuro's sleeves. With kunai in their hands, they struck one beetle after another, but those were not enough to kill the beetles. The most impressive quality of these beetles was not their offense but their defense. The reason he used them at the start was to distract Hidden Leaf Village's team. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shima appeared behind Da and Itachi and used Wind Blade Jutsu from a distance. Da handles her, I will take care of the beetles. Itachi said. Meanwhile, Kabuto had vanished underground using his earth style, hiding like a mole jutsu. Tama, anticipating this, slammed his hands on the ground, causing the earth to quake and rumble beneath him. Spikes of stone shot up from the ground, aiming to pierce Kabuto's hidden form. But before they could hit their mark, Kabuto emerged from behind him, catching Tama off guard. Earth style won't save you. Kabuto said, his chakra scalpel forming in his hand as he delivered a precise strike to Tama's shoulder, disrupting his movements. On the other side of the battlefield, Itachi completed his hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Small, fast-moving fireballs shot out from Itachi's mouth, each one homing in on Kuro's swarming insects. The flames tore through the swarm, burning away his beetles, which were somehow tanking the kunai strikes, falling in bulk after being burnt to a crisp. Kuro's face twisted in frustration as his companions, whom he had cared for long, were dying in masses. Kida, now fully engaged with Shima, found an opening. With a swift movement, he grabbed her scimitar mid-swing, stopping it with his gauntlet-clad hand. Her eyes widened as he twisted the blade from her grasp and delivered a powerful kick to her midsection, sending her flying backward into a tree. "It's over," Kida said, standing tall as Shima struggled to her feet, her expression one of disbelief. Kabuto had already subdued Tama, who lay immobilized by Kabuto's chakra scalpel. Itachi, ever calm and composed, stepped forward toward Kuro, whose insect swarm had been reduced to smoldering ash. "We can't lose," Shima muttered, but her body was already aching from the kick she received. "You already have," Itachi said, his voice cool but not unkind. "Now leave." The Hidden Sand Village team, battered and beaten, had no choice but to retreat. Shima's scowl burned into Kida as she was dragged away by her teammates, but none of them dared to argue. They had been thoroughly defeated. With the Hidden Sand Village team gone, Kida, Itachi, and Kabuto entered the small cave and retrieved the third and last scroll. Itachi tucked it away, and the trio began their trek back through the forest. As they approached the clearing where they had left the bear, Kida was the first to notice something off. The bear was there, sitting proudly next to a large deer it had hunted and brought back as a gift for them. Kida chuckled and patted the bear's head. "You've been busy, huh?" The bear licked Kida's face in response, clearly pleased with itself. "Good job, now go take some rest. We will call you when food is ready," Kida said, but the bear pointed at the deer carcass, as if saying, "What do you mean food is right here, completely ready? Wait and see." Kida somehow understood the bear's intention and replied. Chapter 276, Food. "So we are going to stay here, huh? Quite a nice place for both safety and finding food. We could also keep check of our surroundings," Kabuto said. "Especially with this bear here. This place gives excellent cover," Kida replied. "Then it is decided. Kabuto, prepare a cave for us a little away from the bear's cave. Kida, inscribe some concealment seals in the area. I will scout the surroundings for water and anything else I can find," Itachi instructed. "Okay, Captain," both Kida and Kabuto said, starting their tasks. "So, Kida, I always wanted to ask, that famous bathhouse in the Uchiha district is yours, right?" Kabuto asked. "Yes, our family owns that bathhouse." "Why did you want to ask, anyway?" Kida responded. "Well, do you guys give a bulk discount? Due to its recent popularity, the young children in the orphanage are asking whether they could also use it, but the price is way over the budget of the orphanage," Kabuto said with a sigh. "Discount? I will book 2 large baths for your orphanage when we go back. You can bring everyone then," Kida replied with a smile. No. I don't want you to take any loss, I will pay the price for those," Kabuto said hastily. Pat. With the income we are earning from that bathhouse, a single use of 2 normal baths will not even put a small dent in the profits, so don't worry about that. As for money, I thought we were becoming friends. Well, maybe only I thought that," Kida said dejectedly. "No. Okay, I understand. Then I will bring everyone to your bathhouse," Kabuto said. "That's more like it," Kida replied, then brought a big leaf from a tree and slashed his hand to drip some blood on the leaf. "What the hell are you doing?" Kabuto asked worriedly, stopping his work on the cave. "Getting ink to make the seal. Those people took everything I had prepared other than kunai," Kida said, focusing on the task at hand. "Isn't there any other way than using your own blood?" Kabuto asked. "Apart from ninja's blood and Fuinjutsu ink, nothing else naturally has the capability to interact with chakra in the environment. In other words, it can't work for seals." "And done," Kida said as the leaf was now filled with enough blood to make the seal. After that, Kida simply used healing palm jutsu, and the cut on his palm closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Fine, I am going to focus on my task," Kabuto said, giving a last look at Kida's hand. How the hell did this timid and upright boy become the final villain in the end? Kida thought before starting to make many seals in the surrounding area. Most of them were concealment arrays, but some were also motion detection seals that would send signals to Kida upon detecting any movement. After surrounding the base with seals, Kida went to the deer that the bear had hunted and placed it on top of a thick branch on a nearby tree. He made some cuts on its neck and other veins to drain the blood, storing it for the bear as well. After 2 hours, Kabuto came out of the hole, all of his clothes dirty. What the hell were you doing inside to get this dirty? Ba asked, looking toward him. Enlarging the cave, making 3 sections for each of us, and cleaning it a little. Kabuto said. Bro, we are not going to settle here. This is just a temporary base for 3 days, there was no need for you to do this much work. Kda said. Yeah, but we have free time for the next 3 days. There is no extra work anymore, so I got a little carried away. Kabuto said, rubbing the back of his head. Well, it's good that you are done now. I was about to start cooking this one. Kda said, patting the deer, which was now without its skin. Kabuto could see a heap of chopped wood and the deer's skin lying around. You did this much in just 2 hours, along with making seals? Kabuto asked. Kda simply made some hand signs, and poof, a shadow clone popped next to him. I had help. He said, then went ahead arranging the wood. I really want to learn this jutsu. Among all the ones I know, this one is the most practical. Kabuto said. Well, you can when we go back, you are the Hokage's disciple. Kda said. Ha ha ha, I wish I was. It was just for this exam. Kabuto replied. Then start going toward the jungle. Where are you going? Ba asked. I know about some wild spices. I will try my luck to see if I can find any. Kabuto said. Okay, but be alert all the time. Kda warned. Sure. After another half hour, Itachi came back. Where is Kabuto? Welcome back, Captain. Kabuto went into the jungle to find some spices for cooking, he should be coming back any moment now. Kda said. I'm already here. Kabuto said, coming back from the jungle. You didn't find anything? Ba asked, seeing the empty hands of both Kabuto and Itachi. Both of them passed chakra into their storage seals, and various items came out. I found a water source nearby, this is rock salt from the mountain, and these are some baileys. Itachi said. I found wild garlic, some herbs, this lemon-like fruit, and chilies. Kabuto added. Did you have to fight a bear for these things? Itachi asked, noticing Kabuto's dirty state. No, I got like this while making the cave. Kabuto said. Okay. Itachi said, not asking further. Now that we have so many ingredients, it would be a waste to eat this bland, but only if I had honey. Wait a minute. Kda said, calling out to the bear. Gwa. The bear tilted its head, seeing the deer like that. Do you know any place where we could find honey? Kda asked. A yellow liquid that tastes sweet and is surrounded by small flying insects. Kda explained. Gwa. The bear nodded its head and then ran toward the jungle. Kda then made a shadow clone, which used transformation jutsu to convert into a pan. You are the only person in the world who would use a B-rank jutsu to make a pan. Itachi said, shaking his head. Well, chakra should have more use than just killing, right? Kda said, then began taking out some of the deer fat. But his words left his 2 teammates in deep thought. After 10 minutes, the bear came back with a complete beehive in its hand. Some of the bees were still sticking to its fur, but because of the coating of the fur, none of them managed to get past that. Good job. Kda said, taking the comb from the bear and pouring the honey onto a leaf. He then started a small fire and placed the pan on it. Once it was heated, he added the deer fat to simmer. After it melted, he added honey, garlic, herbs, and a little bit of rock salt. After it simmered for half a minute, he added the lemon to balance out the flavor. I hope we had soy sauce, well, it will be fine without it anyway. Do you want to eat that? Kda asked the bear, pointing toward the organs he had taken out while cleaning it. Normally, they would be thrown away. Gwa. The bear jumped at that anyway. Luckily, I had cleaned them. Kda said, already expecting something like that. He then made a rotating platform to place the deer on, with the help of his clones, one for rotating, one for maintaining the fire, and the last one for applying the glaze. Kda completed all of the preparations. How long will it take? Itachi asked, looking at the deer intensely. Yes. Kabuto asked. We will have to wait for a very long time, at least 5 to 6 hours. But till then, we have the Baileys that Itachi brought back with him. Kda said, pointing toward them. Nope, I will wait for this. Kabuto said and sat next to the fire. Me too. Itachi said as he also sat next to them. In that case, we can drink some herbal tea while waiting for it to cook. Kda suggested, seeing the clone he had sent into the jungle coming back with lots of herbs in its hands. That's a great idea. Kabuto said. Kda once again used shadow clone jutsu and transformation jutsu to get a kettle from the jungle and placed it over the fire, filled with water and a mixture of herbs. Seeing all 3 of them sitting by the fire, the bear also joined them. After eating, it simply sat next to Kda, but its eyes were focused on the deer as well. Chapter 277, Cave? Buerp. It was night now, The forest shrouded in darkness. A loud burp echoed through the trees, and at the source, a big bear and 3 ninjas patted their bulging bellies. It was a mistake. We should not have eaten this much during such times. Itachi said. You should have said this before eating that much. I would have taken your share. Kabuto replied. I was talking for all of us. Itachi emphasized. Nah, I'm perfectly fine and could even go and for round 2. Kabuto countered. But there was nothing left of the deer, leaving the 3 hungry ninjas who hadn't eaten much the entire day after doing so much physical work. The diet of a bear was no joke. It had consumed half of the deer, which meant the 3 of them had devoured the other half. You're joking, right? Look at that bulge, you look like a pregnant lady. Da said, pointing at Kabuto's stomach. You're not in any position to say that either. Kabuto shot back, patting Da's stomach, which was just as round. Ha 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 ha. That's enough. It's been a long day. You guys go and take some rest, I'll be on night watch. Itachi said. No need, Captain. I've covered every direction with motion sensing seals, so no one will be able to ambush us. Our base is also covered in at least 100 concealment seals. The array I've formed is my best yet. Even though they're not foolproof, at least no one our age will be able to find us for sure. Da said. Okay, then let's all get some sleep. Hey, big fellow, go sleep in your cave and catch one more deer tomorrow, okay? Da said to the bear. Gwa. The bear nodded its head excitedly. Da dispersed all of his clones, and the 3 of them headed toward the cave Kabuto had created. You made stairs? Itachi asked, surprised. You're getting surprised too easily, Captain. He's done much more than that. Da replied. Once inside, they arrived at a very large area that had something akin to sofas inside. Kabuto lit a torch and placed it on the wall, casting warm light that made the 3 sections of the cave more visible for Itachi and Da, who had activated their Sharingan to see in the dark. You've put in way too much unnecessary hard work, Kabuto. A simple cave would have been sufficient. Da glanced around at the effort Kabuto had put into their temporary base. The spacious cave was more than they needed, with makeshift seating that looked comfortable. Itachi sighed, a slight smile tugging at his lips. You really didn't have to go this far. Itachi said, shaking his head at the thought of Kabuto over-preparing. Like I said, we've got 3 days and no immediate threats. Kabuto replied, sitting down on one of the stone sofas. Might as well make ourselves comfortable. Da laughed softly. You never know when we'll have to sleep in a muddy ditch. So maybe Kabuto has the right idea. They settled into the cave, the warm light from the torch casting shadows on the walls. Itachi leaned back, clearly exhausted, while Da stretched out on another stone seat. We're well prepared now. Da said. Yeah, but still, sleeping on stone beds isn't going to be great. I was hoping to find some soft grass or something, but this thorny forest has none. Kabuto lamented. Well, I can use a shadow clone to make mattresses if you guys want. Da offered. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances am I going to sleep on you. Kabuto firmly declined. I'll also pass. Itachi added. As you wish. Da said and made a single shadow clone, which transformed into a mattress that he placed in his bed before going to sleep. Kabuto and Itachi just shook their heads and settled on the stone beds Kabuto had created. The next day, they woke up and headed to the water source Itachi had found to wash up. When they returned, the bear was already standing in front of its cave with an even larger bear lying next to it this time. Good boy. But where do you keep finding these deer? Da asked, as neither he, Itachi, nor Kabuto had spotted any deer in the forest. The bear pointed its paw toward a distant mountain. Gwa. Oh, no wonder we didn't find them. Good job. Da exclaimed and took the deer with him, preparing it in the same way as before. Just as the deer was about to be fully cooked, he stood up and took out his kunai. Someone's coming. Itachi and Kabuto immediately tensed, their hands reaching for their weapons. Within moments, 3 figures approached, but seeing the Hidden Leaf Village team, they tensed up as well. Oh. It's you guys. Are you here for revenge? Da asked, just as everyone was ready to attack. But before they could move, Shima, the leader of the Hidden Sand Village team, began speaking. Sorry, we were searching for food and arrived here. We don't want any fight. After a moment of hesitation, Da and his team lowered their weapons because he could see Tama, the biggest but simplest of the 3 from the Hidden Sand Village team, looking at the deer with big round eyes. Since he had activated his Sharingan, he could also see that the 3 of them were still injured. Wait a minute. Da said and went to the deer. He then took out a full hind leg, wrapped it in large leaves, and gave it to them. Since we took your scroll, consider this an apology. Also, let me give you a quick healing. The 3 of them looked at each other, hesitant. If I wanted to, I could easily kill you guys without any schemes, that would be easier for me, so. Shima quickly took the food and bowed slightly, not wanting to start a fight. Kda then healed the three of them enough so their injuries wouldn't hinder their movement anymore. After thanking Kda once more, the three of them left, not just the area but the forest altogether, not wanting to find out what the result of another skirmish between them and the Hidden Lee village team would be. You didn't have to do all that, Kabuto said. Kda shrugged. They're desperate, and they're not our enemies right now. Besides, we've got enough food. We can always hunt more. Aside from that, they somehow found our base. If they really wanted trouble, they could team up with other teams to gang up on us. Now at least there's a chance they'll leave us alone. Kda explained. The leg will be deducted from your share. Kabuto got to the main point. At that, both Itachi and the bear nodded their heads. These fuckers. Kda thought. Meanwhile, further up the valley, Deidara was scowling, his eyes burning with frustration as he stood in front of a mountain. His team had been moving the whole day and night but had only managed to obtain one scroll between them. It wasn't enough. They needed 3, 1 for each member. Someone already took it. Deidara growled, clenching his fists. His temper flared, and his patience snapped. I'm tired of searching like a common scavenger. The locations they got were at opposite ends of Lightning Valley. Due to rough weather and terrain, it took them much longer to reach the second location, but someone had already taken the second scroll by then. His hands formed a rapid set of seals, chakra surging through his body as he slammed his palms into the ground. A deep hole emerged in the mountain, almost reaching the bottom. Then he took out a big ball made of white clay and dumped it in the mountain, repeating the same step 2 more times before jumping off. His teammates followed, knowing well what was going to happen next. With a deafening explosion, the entire mountainside blew apart in a cloud of dust and rubble. Rocks rained down, and the sheer force of the explosion caused the earth to tremble beneath them. When the dust settled, the once majestic mountain was reduced to a pile of debris, but there was no scroll in sight. TCH. Worthless. Deidara spat in frustration, glaring at the destruction he had caused. His teammate sighed, we still need 2 more scrolls. Blowing up mountains isn't going to help us. Deidara growled, but he knew they were right. They were running out of time, and other teams were already ahead of them. Elsewhere in the valley, teams from various villages were either struggling or thriving. Some had managed to secure 2 scrolls already, their progress swift and strategic. Others, like Deidara's team, were still stuck with just 1 or even 0 scrolls, desperately searching the wilderness for one. The tension was mounting as the deadline approached. With only 2 days remaining, the movement among teams increased. Chapter 278, Fight. How the hell did they cook something like this in the forest? Shima, the leader of the Hidden Sand Village team, said. It's even more delicious than the restaurants in our village. Tama, the simplest of the 3, said while enjoying his share. Do you think they'll give us a little more if we ask? He asked. They may consider feeding you to that bear if you do that. Kuro replied, feeding his insects some of his share of the meat. Also, how was that bear so docile? I'm pretty sure that was a wild bear because we saw the cave near them. Shima asked, taking one more bite. I don't know, but maybe those tree huggers have some ability to tame animals, something they developed living in the forest for so long. Kuro said. No, Hidden Leaf Village ninja don't have that ability. Maybe they placed it under a Genjutsu. Since they had 2 Uchiha, it's not impossible. Shima suggested. Well, unless we're planning to target them, it doesn't matter to us, right? Tama said. I was planning on forming an alliance with another team to target them, but now I don't want to. Shima said. Why? Is it because they gave us food? Kuro asked. No, it's because we're no match for them. In the previous fight, none of them used their full power. Heck, those 2 didn't even use Genjutsu, and we were defeated in a minute. The result might stay the same even if we add another team to the equation. Also, this time, they might kill us because we'd be like traitors to them. Shima said. Well, we have a more important task than taking some childish revenge anyway. Let's keep searching for other teams. We still need 2 more scrolls. Kuro said. Team Hidden Rain Village finds themselves in an intense battle against teams from Hidden Frost Village and Hidden Hot Water Village in Lightning Valley. Atop a rugged cliff in Lightning Valley, Team Hidden Rain Village prepared themselves, though their stealth was compromised due to a conflict with wolves in the valley, exposing their location. They could now sense other teams surrounding them. There's more than one team. Suiron, the leader of Hidden Rain Village, muttered. Since they knew the location of 3 scrolls, they now had a big target on their backs. From the shadows, teams from Hidden Frost Village and Hidden Hot Water Village, both with 0 scrolls, surrounded them. These villages were minor, but their teams were the elite sent to maintain their village's reputation. Their movements were swift and coordinated. Here they come. Suiron muttered, his keen eyes scanning the landscape, noting subtle disturbances in the trees and chakra flickers. They think they can catch us off guard. With a swift hand signal, Suiron commanded his team into defensive positions. The battle was imminent. Suddenly, a hidden Frost Village shinobi slammed his palm onto the rocky earth. Ice-style, frozen ground. Waves of chakra spread through the ground, instantly freezing the terrain. The already harsh conditions of Lightning Valley became even more treacherous as slick ice formed beneath Hidden Rain Village's feet, attempting to destabilize them. "Keep your footing!" Suiron yelled, his mind racing for a counter. Before Hidden Rain Village could react, another Hidden Frost Village shinobi charged forward. Wind-style, Wind Blade Jutsu. A barrage of razor-sharp wind blades tore through the air, aiming directly at Suiron and his team. With a fluid motion, Suiron quickly formed hand seals. Water-style, Water Wall. A thick wall of water rose from the moisture in the air, blocking the wind blades with a satisfying hiss as they collided. Just as Hidden Rain Village started to recover, Hidden Hot Water Village's team launched their assault. Their leader, a muscular kunoichi named Asuka, appeared behind Suiron in a blur of speed. Steam-style, Vapor Fist. Her hand was encased in boiling steam, aiming a powerful punch at Suiron's head, the heat so intense it distorted the air around it. Suiron barely had time to duck as her fist grazed his cheek, scalding his skin. He winced but quickly retaliated, kicking upward to force her back. "We can't let them get too close," he called to his team, who were busy dodging water bullets from the other two members of Hidden Hot Water Village's team. Asuka, not one to back down, formed quick hand signs. Steam-style, Boiling Mist. With visible strain, she spat pressurized steam, covering the battlefield in a cloud of scalding hot vapor. The mist surrounded the area, burning any exposed skin and blinding the vision of all who entered. Suiron grimaced as the burning mist closed in. "We need to disperse it. Kaito, now." Kaito nodded, weaving a series of rapid hand seals. Water-style, Aqua Whirlwind. An rank water-style jutsu summoned a spiraling vortex of water that spun around him and his teammates. The powerful current sucked in the boiling mist and scattered it, clearing their vision and quelling the heat. But there was a price. Kaito now had no chakra left. Seeing her most powerful attack thwarted, Asuka shouted, "We'll have to overwhelm them with force." All together. She leaped forward, her fists once again coated in steam as she attacked Kaito, now visibly weakened, while the remaining Hidden Hot Water Village shinobi flanked Suiron. Kaito narrowly dodged her punch, but the impact cracked the frozen terrain, creating more chaos. Suiron and the last member of his team were surrounded by both Hidden Hot Water Village and Hidden Frost Village's teams, with Kaito fighting Asuka alone. "This is getting out of hand," Suiron thought, then sighed. "Everyone, Plan C," he shouted. Both of his teammates nodded and crushed the pills in their mouths. Suiron started making hand signs and then placed his hands on his own body. All 6 of his opponents got on guard against the unknown jutsu, but after waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened. Is he trying to buy time? Everyone thought, but before they could react, dense purple smoke began to emanate from Suiron's mouth. Poison-style, Poison Breath Jutsu. Even the plants that came into contact with the poison melted. The others, already on guard, tried to evade it, but Kaito, with his last bit of chakra, used Wind-style to spread the poison farther. Seeing an opportunity, Suiron called out to his final teammate. "Now!" Ren, who had been waiting for the right moment, released his trump card. Lightning-style, Thunder Fang. A massive bolt of lightning surged from his hands, racing toward the immobilized enemy teams. The bolt struck the Hidden Hot Water Village leader, Asuka, full force. She screamed as the electricity coursed through her body, knocking her down. The rest of her team barely managed to avoid the brunt of the attack, but their formation was shattered. With Asuka down and Hidden Frost Village's movements hindered by the poison mist, Hidden Rain Village pressed their advantage. Suiron dashed forward, delivering a crushing blow to the nearest Hidden Hot Water Village ninja, knocking him unconscious with a punch to the gut. Hidden Frost Village's leader tried to retaliate, forming seals for another ice jutsu, but Ren was faster. Lightning-style, Spider Web. He slammed his hands into the ground, sending out a web of electric chakra that ensnared the remaining Hidden Frost Village shinobi, paralyzing them. The battle had been fierce, but Hidden Rain Village stood victorious, their enemies defeated. As the dust settled, Suiron and his team searched both teams for scrolls. "None of them have any scrolls. We've only got 2. Suiron muttered. "We can worry about that later," Ren replied, scanning the horizon. "We need to move before more teams show up." Suiron nodded, leading his team away from the battlefield. Their bodies were bruised, but their spirits were unbroken. They had survived, but with only 2 scrolls, their journey through Lightning Valley was far from over. Meanwhile, The hidden hot water village team, with their leader gravely injured, was forced to retreat. Asuka was not in any condition to continue, and without her, the team couldn't hold on. They decided to use the seal and give up on the Chunin exam altogether. The hidden frost village team, though injured and without scrolls, refused to give up, limping through the valley in search of another opportunity. Chapter 279, Deal. Another day passed amidst the battles, leaving just one day remaining in the Chunin exams. Teams without any scrolls had only two choices now: quit the exam entirely or emerge from hiding and fight for one. Naturally, they chose the latter. Lightning Valley had transformed into a small battlefield, with teams fighting desperately, their lives on the line. Meanwhile, Da and his team were relaxing in their cave, enjoying good food and training lightly to stay sharp. Only 200 push-ups. I could do them with one arm. Da boasted, watching Itachi finish his exercise. Suit yourself. I'm not going to overexert myself just because of your childish provocations. Itachi replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Why don't you just admit that you're no match for me in physical strength instead of making excuses? Da teased. Before Itachi could respond, Da's clones dispersed around the forest, their purpose fulfilled. Enemy. Hidden Mist Village team approaching. Da announced, as his chakra returned from the dispelled clones. I'll put the food away first. Kabuto said, quickly springing into action, not towards the enemies, but towards the deer carcass and the chili sauce that was almost ready. TCH, they just had to show up now. Couldn't they wait a little longer? Kabuto grumbled inwardly. We're really not taking this seriously. Itachi remarked, watching Kabuto hurry to stash the food in the cave. Oh, come on. It's just one team. You could handle them yourself, Captain. Da chuckled. Are they heading straight for us? Itachi asked. Yes. How? I thought you placed concealment seals around the area. I did, but those seals don't hide smoke from the fire. They might have ignored it the first time, but smoke rising from the same spot for 3 days? That's no coincidence. Da explained. Well, we'll face the consequences of taking it easy for so long. How much time do we have? Itachi asked. 10 minutes. We could take a quick bite if we want. Da joked. Da, this isn't the time for jokes. Make sure all the traps are ready. Itachi ordered. Yes, Captain. Da created 4 shadow clones, sending them in different directions to check the traps. Kabuto, take your position. Itachi continued. On it. Kabuto replied, using Earth style, hiding like a moljutsu. To conceal himself underground. Captain, we already have 2 scrolls. Is it really necessary to provoke someone who is clearly showing their location? They're probably from Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Clouds Village. One of the Hidden Mist Village team members suggested. We represent Lord Mizukage's faction. It would be shameful to perform only moderately. Besides, we're not afraid of Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Leaf Village. Their captain, Naoki, replied confidently. With no further argument, the team advanced. After running for 10 minutes, they stopped 100 meters away from the smoke. They've likely set traps. Create water clones to scout ahead. Naoki instructed. The water clones moved forward, but moments later, 3 fireballs shot out, dispersing them. The Hidden Mist Village team quickly took cover. That was a warning. Leave now, and we won't pursue you. Stay, and we'll attack with intent to kill. A clear, confident voice rang out. It's the Uchiha. We can't hold our own against 2 Sharingan users. One of Naoki's teammates tried to dissuade him. Do you want to run with our tails between our legs? So what if they're Uchiha? Ready your senbon. Naoki commanded. They stepped out of hiding, cautiously approaching the Hidden Leaf Village team. You're from Hidden Leaf Village, right? We're leaving, sorry for the intrusion. Naoki said, turning to leave. But in that instant, his teammates launched poison-coated senbon towards Da and his group. I told you talking was pointless. Itachi said calmly. I know. But now, I won't feel guilty if one of them dies by accident. Da replied, deflecting the senbon with lightning-fast movements. The Hidden Mist Village team watched in horror as their sneak attack was easily thwarted. We gave you a chance. Da said, launching 4 fireballs from different directions. Just as the Hidden Mist Village team prepared to dodge, the ground beneath them transformed into a swamp. With no time to react or conjure defenses, they coated their bodies in chakra, shielding their faces and chests with their arms. Boom. Kta whispered before a massive explosion rocked the area, hurling the Hidden Mist Village team into nearby trees with bone-crushing force. Despite being elite ninjas, with Naoki at Jonin level and armed with A-rank jutsu, they were overpowered in mere minutes. As Kta and Itachi approached the defeated team, Kta spoke again. I warned you we'd attack to kill. But it looks like you all survived. Good for you. Now, here's another deal. Give me a scroll if you want to leave here alive. Give me 2, and I'll even treat your injuries. De offered, smiling kindly. To the Hidden Mist Village team, however, that smile was nothing short of devilish. Naoki, groaning in pain, handed over 2 scrolls. De provided emergency treatment, just enough for them to walk away on their own. It was nice doing business with you. De said, waving as they staggered away. Why are you just sitting here if you already have 3 scrolls? Was this some sort of trap to lure teams in? Naoki asked, suspicious. Nope, we already have what we need. De said. Then why take our scrolls? One of Naoki's teammates asked, angry. Because you attacked us. We can't let that slide. But if you want, I have another deal for you. Kta grinned. What is it? Naoki asked, not wanting to risk finding more scrolls with time running out. Teach my friend the water prison jutsu, and I'll give both scrolls back. De said, still smiling. Without a word, the Hidden Mist Village team turned and left, unwilling to entertain the offer, let alone teach their enemies a valuable jutsu. I don't think it's a good idea to make enemies of every team. Kabuto remarked, emerging from his hiding spot. They attacked us. We're already enemies. So, what's the harm in pushing it a little further? Kda shrugged. Chapter 280, So, what are we going to do with these extra scrolls now? Kabuto asked, glancing at the pile they had accumulated. I don't know. Kda shrugged, let's keep them for now and see if we can use them later. A small roar echoed from the back of the cave as the bear, now their companion, rubbed its belly. Oh right. The food. Kabuto exclaimed, quickly running back inside the cave to continue cooking the meal, as if nothing had happened moments ago. Itachi sighed heavily. The entire purpose of this exam was to test their ability to survive in harsh environments, but instead of barely getting by, they were living more comfortably than most people outside. On the second day, De and Kabuto had fashioned soft mattresses using bark, leaves, and deer skin, creating a surprisingly cozy setup. They even managed to rig some light sources to let the daylight stream into the cave and built a makeshift chimney for their fire at night. They had built wooden chairs and a table too, and in his spare time, De was even teaching the bear sign language. It was like a small family with an oversized pet. They weren't just surviving, they were thriving. The top predator of the valley had become their friend, scaring off any other animals that might have been a threat. As for the other teams, Itachi knew they were more than overqualified for this exam. None of the 2 teams they had encountered so far had lasted more than 2 minutes in battle. It felt like playing with children. We might be too strong for this exam, Itachi thought. With his low Kage level power and rising rank among S-rank ninja, it was safe to say that hardly anyone here could truly challenge them. Still, knowing that overconfidence could lead to fatal mistakes, Itachi remained on guard, though he couldn't deny that he also wanted to enjoy the meal Kabuto was cooking. 3 days passed, and it was finally time to head back to the exam starting point. As the trio prepared to leave, the bear, clearly confused, let out a small, mournful roar. We're going back now. Da explained with a big smile. You can go back to being the king of this jungle again. The bear shook its head and disappeared into the cave, only to return with a deer leg it had saved. Are you giving that to us? Da asked, surprised by the gesture. The bear shook its head, holding on to the leg. Fine, keep it. Goodbye, big guy. Da patted the bear's head. But as the 3 of them began to walk away, the bear quietly followed behind them. I knew this would happen. Itachi sighed again. No, buddy. You have to stay here. We can't take you with us. Da turned and patted the bear's head again. Gwa. The bear responded, shaking its head. How about this, we'll come back for you sometime, and then we'll take you with us. Okay? Da offered. Reluctantly, the bear nodded. Great. Till then, enjoy the comfy bed. It's super soft. Kta grinned. Gwa. With a final wave, Da, Itachi, and Kabuto sped away. The bear tried to follow but soon fell behind, unable to keep pace. As the distance between them grew, a final loud roar echoed through the valley, as if promising that it would wait for them. Are you crying? Kabuto teased, noticing Kta keeping his face turned away. What? No way. Why would I cry? Kta shot back, still avoiding eye contact. Let him be. He practically made that bear his pet. Of course, leaving it behind hurts. Itachi commented dryly. I am not crying. And I didn't lie. I'll find a way to bring him back with me one day. De protested. You sound like a kid. Just don't do anything stupid during the exam. Itachi warned. I know. Kta muttered. Despite trying to shake it off, his Sharingan-enhanced emotions made the goodbye with the bear harder than he expected. If saying goodbye to a friend after just 3 days is this hard, I don't even want to imagine what it's like to lose someone for good. Shaking off the thought, Kda refocused on the journey ahead. Everyone was required to return to the same building where the exam's second round had started, with all the scrolls intact. Of course, that meant there was still a chance someone could ambush them on the way. Even though Kda, Itachi, and Kabuto knew this, they took the shortest path to the building, confident in their abilities. As they neared their destination, the Hidden Sand Village team appeared in the distance but quickly retreated when they realized who they'd been about to target. Soon after, the injured Hidden Rain Village team also backed down without a fight. While they were moving, Kda suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute, guys. I have a fun idea," he said with a mischievous grin. He used chakra to amplify his voice, calling out to the teams nearby. "We have an extra scroll. We're leaving it here. Anyone who wants it, come and take it." He tossed the scroll high into a tree, setting a trap that was obvious but irresistible. The teams watching understood what Kda had done. He had thrown a bloody piece of meat into a pool of hungry sharks. They had no choice but to go after it. As the other teams rushed toward the scroll, Kda disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the leader of the Hidden Waterfall Village team. "Did you guys find any scrolls?" Kda asked. Shocked by his sudden appearance, the leader almost attacked, but quickly lowered his kunai. "No." The leader replied dejectedly. "We had the same scroll location as an Hidden Stones Village team, but they got there first. Then consider this an apology for taking your scroll earlier." Kda handed him the extra scroll. "Now, get to the building before someone snatches it." The leader nodded and immediately ordered his team to sprint toward the building. With Hidden Waterfall Village out of the way, the other teams fought desperately over the last scroll. Kda returned to his group with a grin. "You guys didn't mind, right?" he asked. Itachi and Kabuto both shrugged, knowing those extra scrolls were of no use to them anyway. Chapter 281, Second Stage ends. Even though the three of them were expecting some kind of ambush, maybe an alliance of their enemies, Iwa, Kiri, attacking them together or something, nothing like this happened. Mainly because all others were busy either attacking other teams or defending against attacks. There were only 12 scrolls, meaning only 4 out of 10 teams could go to the next round, or some members from each team. That's why the competition for the scrolls was fierce. While every team was fighting for scrolls, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas scattered in the valley were now concentrated in the same area. With the clash intensifying, this was when they would be needed the most. That's why they were able to seek Kda giving a scroll to the Hidden Waterfall Village team as well as creating battle mayhem for some reason. Hidden Leaf Village not only gathered one scroll for each of their members, but they even had extra scrolls. One of the Chunin responsible for protection said in bewilderment. "Looks like everyone's expectation of Hidden Leaf Village's comeback was true. Go and report this to the Rukonga's office. We may really need to consider this seriously." The Jonin in charge of handling the safety task of the second stage said, his voice serious. Upon receiving the order, 2 ninjas suddenly vanished from their position, leaving behind a little lightning chakra. Hidden Clouds Village ninja mainly used lightning-based movement jutsu for rather obvious reasons. Rukonga's office. Was sitting in his office, doing some paperwork, which didn't suit his muscular frame at all. But being the Kage of a village came with responsibilities. Even though he didn't do nearly as much work as other Kage, some tasks could not be left for others to complete. Knock, knock. "Come in." Said. "Sir, we have a report from the ninja monitoring the Chunin exam." His secretary Mibui, a tanned girl with silver hair, said. "What happened?" asked, a little frustrated. Even though the participants had already signed the contract that they could die in the exam, it wasn't like Hidden Clouds Village wouldn't face problems if too many participants died. That's why they had arranged ninja to monitor the exam. "Sir, as you know, the goal of the second part of the exam was to gather scrolls and survive 3 days in the Land of Lightning," Mabui said, at which Ain nodded his head. Hidden Leaf Village's team was able to gather not just 3 but 5 scrolls. Mabui continued. "Out of 12, right?" asked. "Yes, sir." "And how many did Darue gather?" 2, sir, but the exam isn't over, and they may still get 1 more before it ends." "Any specific reason Hidden Leaf Village performed this well?" "Uncharacteristically," asked calmly. "Yes, sir. Due to being first in the first round, they received the reward of starting the test 1 hour before the others. Also, they may have encountered 2 other teams and taken their scrolls as well." "May have?" "The fight ended so quickly that when our ninja arrived, there was nothing left to see," Mabui explained. "Were they injured during the test?" "No, sir. According to the report, they were perfectly fine. Even their clothes and hair were clean, like they'd taken a bath or something." "Do you understand what this means?" Mabui asked. "Yes, sir. There's a very high chance that Hidden Leaf Village will win this Chunin exam," Mabui responded. Boom. The stone table in front of Rukongai shattered in 2 parts. "Yes, They'll win in my village, in front of our team, and we'll become a laughingstock in front of everyone. Rukongai said, anger visible in his eyes as he finally lost his calm expression. Sir, we've already done everything we could, even sending Darui. Unless we change the rules a little, I can't see any other way for us to win. Mabui said. Being the Rokugai's secretary for so long, she was used to his anger fits. Are you suggesting I cheat for my village to win this exam? Asked, his anger rising further. Sir, the daimyo specifically requested we win this time, saying something about face or whatever. Mabui reminded Day about the message they received at the start of the exam. Those bastards just want to bet on the win and loss of the ninjas. It's us who have to worry about our reputation. Losing to Hidden Leaf Village, who's been below average for the last few years, and that too in our own village, will be a huge setback for us. Sigh. Tell Raiden that we'll have a 2-week break between the second and third stages of the exam. But sir, the dates of the Chunin exam have already been fixed. All the guests are here, and even all 3 daimyo are waiting for the third exam. We can't just change the dates like that. Even if the stadium is destroyed? Ask B to meet me at the stadium. We're going to have a taijutsu spar there. And when Darui comes, tell him to meet me. Sir, are you going to train him during those 2 weeks? Mabui asked, for the first time showing a little emotion on her face. Teach him? He was my father's student and already knows everything he should know. But I'm going to have some spars with him to polish his skills a little. A said, then returned to his remaining tasks, knowing he was about to get very busy soon. Mabui, understanding her task, quickly got to work, sending a messenger to call B while emptying the stadium, and also sending a message to Darui about the Rokugai's orders. Every team had now entered the building with the number of scrolls they could get their hands on. As I said before, each scroll is your ticket to the third stage of the exam. So, those who have the scrolls, come forward. If a team only has 1 or 2 scrolls, they can decide who will move forward with it. The proctor of the second stage said. Hidden Leaf Village's team, without any discussion, went forward and submitted 1 scroll each, while some other teams quietly retreated, not having even a single scroll. The remaining teams started discussing. Those with 1 scroll were sorted, their leader would go to the next exam. But those with 2 had to choose a second person. After some discussion, this was the lineup that came forward: Hidden Leaf Village, Itachi, Gda, Kabuto, Hidden Rain Village, Suiran, Ren, Hidden Clouds Village, Darui, Ayami, Hidden Sand Village, Shima, Kuro, Hidden Stones Village, Deidara, Hidden Mist Village, Naoki, Hidden Waterfall Village, Sharingan. All the teams that had to choose between 2 remaining members picked the one with better attack power. From Hidden Rain Village, Ren was chosen due to his proficiency in lightning style, even though he didn't know any A-rank jutsu. The same went for Hidden Sand Village, where Jiro was chosen because Tama was more focused on defense than offense. Good. The rest of you can leave now. The instructor said. He was about to announce the details of the next stage when he received a letter from his subordinate. After reading it, he changed his words. As for you all, you'll be notified about the exam details later. For now, you can rest at your lodgings. Make sure to recover as soon as you can. He continued. You guys can leave now. He said, and everyone dispersed. After exiting the doors, Deidara confronted Gda and his group. You better pray your first match isn't against me, or you'll be dead in the first round. Deidara snarled. Sorry, but who are you? I accidentally forgot. Gda asked, feigning confusion. You. Deidara growled as his teammates grabbed him to stop him from doing anything rash. Captain, not now, please. One of his teammates said as they held Deidara back. Too angry to continue, Deidara simply left, vowing to return the humiliation tenfold in the next round. No matter what, I'm going to kill that bastard, he thought to himself. Is there any particular enmity between you two? Itachi asked, noticing how Gda took every opportunity to make Deidara as angry as possible. Nope, but I don't really like Hidden Stones Village a lot. They almost eradicated our team. If not for Ryota sensing them from afar, we would have been ambushed 10-1. Gda said. So you're taking it out on him? Itachi asked. Sort of. But his eagerness for that is a major reason. Gda replied with a mischievous smile on his face. Both Itachi and Kabuto just shook their heads at Gda's antics. Chapter 282, Preparations for the Final Stage. The stadium, once meant to host the third and final stage of the Chunin exams, now lay in ruins. Dust clouds rose into the sky as the sound of debris settling echoed through Hidden Clouds Village. At the center of the wreckage stood 2 imposing figures, Rukongai and his younger brother, Killer B, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Their recent sparring session had gone beyond what the structure could handle. Brother, that was a bit much, don't you think? B said, wiping sweat off his brow as the remnants of lightning chakra flickered around him from the attacks he tanked. Rukongai grunted in response, his chest heaving. You are getting rusty, B. You should have been able to perform better after all this time. B nodded, though he didn't fully agree. But there was one more doubt in his mind. Brother, there was another reason for this fight. No way you'd cause all this destruction, am I right? In our own village, too much damage, no doubt. You wouldn't do all this just to throw your weight about. The Rukongai cracked his neck, his muscles flexing. The Hidden Leaf village team is way stronger than expected. There's a very high chance they'll win this Chunin exam. That's why I needed some time to make sure we don't lose in our own village. Ben nodded in understanding. While they were discussing, a message was sent to every notable figure attending the Chunin exam, stating that due to the destruction of the stadium caused by a fight between A and B, the exam was postponed by a week. After 12 hours, all the participants, viewers, and nobles were discussing why this sudden postponement happened. According to the official report, the spar between the Rukongai and B was important to keep the Eight Tails under control. For normal people, tailed beasts were ultimate monsters, which needed to be sealed for eternity to maintain peace. But those who knew the truth suspected something else was going on, with the tailed beast as a cover. Many decided to visit the stadium to check for themselves. While this was happening, Darui was summoned to the training area by the Rukongai, after receiving some medical treatment. Darui stood in the training grounds, waiting for his Rukongai. Lightning crackled around his fingertips as he focused on channeling his chakra. He knew what was coming, 2 weeks of intense training that would push him to his limits. The whole exam had been postponed for this, so there was no way his training was going to be easy. After some time, Rukongai arrived, his gaze as intense as ever. How was the exam, Darui? Was the first thing he spoke. Greetings, Rukongai-sama. We were not able to perform as per your expectations. I'm sorry for that. Darui bowed and said. It was not your fault. Those 2 stages were perfect for a Sharingan user, that's why you didn't come first. But the next round will be a true test of strength. I want you to win that round at any cost. For that, I will help you polish your skills myself. A said. Thank you very much, Rukongai-sama. Darui bowed. We don't have time for formalities. We're going to start now. Attack me with your KK Genkai. Darui nodded and made one hand sign after another. Gale style, laser circus jutsu. Darui released a dozen beams toward the Rukongai. The Rukongai moved with blinding speed, zigzagging across the field. Darui's eyes narrowed, focusing his chakra into the white beams that shot from his fingertips. Then the beams changed trajectory, following it closely. Too slow. A said as he appeared behind Darui and tapped him on the neck. If this had been a real fight, Darui would have died without landing a single scratch. Such was the power gap between a Hyuga level ninja and an elite Jonin. I'll give you one more chance. Try again. A said, appearing back at his starting position. Darui adjusted, once again made hand signs, and fired multiple laser beams toward A, but the result was the same. This needs more work. Now, let's see your max attack power. Attack me with your best jutsu. A said. Darui, not foolish enough to worry about the safety of a man who could fight a tailed beast on his own, began building up an immense amount of chakra. Lightning style, Black Panther. A fierce-looking Black Panther lunged toward A with speed difficult to follow with the naked eye. Suddenly, A was covered in blue lightning chakra all over his body. Though he could have dodged the jutsu easily, that wasn't his goal. Boom. With an explosion and debris flying everywhere, A's voice echoed from within the dust cloud. With his speed and power, most ninja your age don't stand a chance against you. But you're up against a Sharingan user. They have amazing reflexes and perception. We need to work on both. So let's start now. A said as the dust settled. His full figure came into view, completely unharmed. His clothes weren't even scratched. Hidden Leaf Village's team lodgings. After surveying the stadium, Jiraiya returned to the lodging, where Kda, the team, and Shizui were waiting for him. Good evening, Sensei. You're doing even more sightseeing than us, and we came to this village for the first time. Kda said mischievously. I wasn't gone for sightseeing, brat. Sigh. Looks like things aren't going to be as easy as I thought. There will be some unexpected twists during the last stage. Jiraiya said, sitting on the chair with a thud. What happened, Sensei? Itachi asked. They're intentionally postponing the exam. There was no need for the Rukongai and B to fight in the stadium. Jiraiya said. But according to the report, it was to control the Eight Tails or something. Kabuto said. B is almost a perfect Jinchuriki, there was no need for them to fight to control the Eight Tails at all, Jiraiya said. You guys performed a little too well during the exam. They may have gotten anxious about you winning. As much as I know about Rukongai, he won't accept someone coming to his village and defeating his ninjas. He must be training Darui, and that's why he needed the time. Though it's just my speculation, and there may be other reasons as well. If it were someone like Honoki, I might worry about some scheme behind our backs. But Rukongai won't cheat in a competition. Jiraiya said. Is 2 weeks enough to make that big of a difference? Kabuto asked. Darui is already at the same level as you guys. In 2 weeks, though he may not learn something new, he might polish his current skills. With his KK Genkai, it'll be very difficult for you guys. Jiraiya said. It's not like we're going to sit here and wait for our opponent to power up, right? We can also use these 2 weeks to train, right? Ba asked. Yes, but we've already polished your skills. What you guys need is the opposite. I want you guys to learn some counters against opponents. Da and Itachi, you will focus on Genjutsu. Since we have Shizue here, he will be responsible for you. I'll teach Kabuto something else. Jiraiya said. As you wish, Jiraiya-sama. But learning new Genjutsu that will be of use in the match, and that too in 2 weeks, is kind of tough. Shizue said. They both know the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Use that, and with the help of the Sharingan, it should be manageable. Even if they don't learn anything new, it's still fine. It's not like they can't win without it. Jiraiya said. Shizue nodded. Make sure you give it your all during training. Jiraiya said. Yes, sensei. Both replied. Chapter 283, Ephemeral Genjutsu. Brother, why are we going so far to learn? It has already been 5 hours. Ba asked. He and Itachi had been following Shizue for the past 3 hours out of Hidden Cloud's village. Though they were still in the Land of Lightning for now, it was very far from Hidden Cloud's village. There are reasons, da. Wait until we reach the location Jiraiya-sama has told us about. When we get there, we will begin the training. Shizue said. Okay, bro. Da replied. After 1 more hour, they reached a rugged mountain range filled with barren mountains, with no greenery at all. This might have been the reason there was no human settlement or movement in the nearby area, completely deserted. Okay, this area is perfect for us to start. Shizue said. Brother, are you going to teach us some forbidden jutsu or something? Ba asked, seeing how much attention Shizue was paying to security. No, but something almost at that level. Do you guys know what the biggest weakness of the Sharingan is, specifically its Kanjutsu? Shizue asked. We have to look into the eyes of the enemy. And with our Sharingan being so famous, other ninjas have developed techniques to avoid looking into our eyes while fighting, making most of our Genjutsu useless. Itachi said. But that doesn't mean they've completely countered the Sharingan. Genjutsu is just a part of the Sharingan's power, not all of it. Shizue replied. But still, what do you think we Uchiha did after others developed a way to counter our Genjutsu by avoiding eye contact? Shizue asked. We focused on other powers of the Sharingan and developed better Kinjutsu and Taijutsu to go along with the heightened reflexes and perception of the Sharingan. Da said, as he had first-hand experience with how deadly Uchiha Kenjutsu was when used with the Sharingan. Yes, but there was something else as well. Shizue said as he activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Da and Itachi instinctively looked down. But Shizue pointed his finger at both of them, and suddenly they saw many snakes emerging from the ground and pouncing toward them. Both activated their Sharingan, ready to counterattack, when the snakes suddenly vanished. How? Ba asked in a shocked voice. Ephemeral Genjutsu? Itachi asked, seeing Shizue's finger pointing toward him and Da. When Da noticed that, he looked toward Itachi all of a sudden. This is the Genjutsu he used against Naruto, by just pointing his finger at him, Da thought, remembering the scene from the anime he watched on repeat. Yes, Ephemeral Genjutsu, the result of research and dedication by many Uchiha who wanted to eliminate the only weakness of the Sharingan. Here, you project all of your yin chakra from your hand with the help of your Sharingan, maintaining a specific chakra pathway, and then guide that chakra toward the enemy, placing them under Genjutsu. Shizue said, pride evident in his voice. Even though he loved his village, he still cared for his own clan. Like every other Uchiha, he was also very proud of his lineage. Then why don't we just use that instead of relying on eye contact? Ba asked, a little confused. There are some downsides as well. The first is the strain it puts on the Sharingan. A normal Uchiha with a 2 Tomoe Sharingan can't even perform this. You need at least 3 Tomoe, and even then, you can only do it at most twice a day, otherwise, you risk damaging your eyes. The second weakness is distance. Projecting chakra out makes it highly volatile, and the farther it has to travel, the weaker it gets. Even Fugaku-sama could only use this within a range of 150 meters with his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and he's currently the best at it. Shizue explained. So we're going to learn this Kanjutsu in just 2 weeks? Is that possible? Ba asked, as it sounded difficult. I don't know, and we'll never know unless we try. So, what are you waiting for? Let's start. Shizue said with a smile. So, what do we have to do? Ba asked. Don't resist. Shizue said as he once again activated his Sharingan, but this time, it was the Mangekyō Sharingan. As Shizue had instructed, Da and Itachi didn't resist when Shizue placed them under Genjutsu once again. Both of them appeared in a white room. What is this? Ba asked. A learning room. The first step to mastering this Kanjutsu is knowing how to rotate your chakra inside your body before using the Sharingan to project it out. As you can see, we have these types of chakra pathways in our bodies. As Itachi spoke, the wall behind him changed, and a human-shaped image appeared, showing the various chakra pathways. Shizue continued. You have to move your chakra along this particular path. He said, as the pathway lit up in red, and then an arrow appeared, showing where to start, where to pause, and how fast to move. This is so fucking cool. Kda said. Language, brother. Mom will get angry if she ever hears you saying stuff like this. Now, pay attention. Shizue chuckled and continued. After the initial explanation, Kda and Itachi asked some questions, which Shizue explained calmly. Both Kda and Itachi were very focused on learning, making sure to understand and remember all the details completely, forgetting about time in the process. Guys, we're going to exit now. It's getting difficult for me to maintain it. Shizue said. Okay, brother. Kda replied, and Itachi nodded. When they opened their eyes again, it was already nighttime outside. We've been inside the Genjutsu for so long. Brother, are you alright? Ba asked, knowing how dangerous it was to use the Sharingan for this long, especially the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yeah, I'm just out of chakra. You guys can start practicing or take some rest, while I'm going to have a quick nap. Shizue said, then used a hand sign to create a small cave in the mountain. Here, brother. Kda said, using his shadow clone to make a bed for Shizue. Thanks. Shizue said and went to sleep. So, what do you want to do now? Rest or train? Ba asked. Of course, training. But you can rest if you want. Itachi said. Huh? Why would I? I'm also going to train. Kda said. Meanwhile, away from the village, Deidara had secluded himself in a remote section of the valley, far from the others. For a long time, he was praised as a genius in Hidden Stones Village, a village that valued talent. Deidara was in his own league there. But now, for the first time in his life, he was feeling humiliated, and he wanted nothing more than to crush the source of this feeling. That's why he was doing something he hadn't done in a long time, training. Let's see if this works or not. Deidara said, taking out some clay from his pocket while chewing it in the mouths on his hands. Since Earth Chakra can control weight and Lightning Chakra can be used to repel things, this should be possible. He said to himself, spewing out a bird-like figure from his hand and mouth. With a speed visible to the naked eye, the bird grew large enough for Deidara to sit on it. Then, he manipulated the Earth Chakra to reduce the weight of both himself and the bird as much as he could, and used the lightning part of his Kekkei Genkai to form a repulsion to lift them into the air. Yes! He shouted as his bird lifted off the ground as if flying. But before he could do anything else, his control wavered a little, and he fell to the ground. Yet, instead of disappointment, there was a smile on his face. This time. Deidara muttered to himself, I'll blast that smug kid into oblivion. Art is an explosion. The bird flew once again and struck a mountain, blowing it to smithereens. Chapter 284, Matchup. So, come on, go for at least 10 meters. Kda grunted, once again failing to use ephemeral Genjutsu. You're close, just focus on the amount and the speed. Also, the stop you're having in your wrist and abdomen tenketsu points should be a little longer. Think of it as loading a spring, the more you force it backward, the farther it will go. Shizue said. Okay, brother. Kda replied, trying again. Even after his best effort, he only reached 12 meters at best. It will become simpler if you let your Sharingan do the work, rather than doing everything on your own. Use your Sharingan to mold your chakra. Itachi said from the side. He was resting since he had already learned this jutsu to a satisfactory level, even reaching 30 meters of range, and that too in just 1 week. I so fucking want to be a genius, Kda thought, then once again resumed practicing. He only had 1 more week left. After 1 week. Let's go, Kda. Today the matchups will be announced. We can't be late. Shizue urged Kda to wake up, as Itachi was already ready to leave. Ugh, I'm really tired. There will be no match today, right? Ba asked. No. Matches will start tomorrow. You'll have enough time to rest when we reach there. Shishui replied. Reluctantly, they woke up and followed Shishui and Itachi back to Hidden Cloud's village. I thought something had really happened to you guys. They were just about to announce the matches. Let's go. Jiraiya said, standing in front of the gate. Sorry for being late, Jiraiya-sama. Shishui said. It's alright. At least we still have some time. Let's go. Jiraiya said, and he and Shishui went inside an official-looking building. I don't get it. If we don't have to fight now, why the hell do we need to attend a day's event? Da grumbled. So that we can make sure the selection is truly random, and they are trying to make certain matchups to push their teams to the final. Kabuto explained. Oh. Welcome, everyone. Since you're already familiar with the event, we'll now proceed with the process. To make this as fair as possible, every participant will take a chit from this bowl. Then we'll use this computer to decide matchups with numbers. After that, you will open your chits and find out who you are up against in the first round of the third stage. Since the instructions were clear, none of the participants had any doubts. They simply went and took out one paper from the bowl each. Let's start. The ninja responsible for the event said. All the senses of the teams were present to ensure their students weren't tricked. The overly large computer screen began showing random numbers one after another. They started shuffling on their own. After a minute of strange animation effects, 6 pairs were shown on the screen. Now you can open your papers, everyone, and then return them here. The ninja said as he started noting down the matchups for the next round. The matchups were, Darue vs Shima. Da vs Shiro. Kabuto vs Suiran. Ren vs Kuro. Itachi vs Ayami. Deidara vs Naoki. You're really lucky. Otherwise, you would have died in the first round only. Now you've got some more hours, but I'll make sure the explosion of your death will be the perfect explosion. Deidara said to Da. I'm sorry, who are you again? Da asked, ignoring Deidara as he walked toward his team. You. A shout echoed in the background. Guy's technique to annoy opponents is truly amazing, Da thought. Why do I have the tough opponent in the first round while you guys got easy ones? What do you mean tough opponent? He specializes in water style, and with your earth style, you should have the upper hand. Itachi said. How could you tell? Da asked, looking toward Itachi, only to notice his Sharingan was activated. Oh. I get it. You guys don't know. Those 3 who came here were once trained by Danzō himself, and their leader Suiran is especially skilled with poison in combat. They fought 2 teams who attacked them simultaneously in the second stage and won. One of the teams even had to drop out of the exam due to the severity of the injuries they received. Kabuto said. And you know this because? Da asked. I talked to that team. Kabuto said with a big grin on his face. I totally forgot this guy was one of the, if not the, best spy in the world, Da thought. Still, I'm sure you'll do fine. Itachi reassured. You guys have already done everything you could. There's no need to worry anymore. Take this day off to cool down a little. Jiraiya advised. Yes, I need that. I'm going to sleep in my room. Unless it's really important, don't wake me up. Da said. Why is he like that? Jiraiya asked. He's been using 20 to 30 shadow clones for 2 weeks to train in Genjutsu. I'm surprised he's still holding up this well. The Senju bloodline truly is something else. Shishui said, shaking his head. But don't worry, Jiraiya-sama, it's just some mental fatigue he's feeling. He'll be fine tomorrow. Shishui continued. Okay. Next day. The stadium was filled with thousands of people. Some were ninjas, but most were civilians. In a world where there were few sources of entertainment for the general public, the Chunin exams were very popular. Along with the public, there were also stalls for everything, food, drinks, and betting. This time, the betting was authenticated by the Lightning Daimyo, meaning there would be no fraud. As for who could bet? Everyone. Literally anyone could place a bet, from as little as 100 ryo to millions of ryo. Everything was accepted. 3 daimyo were sitting in their exclusive seats, enjoying some drinks and snacks as they chatted. Looks like I'll win this time, ho-oh. The fire daimyo said, covering his mouth with a fan. These are just the results of the 2 initial stages, and they mean nothing. I'm sure we'll win this time too, just like last time. The lightning daimyo said. Last time was just a fluke. The result may not be the same this time. The earth daimyo commented, covering his mouth with a fan as well. Then why don't we raise the bet a little if everyone is so sure? The fire daimyo suggested, a glint in his eyes that disappeared before anyone noticed. Fine by me. 30 million ryo. The lightning daimyo agreed. 30 million. The earth daimyo added. Let's make it a complete 40 million ryo. The fire daimyo concluded. A total of 100 million ryo was bet on the exam, and that too casually. Even S-rank ninjas would risk their lives for that amount, and the daimyo had bet it like it was nothing, truly the real kings of the countries. Chapter 285, The First Clash on the Other Side. The energy in the stadium was electric, buzzing with excitement as thousands of spectators filled every corner, their voices melding together into an endless sea of sound. This wasn't just another event, it was the event. The final stage of the Chunin exams, where the best of the best would clash in front of cheering crowds, elite shinobi, and even the highest-ranking officials from the great nations. Each match carried the weight of years of training, sacrifice, and dreams. Vendors shouted over the noise, selling food, drinks, and memorabilia to eager fans. High above the action, the three daimyo sat in their exclusive booths, enjoying the spectacle with a casual air that only the wealthiest and most powerful could muster. Yet beneath the surface, there was a layer of intensity even here. 100 million ryo had been casually bet on the results of these matches. At the center of it all was the massive stone stadium, carved into the natural cliffs of Hidden Clouds Village. The sheer size and grandeur of the place dwarfed that of the stadium in Hidden Leaf Village. Maybe Hidden Clouds Village spent more on military and fighting, or perhaps the mountain terrain was just optimal for it, but one thing was certain, it was grand. This was where futures would be decided. Not of the ninjas, because every participant had the caliber to reach Chunin level easily. What the future here meant was the number of missions a village would get this year and their overall reputation. A proctor stepped forward to the edge of the battle arena, raising his voice to cut through the crowd's noise. His sharp, no-nonsense expression signaled that it was time for the opening match to begin. Participants, please step forward when your name is called. He announced, his voice amplified by Chakra for the entire stadium to hear. First match, Darui of Hidden Clouds Village versus Shima of Hidden Sand Village. Place your bets now. The champion of Hidden Clouds Village or the hope of Hidden Sand Village, the odds are 1.25 for Darui and 1.2 for Shima. The stall owners started shouting. But since it was almost guaranteed that Darui would win, no major bets were placed by the big shots, who had access to basic information from the ninja world. Civilians, however, still placed bets, undeterred by the odds. The crowd roared, eager to see the match. Darui, from Hidden Clouds Village, was well known for his mastery of black lightning in the village. Since the previous user of this technique was the third Raikage himself, Darui's fame was not small at all. He stepped into the arena with his usual calm and composed demeanor, his white hair framing his eyes as he surveyed his opponent. Across from him, Shima, the Hidden Sand Village Kunoichi, walked in confidently. Unlike Darui, she was less known to the audience, but her quiet strength radiated from her every move. Being the captain of a team from a major village was proof enough that she wasn't weak. With her wind jutsu and special kenjutsu, Darui knew she wouldn't be an easy opponent, but nothing he couldn't defeat. The proctor raised his hand. Let the match begin. Darui wasted no time, quickly forming hand seals to summon his black lightning, a rare and deadly element that only he in Hidden Clouds Village had mastered. His fingers crackled with dark lightning as he fired off a bolt straight at Shima, who was already moving. Seeing the famous dark lightning, she dodged, predicting the trajectory of the attack. With a swift sidestep, Shima avoided the bolt, her speed impressive even to Darui. She isn't just fast, she's calculative, Darui thought. Shima immediately retaliated, using her wind style, Gale Cutter to send sharp, slicing wind blades toward Darui. He dodged most of the attack, using a lightning movement jutsu to increase his speed rapidly. But even at that speed, dodging all the blades wasn't possible, he had to use his lightning-coated blade to deflect some as well. The crowd erupted, watching the clash between two skilled warriors. Neither was willing to back down, each testing the other's limits. Shima's tactics were simple, she used her wind-style attacks to create an opportunity for close combat, knowing her chances in a ninjutsu-based dual whirlo. Lightning jutsu, especially black lightning, were perversely hard to defend against. Even though Darui understood her plan, he went along with it, calm and collected. He wanted to see what she was truly capable of. The two exchanged a flurry of blows, neither gaining a clear advantage. Shima's sharp blade cut through the air, aiming for Darui's weak points, but Darui countered with his own kenjutsu. Lightning clashed against wind, creating sparks and gusts of air that rippled across the arena. The tension mounted as both fighters grew more aggressive, appearing at one corner of the stadium one moment, then on the opposite side the next. The crowd went wild, cheering for the fighters they had bet on. After fighting in close combat for so long, Shima understood that even in kenjutsu, she didn't have a clear chance of winning. She decided to use her final jutsu, but Darui wasn't going to give her any more chances. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, concentrating his chakra. When he opened them again, forming a series of hand seals in an instant, a dark aura surrounded him as he summoned his Black Panther, an enormous, lightning-infused beast made entirely from his black lightning chakra. The panther roared as it shot forward, tearing through the gust of wind with ease and charging directly at Shima. There was no time for Shima to react. The Black Panther slammed into her, its lightning-infused fangs paralyzing her movements. She hit the ground, defeated but still conscious. The crowd roared in awe of Darui's power. The proctor stepped forward. Winner, Darui. The stadium erupted with applause as Darui helped Shima to her feet, offering her a nod of respect before walking off the field. The energy in the stadium only intensified as the next match was announced. Next match, Kda of Hidden Leaf Village vs Shiro of Hidden Waterfall Village. Place your bets, everyone. Uchiha from Hidden Leaf Village at 1.1, and Shiro from Hidden Waterfall Village at 1.4. That's right, quadruple your money if you bet on Shiro and he wins. Once-in-a-lifetime odds. The stall owners shouted again. Normally, anyone sane would bet on Kda, simply because he was from a major village, but the temptation of quadrupling their money was too much for many to resist. Plenty of people bet on Shiro, praying for a miracle. Undeterred by the crowd's excitement, Kda and Shiro entered the stadium. Kda stood at the edge of the arena, his expression calm and unreadable. His mind was focused, though he could still feel the lingering fatigue from his Ganjutsu training. It was manageable, nothing major. Shiro, on the other hand, looked nervous but determined. He wasn't as strong as Kda, but his resolve to fight for his village pushed him forward. He represented Hidden Waterfall Village, a smaller, lesser-known village. If it were just about himself, he might have given up, but now it was about his village's reputation. Running away wasn't an option. As the two stepped into the arena, Kda could sense the tension in Shiro. He admired the boy's determination. Shiro knew he was outmatched, but he was still willing to fight. It was a rare quality in a ninja, especially one from a minor village. The proctor raised his hand once more. Let the match begin. Shiro didn't waste a second, immediately forming hand seals for a water-style jutsu. He knew his best chance was to take Kda by surprise and use his water techniques to keep him at bay. But as soon as Shiro began his jutsu, Kda was already moving. Kda's hand went up in front of his face, forming quick and fluid hand seals. Shiro, instinctively, glanced toward Kda's hands to see if he could guess which jutsu he was preparing, an automatic reaction for any ninja in combat. But that was Shiro's mistake. The moment Shiro's eyes locked onto Kda's, he was caught. Kda's 3 Tomoe Sharingan activated, and Shiro's body froze. He had fallen under Kda's Ganjutsu. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Shiro suddenly jumped back and fired water bullets, completely in the wrong direction, followed by another water style, then another. Kda placed his hand in his pocket and calmly approached his opponent, his steps casual. Shiro, fully trapped in the Ganjutsu, could only stand there helplessly as Kda reached him. Hey, what are you doing? I placed money on you. At least give a proper fight. Some spectators shouted, unaware of what was really happening. Ninjas in the crowd explained the situation to them, and once they understood it was a Ganjutsu, the disgruntled gamblers could only curse their own greed. As Kda reached Shiro, without saying a word, he lifted his hand and lightly tapped Shiro on the neck. The Ganjutsu broke, and Shiro suddenly saw 2 red eyes before everything became clear. The proctor raised his hand. Winner, Kda. The audience erupted into applause, though there were some murmurs of surprise. The match had been over before it even truly began. In previous match at least both sides performed their best to win, but here Kda didn't even throw a single punch and won, a true testament of why Ganjutsu was so deadly and why Uchiha were feared. But what stood out to many was Kda's mercy. He could have easily harmed Shiro, but he chose not to. Instead, he had ended the match with a simple tap on the neck. Chapter 286, Close Calls. Man, I knew I would lose, but not like this. I really am no match for you, huh? Shiro said, prepared for defeat, though this outcome showed he didn't even stand a chance. It's just temporary. Who knows, maybe in the future, things will be completely different. So keep working hard, buddy. Kda said, extending his hand. Shake. Thanks. Shiro said with a smile, and both left the stadium. The energy inside the stadium remained electric as the crowd settled in for the next bout. The earlier matches had been an intense display of raw power, skill, and strategy, leaving the audience hungry for more. Bets were quickly placed, with stall owners yelling the odds as they gathered more money from eager spectators. With each successive match, the stakes seemed to rise, not just for the fighters but for the crowd too. Now, 2 more competitors stepped forward, ready to test their mettle in front of thousands of cheering fans and the scrutinizing eyes of the daimyo. Next match, Ren of Hidden Rain Village vs Kuro of Hidden Sand Village. The proctor announced, his voice booming through the stadium. Place your bets, everyone. Kuro from Hidden Sand Village at 1.2, and Ren from Hidden Rain Village at 1.5. Being from a minor village, Ren was considered weak, so the odds were skewed slightly. Ren was known for his strong lightning-style jutsu in Hidden Rain Village. His tall frame and intense focus showed he wasn't one to be trifled with. He had a reputation for being quick, both in speed and temper, but his efficiency in battle was undeniable. That's why Suiron chose him to come with him to the finals. Kuro, on the other hand, was a simple-looking boy in baggy clothes. His style was quieter, more defensive, which suited his specialty, using beetles for defense and wearing down his opponents. Small, quiet, deadly, that was Kuro's method. As he entered the arena, there was no show of bravado, just a steady, focused gaze that met Ren's. The proctor raised his hand. Begin. Without hesitation, Ren charged forward, lightning crackling around him as he dashed toward Kuro, his body glowing with electricity. He aimed to overwhelm Kuro quickly with his usual approach of speed and power. But Kuro was prepared. As Ren closed the gap, Kuro summoned his defense beetles, brown, armored insects that swarmed around him like a living shield. Ren's lightning-infused punch met the beetles with a crackling explosion, sending some flying and killing others, but more quickly took their place, rendering the attack useless. Ren leaped back, avoiding the swarm as it buzzed toward him. But the beetles had already come into contact with him, and before he could react, they latched onto his arm, digging into his skin. He grunted in pain and quickly summoned a bolt of lightning to fry the insects off him. The smell of burnt insects filled the air as the beetles dropped to the ground, dead. They didn't have much attack power, focusing mostly on defense, but even their minor offensive ability played a role in distracting the enemy. Kuro didn't waste a second, launching a wave of wind blades toward Ren, knowing full well not to give his opponent a chance. The attack power Ren possessed was too great, one successful strike could change the course of the battle. Kuro kept his defenses up, using his beetles to attack and protect. But Ren wasn't about to let Kuro control the pace. With a quick series of hand seals, he used lightning-style, lightning clone, sending the electrified double charging toward Kuro. The clone moved faster than the beetles, forcing Kuro to shift his attention to defending against the lightning-infused attack. The clone exploded on impact, sending a shockwave of lightning rippling through Kuro's defenses, scattering the beetles in all directions. Now was Ren's chance. With a roar, Ren formed another hand seal and unleashed his signature jutsu, lightning-style, thunderstorm lance. A spear of concentrated lightning formed in his hand, crackling with lethal energy. He hurled it toward Kuro, aiming straight for the center of his defense. Kuro's beetles swarmed to block the attack, but the sheer power of the thunderstorm lance was too much. The lightning spear tore through the already dispersed beetles, striking Kuro in the chest and sending him flying backward across the arena. He hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop as smoke rose from the point of impact. The crowd held its breath, waiting to see if Kuro would rise. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Kuro slowly pushed himself up, breathing heavily but still standing. His beetles regrouped around him, forming a protective barrier once again. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Ren. "This guy's tough," Ren muttered under his breath. "If the attack hadn't hit the beetles first, I would have lost," Kuro thought, feeling his body still numb. Kuro raised his hand, and the beetles surged forward once again. This time, Ren was ready. He dodged and weaved between the swarming insects, lightning crackling around him as he prepared to end the fight. In a blur of motion, Ren appeared behind Kuro, his hand glowing with electricity. But just as Ren was about to land the final blow, Kuro's beetles surged up from the ground beneath him, latching onto his legs and arms, holding him in place. Ren struggled as the beetles clung with their pincers digging into his flesh. "Got you," Kuro said, his voice calm and measured. But Ren smirked. "No, you don't." With a burst of lightning, Ren electrified his entire body, frying the beetles that held him. Kuro's eyes widened as Ren broke free, spinning around with a devastating kick that sent him crashing to the ground. This time, Kuro didn't get up. "Winner, Ren," the proctor announced, and the crowd erupted in applause. It had been an intense match till the end, no one knew who would win. If Kuro had been a little faster with his last attack, he might have won, but now nothing would change. Both of the ninjas from Hidden Sand Village were out of the competition. The energy in the stadium shifted once again as the next match was announced. Next match, Kabuto of Hidden Leaf Village vs Suiron of Hidden Rain Village. Place your bets, everyone. Kabuto from Hidden Leaf Village at 1.4, and Suiron from Hidden Rain Village at 1.5. Due to Hidden Rain Village's recent performance, the betting odds were no longer entirely in Hidden Leaf Village's favor. The atmosphere became tense. Kabuto, a simple-looking boy with glasses, entered the stadium. But unlike his physique from before, he was now more muscular, having trained under both Jiraiya and Hiruzen. Suiran, on the other hand, was a gloomy-looking boy with dark hair and baggy clothes. His movements were precise as he entered the stadium. The odds were close, and the crowd was eager to see which of these two tactical fighters would come out on top. Kabuto entered the arena first, his glasses gleaming in the sunlight as he adjusted them with a calm smile. His demeanor was almost casual, but those who knew him understood that his mind was already working, analyzing every possible move his opponent could make. The proctor raised his hand. Begin. Suiran moved first, his hands forming seals. Water style, wild water wave, a C-rank jutsu, is an inferior version of water style, great waterfall jutsu, a knee-rank jutsu. Though not as powerful, it was excellent for creating a water source while attacking the enemy at the same time. The water surged toward Kabuto like a tidal wave, its sheer size and speed threatening to overwhelm him. But Kabuto was already moving, flipping backward to avoid the attack. As he landed, he quickly formed his own hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. Blocked the water's path. The wave crashed against the wall with a deafening roar, but Kabuto remained unfazed, his eyes locked on Suiran. Suiran's next attack was more direct, he darted forward, his kunai gleaming as he aimed for Kabuto's throat. But Kabuto wasn't a fighter who relied solely on ninjutsu. With surprising speed, he sidestepped the strike and countered with a palm thrust aimed at Suiran's chest. Suiran barely dodged, the force of the strike grazing his ribs as he spun away. The two shinobi circled each other, testing the other's defenses. Suiran unleashed a barrage of water jutsu, his hands moving with lightning speed as he summoned streams, waves, and torrents to keep Kabuto on the defensive. But Kabuto countered each attack with precise earth-style techniques, deflecting the water or dodging when necessary. Neither used much chakra in the first 10 minutes, only attacking to gauge the strength of their opponent. After 10 minutes, Suiran was ready. Without warning, Suiran inhaled deeply and exhaled a thick, noxious cloud of poison breath. The cloud spread rapidly, filling the arena with a deadly green mist, causing murmurs of concern in the crowd. Kabuto's eyes narrowed. He knew this was Suiran's most dangerous weapon. After asking around, he had learned it was highly acidic. Not wanting to experience it firsthand, he summoned a small gust of wind with a quick hand sign, dispersing the cloud just enough to create an opening. He darted forward, closing the distance between him and Suiran before Suiran could react. With a swift movement, he placed his hand on Suiran's chest and released a burst of chakra, sending him flying backward. Once again, Kabuto created a gust of wind to clear a path for his escape from the poison. Suiran didn't have time to stop him, and Kabuto evaded the attack. But he wasn't done yet. Kabuto made continuous hand signs, even while running from the poison, as Suiran chased after him. The ground in front of Suiran became muddy, which had been firm a moment ago. Before he could react, a mud wolf rose from the ground and chomped at the air right next to his head. "I lost," Suiran said, raising his hand in surrender. The last attack could have easily killed him, but his opponent didn't want to kill. Now, he didn't want to humiliate himself by continuing the match. "Winner, Kabuto," the proctor announced, as the crowd erupted in applause. Kabuto looked at Suiran, his expression calm but respectful. "You fought well," he said before turning and walking out of the arena. Chapter 287, Clay, Water, Lightning and Fire. The energy in the stadium hadn't waned since the first few matches. If anything, it had only intensified. The spectators, both civilians and shinobi alike, were locked in, their eyes glued to the arena. After the exhilarating matches between various participants, anticipation for the next round was sky high. Now, it was time for the last two fierce battles. As the proctor stepped forward once more, his voice amplified to announce the next match, a hushed silence fell over the crowd. Next match, Deidara of Hidden Stones Village versus Naoki of Hidden Mist Village. Immediately, the arena buzzed with excitement. Deidara was a name known even among the younger generation, simply because he never actually hid his powers. A prodigy of Hidden Stones Village, feared for his explosion style and his mastery of destructive clay-based jutsu. On the other hand was Naoki, a skilled water-style user from Hidden Mist Village. Though not as famous as Deidara, just being from a major village was enough of a testament to his strength. No major village would send a weak ninja to the Chunin exams. Place your bets now. Deidara from Hidden Stones Village, 1.3, and Naoki from Hidden Mist Village, 2. Explosive odds for an explosive match. The stall owners shouted, adding to the fever-pitched atmosphere. Being in this field, they had some idea of the participants as well. As the two competitors entered the arena, the difference between them was striking. Deidara's wild blonde hair and carefree demeanor contrasted sharply with Naoki's calm, collected composure. Deidara's smirk and relaxed posture made it seem as though he wasn't taking the match seriously, but everyone who knew him understood better. His nonchalant attitude was part of his style. Deidara always saw his art in the destruction he caused, and he was confident in the power of his creations. Naoki, however, was not intimidated. Aside from strength, he also had quite a lot of experience, having killed his fair share of ninja. Some of them were even stronger than him, but in the end, he was the winner, and that was all that mattered. The proctor raised his hand and shouted, "Begin." Deidara immediately reached into his pouch, pulling out a handful of clay. The mouths in his palms began to chew, molding the clay into small, lifelike shapes, a swarm of birds. With a quick hand sign, Deidara sent the clay birds soaring into the air. After reaching a satisfactory height, they swooped down toward Naoki, fast and deadly, ready to explode on impact. Naoki reacted instantly, forming seals at a rapid pace. Water style, water bullet jutsu. He shouted, and a barrage of high-speed water bullets shot toward the incoming birds. Each water bullet collided with a clay bird, detonating them in midair before they could reach him. The explosions sent shockwaves through the stadium, but Naoki remained firm, his water bullets neutralizing the worst of the damage. Wah came a shout from the audience. The start of the match was the most visually impacting of all they had seen so far. Not bad. Deidara muttered to himself, his grin widening as he molded more clay, this time creating small, spider-like creatures. He tossed them onto the ground, and the spiders scurried toward Naoki with terrifying speed. Water style, water wall. Naoki called out as a high wall of water rose in front of him, blocking the clay spiders as they exploded harmlessly against it. But even as Naoki held his defense, he was aware that this was just the beginning. Deidara's attacks weren't meant to break through, he was evaluating him. Though Naoki wanted to attack, the number of spiders and birds attacking him was not small, so he had to defend while keeping an eye on Deidara. As the smoke from the explosions cleared, Naoki shifted his stance. Knowing he may not get such a chance again, he prepared to go on the offensive. He performed another series of hand signs and slammed his hands down. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive dragon made entirely of water surged forward from Naoki's position, its maw open wide as it shot toward Deidara with incredible force. Deidara, unfazed by the sight of the incoming dragon, quickly formed his own seals. Earth style, earth dome jutsu. He called out, and a thick dome of earth rose around him just in time to block the water dragon's ferocious attack. The dragon collided with the earth barrier, creating a massive splash and drenching the battlefield, but Deidara was fine. Though the dome had almost collapsed, it did its job, protecting Deidara. Naoki gritted his teeth. He knew Deidara's earth techniques, famous for their defense, would be difficult to break through. He had to be careful not to overextend himself. While Deidara's attacks were explosive and deadly, Naoki knew his own jutsu could wear Deidara down over time. However, Deidara had other plans. From behind his earth dome, he crafted more explosive clay, this time in the form of a large bird. As the earth dome crumbled away, the bird flew high into the air, circling above the battlefield. Naoki immediately fired more water bullets, but the bird was agile, dodging the attacks. Being high in the air, it had ample time to do so. Unlike the smaller birds, this one was in full control of Deidara. Art is an explosion. Deidara shouted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He made the hand sign to detonate the bird, but Naoki was ready. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Naoki yelled, sending a massive surge of water spiraling toward the bird. The water collided with the bird midair, forcing it to explode high above the stadium, sending a rain of water and debris down onto the battlefield. The crowd erupted in cheers, impressed by the spectacle in front of them. This was the true power of ninjas, capable of altering the terrain. Deidara, now drenched but smiling even wider, decided to escalate the fight. He molded even more clay in his hands, creating another swarm of smaller birds and spiders. This time, he sent them toward Naoki from multiple angles, forcing him to split his attention. Naoki managed to block several of the attacks with his water jutsu, but some of the clay creatures slipped through. One exploded near his leg, causing him to stumble back with a grunt of pain. Before he could recover, another explosion went off close to his shoulder, sending him tumbling across the wet ground. The crowd gasped as Naoki struggled to stand, blood dripping from a few minor wounds. Deidara wasn't letting up, and Naoki knew he had to end this soon. Being injured, he now had even less chance to defend himself, so he prepared to make his final move. But Deidara wasn't giving him any time. He crafted one final, larger clay spider and sent it racing toward Naoki. With a swift hand sign, he detonated it just as it reached a few meters away from Naoki's feet. A deafening explosion rocked the stadium. Smoke and debris filled the air, and for a moment, the crowd held its breath. As the dust settled, Naoki lay on the ground, unconscious and severely injured from the blast. His body was covered in burns and bruises, and the stadium fell silent. The proctor rushed forward to check on Naoki before raising his hand. Winner, Deodara. The crowd erupted in applause, but Deodara wasn't paying attention. He glanced toward Gda, standing among the other participants, and gave him a subtle smirk before turning and leaving the battlefield. Medical ninja rushed onto the field to tend to Naoki, lifting him onto a stretcher and carrying him out of the stadium. The fight had been intense, but Deodara's explosive power had proven too much for Naoki to handle. You really made a powerful enemy for yourself, Kabuto said, seeing the smirk on Deodara's face as he looked toward Gda. Well, he's now captain's problem anyway, so I don't have to worry about a thing, Gda said, shrugging his shoulders. For the first time, Itachi felt like punching someone, but he had to go for his match. As the dust settled from Deodara's victory and some of the restoration had been done, the proctor stepped forward again. Next match, Itachi Uchiha of Hidden Leaf Village vs Ayami of Hidden Clouds Village. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan, and for those who knew better, heir to the clan, had no doubt about his strength at all. After witnessing Gda's use of Ganjutsu to swiftly defeat his opponent earlier, Ayami, a Kunoichi from Hidden Clouds Village, was on high alert. She knew better than to look directly at an Uchiha's Sharingan, and her guard was up as she entered the battlefield. Ayami, a skilled swordswoman and user of lightning-style jutsu, kept her head down, avoiding any direct eye contact with Itachi. She knew she couldn't afford to fall under his Ganjutsu. Itachi, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. He could see that Ayami was taking precautions against his Sharingan, but that didn't faze him at all. Begin. The proctor called. Itachi didn't waste any time. He formed a series of hand seals and unleashed a fireball jutsu, sending a massive wave of flames toward Ayami. She quickly formed seals of her own, using a lightning-style technique to move swiftly, dodging the attack easily. Before she could fully recover, Itachi used his body flicker jutsu, disappearing from view in an instant. He reappeared directly in front of her, his movements too fast for her to react. Ayami instinctively swung her blade, but she made a fatal mistake. Her eyes flicked toward Itachi's face for just a split second during her attack. That was all Itachi needed. Ayami's movements froze as she fell under his Ganjutsu. The entire crowd knew what had happened. The moment she made eye contact with Itachi, the match was over. Itachi, calm and collected as always, approached her slowly, just as Gda had done in his match. The crowd watched in silence as he raised his hand and tapped Ayami lightly on the neck. The Ganjutsu broke, and Ayami came out of it with a defeated look on her face. She said, "I surrender." The proctor stepped forward. Winner, Itachi Uchiha. The match was over even before people could place their bets. Those who had wanted to bet on Ayami thanked every god they could, relieved that their money was saved. The crowd erupted into cheers once again, though this time there was a certain awe in the air. Itachi's mastery of Ganjutsu and his calm, calculated approach had left everyone in the stadium speechless. Along with his looks, some marriage proposals were flying toward him from the girls in the stadium. Itachi simply ignored all that and walked off the field. Chapter 288, Joke. So that's why this crafty old fox was so confident. Hidden Leaf Village is showing off its talent once again, the two daimyo thought, looking at the result of the first round of the third stage. All three of Hidden Leaf Village's ninja won their matches and advanced to the next round. They secretly hoped they'd be paired against each other, but alas, the matchups were already decided. The next match would be between Darui and Gda. The lightning daimyo was really tense. At this moment, Darui was the only remaining participant from Hidden Clouds Village. He surely couldn't lose. He wasn't worried about the 30 million ryo at all. What was that small amount? He could just raise taxes a little, and it would be collected in a month or even a week, depending on how much he raised it. What he was truly worried about was his reputation. Losing was the problem, not the money. That's why when the proctor announced, the next round will start in 5 hours. Participants can use this time to receive medical treatment and rest. The daimyo left the other two and went out to meet the Rukongai personally. "Welcome, Lord Daimyo," said as the daimyo sat in the VIP lounge of the Rukongai building. "I'm not here for formalities, eh? What I want is confirmation. As I mentioned in the letter, I want someone from Hidden Clouds Village to win this competition. I bet 30 million ryo on that, and if I lose, I'll have to reduce the number of missions to make up for the loss," the daimyo said, clearly threatening the Rukongai, the most hot-headed of the 5 Kage. Sir, please have this glass of water," Mabui interrupted, handing a glass of cold water to give him time to cool down, so he wouldn't say something out of line. Sigh. Sir, Darui is participating in the match. He's the best of Hidden Cloud's village's younger generation, so please rest assured, we will win this competition. Said. That's what I wanted to hear. The daimyo replied. Although 30 million ryo wasn't much for him, the same couldn't be said for a ninja village. This amount was enough to send an S-rank ninja on a dangerous, life-threatening mission. In a way, one could say it was the price for an S-rank ninja's life. When that amount was involved in negotiations, even a Kage had to consider the pros and cons before speaking. Well, that's what the daimyo thought, but he was wrong about one thing. There had been many daimyo in history who died of natural causes after challenging powerful ninja clans. Now that such incidents were rare, many politicians had forgotten this fact. Once the daimyo left, stood up from the sofa. How old is the daimyo's eldest son? He asked. He will be 12 this year, sir. Mabui replied. Send someone to befriend him. He should be convinced in the next 2 years that he should become the next daimyo, now that he's an adult. Hidden Cloud's village will fully support him for that. Yes, sir. Mabui said. This time, she didn't try to calm Mei down. It was already a blessing that he hadn't snapped in front of the daimyo. There would be no problem as long as someone from the daimyo's lineage became the next daimyo, but since that was a future concern, she decided to focus on the current task. Sir, even though I trust Darui, Hidden Leaf Village has performed remarkably well in the Chunin exam this time, and there's a chance Darui might lose. Mabui said. I personally trained him for 2 weeks, and he was able to land an attack on me in the end. Do you think anyone can dodge him now? So what if those Uchiha can see his attacks? Seeing and dodging are 2 different things. And if he loses even after that, Hidden Leaf Village will pay for humiliating us in our own village. Said, a shadow looming over his face. As the participants were leaving to rest, Deidara approached the Hidden Leaf Village team. You're lucky your next match isn't against me. Make sure you win your match so I can kill you myself. Haha, hey Kabuto, did you hear that? This random guy thinks he can defeat Tatachi. Thanks, man, I really needed this type of joke. I was kind of stressed. De said, chuckling. Wait and see, fucker. I'll show you the greatest art of all time. Deidara said. From what I can tell, you really want to defeat me. Let's make a bet then. If you win against Tatachi, I'll bow down in front of you in the stadium in the next round, head on the ground. How about that? De said. If that's how you want to die, then so be it. Deidara grunted before leaving. Can you stop making him madder? He might actually do something bad because of this. Itachi said. Don't worry, I trust you completely. You'll handle it for sure. De replied. Itachi just shook his head and kept moving toward the gates. Are you nervous about your next fight? Kabuto asked. Kind of. Darui was trained by the Raikage himself, and since he was especially trained to fight against us, I'm sure he'll have something to counter Genjutsu. The fight will come down to pure skill, and he's not bad in that part. De said, recalling Darui from his memories. Though Darui was much younger than the one in the anime, he was still strong. But you lucked out, huh? Your next match will be easy. De said, remembering Kabuto's opponent. Yeah, at least the next one. Kabuto sighed. Before De could say anything, Shizue called out from a little distance away. You guys can talk while resting. Let's go. Yes, brother. De said, and they followed Itachi back to their residence. Man, I'm tired. That was really chakra draining. Kabuto said, lying on his bed. Do some meditation and recover your chakra. Eat that food, it'll help with chakra and stamina recovery. Jiraiya said, pointing to a strongly medicinal-smelling dish on the table. Is it even food anymore? De asked. Just eat it, brat. You can complain about the taste after the competition is over. Shizue said, landing a punch on De's head. De, in your next match, don't rely on Genjutsu to win. Jiraiya said as they started eating. Why, sensei? De asked. Darui is Hidden Cloud's village's last hope. If he loses without even landing a single hit on his opponent in his own village, and that news spreads, Hidden Cloud's village might start a war against Hidden Leaf Village, whether they're ready or not. We don't want that. Have a normal fight with him. So, do I have to lose? De asked nonchalantly. He didn't have any stakes in the exam anyway, and if winning meant many ninja would lose their lives, he'd be more than happy to lose. No, just fight normally, without using Genjutsu for this one match. If we were scared of Hidden Cloud's village, this whole situation wouldn't have happened. We're here to win. We just don't want to push the Raikage too much. Jiraiya said. Okay, sensei. De said, finishing his food. What about my fight, sensei? Itachi asked. Hidden Stone's village isn't as hot-headed as Hidden Cloud's village, So you can have any type of fight you want. Finish the match in a minute or an hour, your choice. Jiraiya said. Itachi nodded. Kabuto didn't even ask, since there were no high stakes for his fight anyway. The stadium, which had become a little empty, was once again filled to the brim with people. Some had stayed for 5 hours, not wanting to lose their seats, which offered the best view of the stadium. The next match was bound to be great. Chapter 289, Kda vs Darui. The atmosphere in the stadium was electric as the 5 hours of rest came to an end. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the next match, Kda from Hidden Leaf Village versus Darui from Hidden Clouds Village. The tension was palpable, especially for the Hidden Clouds Village spectators, who pinned their hopes on Darui. It was his time to shine as their last remaining participant. Since most of them were from Hidden Clouds Village, the cheering for Darui to win was loud, with many people shouting his name. As Kda stepped onto the battlefield, he felt the hundreds of eyes focusing on him, most of them wanting him to lose. Sorry, guys, I can't grant you this wish. I have to win this, Kda thought as he walked inside the stadium, while Darui entered from the opposite side, a confident smile on his face as he waved to the crowd. He's totally getting his main character moment, Kda thought as he watched the scene in front of him, where he was the villain the main character had to defeat for the reputation of his village. From the stands, the Rukongai watched intently, arms crossed. This was the first match of the third round he was actually paying attention to, along with many other elders in the stadium. Place your bets, everyone. Kda from Hidden Leaf Village has already proved his worth in the first match at 1.2.5, and everyone's favorite, Darui from our own Hidden Clouds Village, at 1.3 as well. Let's see who trusts the strength of our village and who doesn't. Taking advantage of the excitement, the stall owner was swimming in money. Jiraiya himself went to one of the stalls. I want to bet on Kda. How much, sir? The owner asked with a business smile on his face. 5 million ryo. Here's the check. Jiraiya from Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya said. The owner almost dropped his expression with the amount. He didn't even check the check. Jiraiya's reputation in the ninja world was no joke. He swiftly took the check and gave Jiraiya a ticket. That's quite a huge amount, Jiraiya-sama. Shisui, you're here too. How much are you betting? Jiraiya asked. Well, it would look bad if I didn't trust my brother enough. Shisui said, and went ahead, taking a ticket for 5 million for himself as well. That bathhouse is making gold for you guys, huh? Jiraiya said, seeing Shisui betting such a huge amount as well. It's nowhere near what you make, Jiraiya-sama. Shisui said with a chuckle. Jiraiya, being an active S-rank ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, had taken on more S-rank missions than many ninja would take in their entire lives. With his books being famous as well, he was one of the wealthiest men in the Fire Country, and in the world. By now, the preparations were done, and the match was ready to begin. The proctor raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent in anticipation. Begin. As soon as the proctor gave the signal, Kda activated his Sharingan. Even though he wasn't going to use it extensively, just activating it created a form of pressure on his opponent. Now they had to be careful about Genjutsu for the entire fight. Along with increased perception and the ability to see chakra, there was no reason not to activate it. Darui, from the start, paid close attention to avoid looking into Kda's eyes, so even though he didn't confirm the Sharingan was active, he was going to fight with the assumption that it was. Without wasting a second, Darui launched the first attack. With a series of hand signs, a bolt of black lightning streaked toward Kda with terrifying speed. Kda's Sharingan spun as he sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack with a flicker of motion. The ground behind him exploded as the bolt hit, leaving a smoking crater. Not bad. Kda muttered under his breath, his Sharingan analyzing Darui's movements. He quickly formed hand seals, launching a fireball jutsu at Darui. Even without Sharingan, dodging a fireball wasn't difficult, especially for someone proficient in lightning style. Darui flickered away easily, dodging the fireball. But Kda wasn't done. He followed up with a wind blade, slicing through the air, aiming to catch Darui off guard. Darui dodged those as well, showing the true speed of a lightning-style user. To the audience, Darui appeared like a blur, appearing in various places and then disappearing the next second. As soon as he disappeared, the position was bombarded with wind blades. Seeing Darui easily dodging the attacks, the audience cheered crazily, but those experienced in fighting knew the actual battle hadn't started yet. Both ninjas were just testing each other. After dodging most of the attacks, Darui stopped 20 meters away from Kda, his hands moving so fast they appeared as a blur to everyone except Kda. With the Sharingan active, he could not only see Darui's hand seals but also the chakra he was molding. A combination jutsu, Kda thought, quickly making hand signs of his own. Lightning style, wave of inspiration. Darui used his signature B-rank jutsu, with a wave of highly pressurized water going toward Kda, mixed with black lightning as well. A deadly attack, notoriously difficult to block or evade because of its range. But since Kda had already made his hand signs, he used wind instantaneous movement jutsu, disappearing from his position and reappearing just outside the attack's range. Enough with these ninjutsu battles, Kda thought and made a hand sign. Fire style, fire stream jutsu. A stream of fire was released toward Darui, not only targeting him but evaporating the water in the path. Darui easily dodged, but the aim was never to hit him in the first place. With the wall of fire blocking Darui's vision, Kda appeared behind him with the body flicker jutsu, sword drawn and aimed at Darui's neck. But Darui was very alert. Uchiha were famous for their kenjutsu, so as soon as he sensed Kda behind him, he took out his sword, effectively blocking the attack. After that, they started exchanging strikes. Kda's attacks were precise, aiming for vital points with the help of the Sharingan, while Darui's movements were fast and reactive, deflecting each strike with calm, lethal efficiency, using lightning to boost his speed. Both fighters were evenly matched, pushing each other to the limit. Seeing the stalemate and no sign of fatigue in Kda's movements, even after exchanging many strikes, Darui leaped back, creating distance, his fingers crackling with energy. Storm style, laser circus. Multiple beams of lightning shot out from Darui's fingertips, zigzagging unpredictably toward Kda. I was waiting for this, Kda thought with a smirk. His Sharingan kicked into overdrive, dodging most of the lasers. Though he didn't have time to counter, dodging wasn't difficult, especially with the Sharingan predicting their trajectory. Even though Kda managed to dodge the initial barrage, it became increasingly difficult. Darui was cornering him with each attack. After some time, Kda realized he was effectively trapped. All the beams now targeted various vital parts of his body, but there was one path he could use to dodge them. There's no way he left that open. It's most likely a trap. Sigh, but I don't have many options. Let's see what he's planned, Kda thought and dodged the attack. Lightning style, Black Panther. The massive panther-shaped lightning attack roared toward Kda, its dark, crackling form too fast to evade completely. The attack hit its mark, enveloping Kda in a surge of black electricity. The crowd gasped, watching the smoke rise, obscuring Kda from view. Chapter 290, Overdid It. Unlike others who were thinking Darui might have won, Darui was not so delusional. He smirked just before taking that attack head-on, he thought, weaving hand signs once again. But as the smoke began to clear, the spectators' eyes widened in shock. Kda stood there, unharmed, his body now covered in dark lines, a sign of his mitotic regeneration seal. You didn't think it'd be that easy, did you? Kda smirked, the lines across his body glowing faintly as his injuries healed. Aside from some small burn marks, he was almost fully healed. Then another set of seals became visible, especially on his arm, forming something akin to a gauntlet. Kda sidestepped another lightning bolt coming toward him, but he didn't use any jutsu to evade it. His raw speed in this form was enough with high amount of chakra enhancing his speed and strength while Sharingan increasing his reaction speed. He became much faster than many shinobi out there. But the amount of chakra he was consuming was astonishing. If not for the yin seal on his forehead, he would have been out of chakra in just 2 minutes. Healing and strengthening at the same time was no easy task, but with the seal, it became child's play for Kda. Especially after healing was completed, the chakra consumption became normal once again. Well, normal for him, he was using 3 times the chakra to get same effect that he would get if he used 1/3 of his chakra, but still he didn't have any problem with that at all. All that pain was worth it, Kda thought while he formed a hand seal, summoning 3 shadow clones. 2 of them went to distract Darui, who was readying another attack, while the other clone transformed into a massive hammer. Seeing the 2 clones coming toward him and Kda preparing something else, Darui decided to go all out. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. A B-rank jutsu that releases a wave of electricity in the surroundings. It was highly chakra-consuming, but effective against shadow clones. Both of Kda's shadow clones were dispersed, but their job was done, and Kda was ready with the hammer. The crowd went silent, seeing Kda, a young boy covered in black seals, wielding a war hammer covered in spikes, which most likely weighed more than 150 kilograms. What surprised them even more was his speed. Kda, who had been standing quite a distance from Darui, suddenly appeared next to him, his hammer threatening to crush every bone in Darui's body. Darui, not wanting to test his defense against such an attack, swiftly dodged. Smash. Boom. Smash. Smash. Boom. Boom. After a series of attacks, the stadium was in shambles, with various pits all around the ground. Kda attacking with speed faster than wind, while Darui dodging like lightning. But after swinging that giant hammer for so long, while also dodging and countering Darui's attacks, De was starting to get tired. Let's finish this now, he thought, and used the body flicker jutsu to appear 20 meters away from Darui. Darui swiftly raised his guard to defend against any attack, but De just pointed his finger toward him. Suddenly, everything around Darui went black. There was nothing he could see. Ganjutsu? He thought, quickly dispersing his chakra to come out of it, but the process was too slow. By the time he broke free from the Ganjutsu, De was already standing in front of him, his hammer just centimeters away from his chest. With no time to dodge, Darui used his hand to block the attack, reinforcing his whole body with chakra. Swoosh! He flew back at astonishing speed as soon as the attack landed, only stopping after colliding with the stadium wall. Even after blocking and reinforcing himself, many of his bones were broken. When the dust settled, Darui limped out of the crater, blood pouring from his mouth. The proctor first looked toward Darui to see if he wanted to continue the match. Getting no signal in return, he raised his hand and announced, "Winner, Uchiha." The crowd erupted in applause, though some were dissatisfied because Darui, the ninja from their village, had lost. For others, it was a great fight, both sides gave their best and won fair and square. Most importantly, it was very entertaining, so the applause drowned out any dissatisfaction from the crowd. Kda appeared next to Darui and offered him a hand, helping him to his feet. "Good fight," he said simply. Darui nodded, still catching his breath. "Next time. I'll be stronger." "I'm sure you will," Kda replied, but... Puck. Darui puked some blood. "Wait a minute," Kda said, using his chakra to analyze Darui's injuries. "Medic, now!" he shouted. Hearing the urgency in his voice, several medical ninja ran toward him and Darui with a stretcher in their hands. "Lay him down," Kda ordered. They complied, sensing the authority in Kda's voice. "What happened?" one of the medics asked. "A bone in his ribcage has punctured his lung," Kda said, using his chakra scalpel and hands to gently remove the bone from Darui's lung before using healing palm jutsu to give emergency treatment. Just as he finished, the Raikage appeared next to them. "We will take it from here," he said, placing his hand on Kda's shoulder. Kda just nodded. The only reason he was doing this was because he didn't want to find out what would happen if Darui died because of their fight. Kda looked toward the wall Darui had collided. A metal pipe was coming out of that wall. He was just unlucky it was not Kda's attack that injured Darui that much, but that metal pipe because of the surprise. "Man, you overdid it," Kabuto said. "It wasn't my fault. He was really tough. If I hadn't activated the seal, the position would have been reversed by now," Kda replied. "But where's brother and sensei?" Kda asked. "They went to collect the money they won from the bet," Itachi said. "Bet? They bet on your match. I almost saw a heart attack coming toward them when you took that attack head-on," Kabuto said, chuckling. "Well, it's all fine, but why are you still here? Isn't your match about to start?" Kda asked. "See the condition of the stadium after your fight? They asked us to wait for some time until they repair it a little," Kabuto said, pointing toward the various pits in the stadium. "Ha ha ha." Kda laughed awkwardly. "Hey, good job, Kda," Shizue said, returning with a huge smile on his face. "How much money did you bet on me, brother?" Kda asked. 5 million ryo," Shizue said. "And how much did we win?" Kda asked. 10 million ryo," Shizue replied, his smile growing bigger with each sentence. "Great. Let's bet all of that on Kabuto for the next round," Kda said. "Huh? Are you sure? That's a very, very huge amount to bet like that." Kabuto, who had faced poverty head-on, knew how much that money was actually worth. It was enough to take care of his orphanage for decades. "I believe in you, bro," Kda said, patting Kabuto's shoulder. "We can't bet all anyway. The maximum limit is 5 million per person," Shizue said with a sigh. 5 million. Kda pointed at himself, then at Shizue. 5 million. "There's no problem at all. If mother found out I allowed you to participate in gambling, she would skin me alive," Shizue said, a shiver running down his spine. "Brother, it's not gambling. We are sure of the outcome, and it's a form of trust in my teammate. There's nothing wrong with that," Kda said. "Fine," Shizue said, knowing that opportunities to make such easy money didn't come often. Chapter 291, Kabuto vs. Ren. As the murmurs and excitement from the previous match died down, and repairs were completed, the proctor once again stood at the center of the stadium. "We will resume the matches now. Next match, Kabuto from Hidden Leaf Village and Ren from Hidden Rain Village." Unfortunately, the strongest contestant from Hidden Rain Village was already out of the competition, leaving a weaker teammate behind. But that was still enough for them, as their goal was never to win this competition. It was simply to show that Hidden Rain Village could stand shoulder to shoulder with the giants known as the 5 Great Ninja Villages. How can a ninja from a minor village stay in the competition for this long? Isn't he from some minor village? What was it called again? Hidden Rain Village. The referee just announced that, you dunce. Such conversations rippled through the crowd as the proctor announced the next match, and now understood why there was such a strong team from Hidden Rain Village in the exams. Pain needed heavy funding for his projects, so he'd decided to utilize the village he would use as his base as a money-making facility. Now, he had shown the world that Hidden Rain Village ninjas weren't much weaker than those from major villages. The number of missions Hidden Rain Village would receive would increase in the future as well. That's quite a smart plan. Without doing much, Pain secured a nice side hustle. Akatsuki will be the main one, but still, this isn't bad at all, he thought. With his knowledge from the anime, he could perceive things more clearly than most people present. But that didn't mean others hadn't noticed. A small bird is trying to fly way too close to the sun. It may burn its feathers soon, thought A, who was watching the match. Other higher-ups from various villages had similar thoughts. However, Pain didn't fear any consequences. If needed, he could take on 1 or 2 major villages alone. Unknown to them, Kabuto and Ren had already appeared in the stadium, ready to give their all. The air was thick with tension as they faced each other in the center of the arena. Seeing both participants ready, the proctor raised his hand and signaled the start. Begin. Ren dashed forward, immediately channeling chakra into his palms. Lightning style, shock palm. He thrust his hand forward, sending a surge of lightning toward Kabuto. Kabuto sidestepped quickly, weaving signs for an earth technique. Earth style wall. A thick rock wall shot up, blocking Ren's advance and deflecting the lightning. Ren smirked. You're hiding already? Kabuto just grinned back, letting the earth wall crumble. Ignoring Ren's taunt, he performed another set of hand signs. Water style, water bullet. A rapid stream of water shot from his mouth, aimed at Ren's feet to make him lose his balance. Ren jumped, twisting midair to dodge the water bullet, and landed gracefully. Water, huh? He quickly formed hand seals. Lightning style, thunderbolt. A bright bolt of lightning shot from his hand, sizzling as it cut through the air toward Kabuto. Kabuto dodged, feeling the electricity graze the edge of his jacket. I'm not fast enough, he noted. Ren's lightning was powerful and fast but direct. A head-on clash wouldn't benefit him, but that wasn't his plan anyway. Water style, water trumpet. Though the water attacks aimed for Ren's vitals, Kabuto knew his opponent was skilled enough to dodge easily. Streams of water pooled around Ren's feet, creating patches of mud. Ren narrowed his eyes. Kabuto was clearly setting something up, most likely his last attack from the previous round. But Ren had no intention of letting him control the terrain. After weaving hand signs, Ren extended his hand forward. Lightning style, false darkness. Lightning spears shot from his palms, forcing Kabuto to halt his casting and dodge. Kabuto smirked, jumping just out of range. Not bad, but let's see how you handle this. He quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth style, tearing earth turning palm. The ground trembled as chunks of rock rose and broke apart, further churning the mud from his water style. Ren stumbled but recovered quickly. The battlefield was slowly turning muddy, just as Kabuto intended. By now, the earth had softened considerably, and Ren realized Kabuto's intentions. So that's your plan? Turn this place into a swamp? Kabuto chuckled. Maybe. Or maybe I just enjoy watching you dance around. Ren sneered, weaving signs and channeling more chakra than before. Lightning style, lightning beast tracking fang. A snarling beast made of lightning emerged from his hand, darting toward Kabuto with rapid, erratic movements. This jutsu homed in on Kabuto's chakra, making it extremely difficult to dodge. After one dodge attempt, Kabuto realized it was futile. He released his countermeasure. Earth style, mud wall. He molded the earth with moisture, creating a dense wall to absorb the lightning beast's impact. The beast struck the mud wall, dissipating into steam. Kabuto was about to use his signature jutsu when Ren, who had gained ample time, moved far from the mud. Did you really think I'd fall for that flashy jutsu? Ren asked, recalling the mud wolf jutsu vividly, as did the audience. But Kabuto merely smirked. That's not the only jutsu I know. Kabuto made a series of hand signs and then slammed his hand on the ground. Earth style, earth dragon bullet jutsu. A huge dragon head emerged from the ground, drawing loud gasps from the crowd. Without giving Ren a chance to react, the dragon began spewing dozens of mud bullets toward him. With no chance of completely dodging, Ren used lightning chakra to boost his speed, trying to avoid the bullets. But his speed wasn't enough to evade hundreds of mud bullets. After getting hit once, he slowed down, suffering hit after hit. By the time the jutsu ended, Ren was covered in mud, with a couple of bones broken. Kabuto, not taking any chances, swiftly appeared behind Ren with a kunai at his neck. Winner of the match, Kabuto Yakushi. The proctor announced. Woo! Wow! Cheers erupted from the crowd as they witnessed the dragon spewing hundreds of bullets. Chapter 292, Itachi vs. Deidara. Unlike the civilians, various other people were not happy with the result at all. Not only was Hidden Leaf Village in the lead in the exam, but there was also a very high chance that only Hidden Leaf Village ninjas would reach the finals. So all first, second, and third positions would belong to Hidden Leaf Village. If Hidden Leaf Village wanted to show its dominance, then this was the perfect way. Other villages weren't even in the competition anymore. Such monstrous talent is the reason Hidden Leaf Village has been able to handle 4 villages attacking it at the same time, and now it was showing off that talent. The place where the daimyo were sitting was silent. There was a smile on the fire daimyo's face, while the earth daimyo looked a little tense, but the person most unsatisfied was the lightning daimyo. It's alright, my friend. Winning and losing are part of the tournament. Hidden Clouds Village did its best, it's just that my land is blessed with talent, ho. The fire daimyo gloated with a silly smile. For a few years, Hidden Leaf Village had been losing continuously, Hidden Sand Village even won one time, but not Hidden Leaf Village. During that time, he could only listen to such words from others, but now that he got a chance to return the favor, there was no way he was going to miss it. The lightning daimyo could only put up a fake smile. Of course, the match was a close one. Hidden Leaf Village ninjas sure are lucky. He said. Close one? If it was close, then both of them should have been in the hospital. But maybe you are correct, and I'm just too happy to win so much money to think things through. The fire daimyo said, painfully bringing up the topic of Darue being admitted to the hospital, not giving the lightning daimyo any way out. Hidden Clouds Village will have to face the brunt of the money I lost because of them, the lightning daimyo thought, unknowingly sealing his fate with resentment. Well, it's not like you won, Hidden Stones Village is still in the competition. The earth daimyo said. Most of the time, he was like Hanoki, a fence sitter, but when it came to money, he became the most active person around. Yeah, but his next match is against Itachi, right? The fire daimyo said, putting on a thinking gesture. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Same to you. Bro, we won so much. This is the easiest money possible. They shouted, to which Shizue just nodded his head. Due to the low conversion rate, they only got 1.5 times their betting price, but still, 5 million ryo in just minutes is no small amount by any means. Yeah, with this much we could resume our plan for expanding the business. Shizue said. Kabuto, who was listening, wanted to ask something but kept his mouth shut, as what he wanted to say was something he wouldn't take pride in. But Kda, who knew Kabuto quite well from both the anime and from living with him for so long, could guess what he wanted to ask. Brother, since it was because of Kabuto that we won this much, shouldn't we do something for him as well? Kda asked. Sure, what do you want to do? Shizue understood what Kda was trying to do. Let's donate 1 million to his orphanage. How about it, Kabuto? Thanks. Kabuto could only say this, too moved to say anything else. Shizue and Jiraiya just smiled at that, while Itachi shifted his attention to the stadium, which was ready for the next match. As the proctor stepped forward, the crowd settled, and a hush fell over the arena. Next match, Itachi Uchiha of Hidden Leaf Village vs Deidara of Hidden Stones Village. The moment the match was announced, excitement rippled through the stands. Stall owners shouted the latest betting odds, their voices blending into a cacophony of numbers as fans made last-minute bets, torn between the genius Uchiha and Hidden Stones Village's explosive artist. In the center of the arena, Itachi and Deidara faced each other, both calm. However, Deidara looked toward the audience, especially at Kda, with visible killing intent in his glare. Kda just responded with a wave and a smile, further angering Deidara. Because of your teammate, you will die today. But don't worry, I'll make it quick. Deidara said, turning back toward Itachi. You can try. Itachi responded without expression. Begin. The proctor called. Without a moment's hesitation, Deidara reached into his pouch, pulling out a handful of clay and molding it with rapid, expert movements. Small clay spiders and birds formed in his hands before he sent them toward Itachi, each one enlarging on its own as it moved, becoming bigger and deadlier to test his opponent's defenses. Itachi calmly reached into his pouch and pulled out a single shuriken. Holding it with a practiced grip, he sent it spinning through the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a series of hand seals, the single shuriken multiplied mid-flight, becoming a rain of gleaming steel. Each clone hit a target precisely, piercing through the moving clay animals as if individually guided by Itachi's hand. The audience held their breath, stunned by the mastery of Itachi's technique. It wasn't just the sheer number of shuriken, it was the impeccable precision, each one striking its target as if calculated down to the millimeter. It was the pinnacle of throwing technique, not less deadly than any elemental jutsu itself. Deidara clenched his teeth, impressed but unfazed. Not bad. But let's see how you handle something bigger. Once again, he put his hand in his pouch, pulling out a large amount of clay with both hands to craft a larger clay bird, one agile enough to evade attacks according to Deidara's commands. Controlling it with swift hand gestures, he directed it to soar and twist through the air, dodging the shuriken that came its way. Itachi responded immediately, his hands weaving into seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. He released a massive torrent of flame shaped like a dragon, roaring through the sky with intense heat and speed. The fire dragon met Deidara's bird midair, and the impact was instantaneous, a blinding explosion that sent shockwaves through the arena. A wave of heat and light washed over the spectators, who shielded their eyes from the brilliance of the blast. For a brief moment, Deidara was stunned, awestruck by the fiery explosion. This is art, he thought, captivated by the beauty of the flames resulting from the collision of two jutsu capable of mass destruction alone. Combined, the effect only increased. One of the most beautiful creations I've ever made. Deidara regained his composure, eyes narrowing with determination. Unlike what most thought, his carefree personality didn't mean he didn't use his brain in battle. No matter how hot-headed he was, he remained calm during fights, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. Seeing his attack doing no damage, Deidara quickly changed his plans. I was saving this for later, but you're worthy of seeing my latest masterpiece. A massive clay bird appeared next to him, big enough to carry several people. He climbed onto its back, and with a powerful leap, soared into the sky. The crowd gasped as Deidara took flight. In the shinobi world, such a feat was rare and feared. Flying ninjas had a tremendous advantage on the battlefield, and with Hidden Stone's village already boasting one, Deidara's ability made them even more formidable. From above, Deidara laughed like he had already won the match, tossing smaller clay bombs down at Itachi. Each one moved with such speed that it hit the ground within seconds, far heavier than they looked. With no time to counterattack, Itachi could only dodge. Explosions erupted around him, forcing him to continuously move. Realizing the disadvantage, Itachi thought, I need to even out our playing field. He remembered their training with Jiraiya. He formed a shadow clone and jumped on its palm. The clone used its strength to throw Itachi upward, while Itachi timed his jump perfectly, using precise chakra control. As he ascended, the clone used Gale Palm Jutsu, a powerful burst of wind that propelled Itachi even higher, just as Kda had done during their last sparring session against Jiraiya. Now in midair, Itachi formed signs. Fire style, Great Flame Flower. 30 massive fireballs formed around him, crackling with intensity as he targeted Deidara from multiple angles. Now the situation was reversed. Deidara's bird wasn't nimble enough to dodge the fireballs, which were carefully guided by Itachi himself. Deidara's eyes widened as the fireballs closed in. He maneuvered his clay bird skillfully, evading 2 simultaneous fireballs, but the third hit its mark. The impact blasted the bird to pieces, sending a massive explosion of clay and flame through the stadium. At the last second, Deidara leapt off, but he hit the ground with a painful thud, his legs buckling as a shockwave of pain surged up his legs, nearly fracturing them. Pain flashed in his eyes as he struggled to stand. Realizing his predicament, he decided to head skyward once more. But before he could craft another bird, Itachi landed in front of him, his Sharingan blazing. With a calm, unshakable gaze, he pointed his finger directly at Deidara's forehead. You lost, Itachi declared, his voice a quiet storm. Deidara froze, his eyes locked onto Itachi's finger. Time seemed to slow as he stared, unable to react. For the audience, it seemed like a simple gesture. But for Deidara, what he saw was a nightmare. In the blink of an eye, Itachi vanished from his line of sight and appeared directly in front of him, his hand plunging through Deidara's chest, ripping out his heart, still beating in his palm. Blood dripped from his fingers as Deidara looked on, horrified and helpless. But it was all an illusion. Itachi had cast him into a brutal Genjutsu, a touch harsher than usual due to the irritation he felt from the burns sustained in the fight. He had decided to return the favor to Deidara. In reality, Deidara remained standing, staring blankly at Itachi's finger. The match had been decided the moment Itachi pointed. Deidara was frozen, lost in the vision of his own death, and then collapsed to the ground after losing consciousness. Itachi withdrew his hand, satisfied, as the proctors stepped forward. Winner of the match, Itachi Uchiha. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices mingling in a thunderous ovation as they celebrated Hidden Leaf Village's prodigy. Itachi gave a slight bow and turned, leaving Deidara to process what he had seen. Chapter 293, surrender even though most of the crowd was thrilled to see such an intense and entertaining fight, having literally watched two people flying and throwing fireballs at each other, far more spectacular than any fireworks they'd seen. This was not the case for everyone. Some people who had bet on Deidara were unhappy, as he had such an obvious advantage, a small army, no less, and still lost. Those people cursed their luck, regretting not betting on Itachi even though the return would have been lower. Especially in the VIP room in the stadium, where the daimyos were enjoying the match, a gloomy atmosphere spread. Both the Lightning and Earth daimyo were in bad moods, having lost 30 million ryo each. Though this amount of money wasn't much to them, the feeling of losing was hard to ignore, especially since the person who won was constantly gloating in front of them. Oh ho oh, 100 million ryo. With this much, I should build a new palace by the sea. What do you guys think? The Fire daimyo asked. That is quite a nice idea, actually. The Lightning daimyo replied, though his thoughts were, I hope it gets flooded with you inside it. The Earth daimyo felt the same. When Deidara had flown into the air, a triumphant expression had emerged on his face. How many ninja could actually fly? In his eyes, victory was nearly certain for Deidara. He hadn't expected the Uchiha brat to be this skilled, but the scene of Itachi jumping into the air, surrounded by dozens of fireballs, had captivated even a daimyo who had witnessed hundreds of fights in his lifetime. For the Hidden Leaf Village team, there was no choice about whom they had to bet on, it was just a matter of how much they were going to win. Damn, we really made a fortune this time. Gda exclaimed. The betting ratio this time was 1.8 for Itachi. Gda, Shizui, and Kabuto had each bet 5 million ryo, netting a total of 27 million ryo in their accounts. An amount this high was astonishing even for Jiraiya, who had also made around 13 million from his own 5 million. While they were celebrating, Itachi returned. How much did you make? Itachi asked. Around 1.2 million ryo on this match. Gda replied with a silly grin. Fine, how much is my share? Itachi asked. Your share? You don't have one. If you want, bet by yourself. Gda replied. But you gave Kabuto his. Why not me? Itachi asked. Because you're a damn prince and can easily bet on your own. Shizui said. Fair point. I'll bet on the next match. Before they could discuss further, the proctor returned to the stadium. As we all know, luck is also an important skill for a ninja. Since only 3 participants remain, we will now select a chit to determine who will advance directly to the finals while the other 2 must fight for the position. I would like to ask Lord Daimyo to pick a chit. The proctor said as a ninja brought a glass bowl before the Lightning Daimyo, who stepped out of his cabin for this. After building a little suspense, the daimyo picked a chit and announced, Uchiha. The person going to the finals is Uchiha. As for the other 2, they'll have to fight to decide who will go to the finals. The proctor announced. So, the next match is between Itachi Uchiha from Hidden Leaf Village and Kabuto Yakushi from Hidden Leaf Village. The crowd once again erupted in cheers. Back-to-back matches were never hated by the audience, and after the earlier display, Itachi had become somewhat of a favorite, especially among the girls, though he shivered a bit when he heard a middle-aged man shouting his name, likely due to the money he'd made from betting on Itachi. Now you're quite famous in Hidden Clouds Village as well, huh? Gda said as they heard people shouting Itachi's name. Let's just go. Itachi replied, maintaining his usual demeanor. Kabuto was silent, giving one last look to Jiraiya before following Itachi to the stadium. Itachi and Kabuto stood facing each other, both wearing serious expressions. Seeing that both were ready, the proctor raised his hand. Begin. He shouted. Just as Itachi was about to make a hand sign, Kabuto raised his hand. I surrender. He said. Everyone, the audience, proctor, and even Itachi, was stunned. Are you sure? The proctor asked. Being on the same team for so long, I know I don't have a single chance against him. So, rather than making a fool of myself, I would like to surrender. Kabuto said. Although some viewed this as cowardly, the judges, who had been noting everything from the start, nodded approvingly. Knowing which fights to engage in and which to avoid was a critical skill for any ninja. You could always fight again after gaining enough strength, but you couldn't get your life back. Kabuto's surrender was seen in a positive light by the judges. Fine, the winner of the match is Itachi Uchiha. The proctor announced. But there were no cheers from the crowd this time, only complaints about wasted ticket money, which neither Kabuto nor Itachi paid any attention to. Was it really alright? Wasn't our goal to show off Hidden Leaf Village's might? Gda asked, looking toward Jiraiya. He had noticed Kabuto looking to Jiraiya before the match, so Kabuto must have asked for permission to do something so drastic. Jiraiya smiled, seeing that Gda had caught on by himself. And we've already achieved that goal. Hidden Leaf Village is the winner, not just in first place, But all 3 positions now belong to Hidden Leaf Village. It doesn't matter who among you takes which position. When I was training Kabuto, he was sure he couldn't match either of you one-on-one, so he asked if he could surrender, as he'd get 3rd place anyway, Jiraiya explained. Does that mean I could also just surrender and let Itachi win? Ba asked. I would like to request you not to do that. Itachi said. Yes, this is the final battle everyone's been waiting for. It would be disappointing if it ended anticlimactically. Shizue said. Fine. It's not like I was going to do that. I was just asking if I could. Kid replied, shaking his head. The next match will start in 1 hour. The proctor announced, giving the participants time to recover their chakra and stamina for the final battle. I have something to do, then. Itachi said, heading toward the crowd. Chapter 294, The Final Duel. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder as the final matchup was announced. The tension was palpable, rippling through the audience like static electricity before a storm. Hidden Clouds Village's stadium hummed with anticipation. Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Both had already shown the crowd breathtaking abilities. Fire and precision versus brute strength and speed, a combo worth watching. While some grumbled over Kabuto's surrender, the thought of a grand finale washed over them, silencing any residual complaints. Since there was an hour given to the participants for rest and getting back in perfect shape, De was doing just that, sitting in the corner of the waiting room meditating. My next match is against Itachi. If I use Uchiha Kenjutsu with a Katana and Ganjutsu combo, he'll win because it's his forte. As for ninjutsu, let's not even consider it. That guy learned Gale Palm Jutsu just by watching me perform it, and I literally have 7 to 8 jutsu under my belt, nothing he would worry about. As for the mitotic regeneration seal and strength, even though it's powerful and fast, the burst is unidirectional. He could easily dodge by predicting my trajectory. Man, this is tough, De was thinking. Smack. Why did you do that? Ba asked, rubbing his head. If you're trying to meditate, why the hell are you thinking so much? Just calm your mind and give your best. No one is pressuring you to win. If you win, that's great, if not, you'll learn something new. There's no need to worry so much. Shizue said, sitting next to Da. I know, brother, but I can't even see a way for me to win the next match. I have 2 fighting styles, and neither of them works against Itachi. Da said. 2 fighting styles? Shizue asked. Yes, one is when I don't use this seal. I fight like an Uchiha, precise and lethal strikes with a mix of Ganjutsu. And when I use that seal, I use extra strength and speed to win. But Itachi is better than me in Uchiha style and too fast and reactive to fall for the second. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? You're talking like there are 2 people inside you, and when one comes out, the other has to wait inside. These are both your fighting styles, there's no need to separate them. Just use them accordingly. Switch between brute strength and precise attack, react with Sharingan perception, and attack with your most powerful strength. Even I would feel threatened by such attacks. Shizue explained. Brother, it's not fair to show favoritism to only one of us. Itachi said, entering the waiting area. Well, you don't need any. The only advice I'd like to give you is don't get overconfident. Even though you're powerful, that doesn't mean you can't lose. Shizue said. I'll keep that in mind. Itachi said, as he sat down to take some rest. As the time for the final battle approached, Itachi and Kta made their way into the stadium. The crowd went silent, a hush falling over them in reverence. These 2 stood on opposite ends, eyes locked, each sensing the intensity of the other's presence. The proctor raised his hand. This is the final match of the Chunin exams, Uchiha vs Itachi Uchiha. Begin. The ground beneath Kta and Itachi shook as they both moved right at the start, at astonishing speed, making hand signs rapidly. Fire style, fire stream jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The 2 fire techniques collided, with Kta's fireball blown away by the wall of fire formed by Itachi's fire stream. Both of them were pushed back from the blast, but neither stopped moving. Both vanished from their spots, reappearing in the center, Kta wielding a sword while Itachi had drawn his kunai. Clang, 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 clang. Tens of strikes were exchanged between them in just a single second. With no one gaining the upper hand, they jumped back. Don't hold back. Itachi called out, eyes flashing with a seriousness Kta hadn't seen before. Who said I was? Kta responded, smirking. Kta formed the shadow clone jutsu. Sign, and 3 identical clones appeared beside him. Without hesitation, he sent one clone rushing toward Itachi, while he and a second clone prepared a follow-up from different angles. Itachi didn't flinch. He activated his Sharingan, observing the clone's movements with razor-sharp focus. While one clone distracted Itachi, Another transformed into a long broadsword, not as heavy as the hammer he usually made, but still much heavier than a normal sword. Then he and the last remaining clone began running toward Itachi, both from opposite directions, with one clone already engaging Itachi in combat. Itachi glanced at the two of them before using a fire breath jutsu at close range without any hand signs at all. Caught off guard, the clone took the attack head-on. Normally, without hand signs, the attacks become very weak and slow, but since the clones had a major weakness of not being able to handle even a little damage after a point, the fire stream was enough to dispel one of them. But before Itachi could take a breath, the second clone started engaging him in combat. Now vigilant against the fire stream jutsu, Itachi fought the clone while constantly watching for Kda's attack, who was wielding an unusually long and heavy sword. He could also see two red eyes with three Tomoe watching his every move closely. Not wanting to find out why Kda was waiting so long before attacking, Itachi decided to deal with the clone first and then regained control of the battle from Kda. Just as he was about to land the final hit on the clone, he heard poof, poof. As Kda made 4 more shadow clones, 2 of which transformed into swords wielded by the other 2 clones. Itachi dispersed one more clone before looking toward Kda. So you want to tire me out before fighting me? Well, in ninjutsu, ganjutsu, and kenjutsu, you're better than me in all of these. I don't want to compete in a field where you have an advantage, so it leaves me with only one thing I'm better than you at, and that too by a huge margin. Kda said with a smirk. Chakra. Even after making 7 clones, only 30% of Kda's chakra reserves were empty, with 70% still remaining, which was more than twice Itachi's reserves. Itachi understood what that meant, and he didn't like it one bit. But before he could think of a counter to Kda's plan, 2 of his clones started attacking him simultaneously. Chapter 295, Intensity Rises. Itachi understood what that meant, and he didn't like it one bit. Before he could think of a counter to Kda's plan, 2 of his clones started attacking him simultaneously. Both clones attacked him at the same time from opposite sides, resulting in Itachi using body flicker jutsu to evade. Then one clone went for kenjutsu attacks, while the other kept its distance and attacked with wind blades whenever Itachi started to gain the upper hand. Itachi really had to give his all to dispel the clone fighting him in close range by putting himself in a position where he was hidden from the other clone. But once again, before he could take a breather, the clone which was in a support role this whole time started attacking with kenjutsu. It created 4 more clones to take its place as soon as it was defeated, which happened quite soon. When another clone took its place, Itachi felt a stark difference in kenjutsu style. Kda's kenjutsu was already very refined, using every opportunity to deal maximum damage while evading every attack. But this time, it was more like it was tailored to fight against Itachi. Itachi then once again looked toward Kda, who was analyzing his every move with his Sharingan. He is trying to find my counter style in between the match, Itachi thought, a concept so absurd that he didn't even want to believe it. No Uchiha had ever used Sharingan like that because it needed quite some time to analyze an opponent's style and create counters. If you could get your opponent to fight that long, and if he was strong enough that you had to do that, the amount of life you had to sacrifice for that analysis wasn't worth it. But Kda, with his shadow clones, didn't have to worry about the life cost. With his high chakra, he could do this for hours because every time Itachi dispersed a clone, Kda got some of his chakra along with his memories back. If I give you more time, I am sure I will lose, Itachi said. Everyone was so silent while watching the match that his voice resounded in the stadium, and everyone understood that something was about to happen. As soon as he said that, he made various hand signs. Kda, who had seen these hand signs multiple times by now, understood what they meant. The clone went full throttle in attacking Itachi to stop his hand signs, but before it could reach him, a fireball appeared in front of it, dispersing it in seconds. Another went straight to the clone Kda had created as backup. Even though they tried to dodge and create earth walls to defend against the fireball, it just increased the amount of fireballs needed to disperse them. Itachi threw 5 fireballs at the same time, destroying the area where the clones and Kda were standing. The quickly used body flicker jutsu to evade, only suffering some minor burns, but all of his clones were dispersed by now. Itachi still had many fireballs rotating around him, which he threw toward Kda without a second thought. This time, Kda showed that Itachi was not the only Uchiha in the stadium. With the help of Sharingan, he predicted each and every possible path of the fireballs, evading those he could while attacking the unavoidable ones with shuriken and wind blades. In a span of couple of seconds, tens of blasts happened all around the stadium. The crowd, which had been mesmerized by the beautiful and deadly kenjutsu, jolted awake and started shouting, supporting their favorite participants. When the dust settled, 2 figures became visible to the crowd. At one end of the stadium, Kda was standing with his clothes dirty and burned in various places, while the skin below was burned to various degrees. On the other side was Itachi, uninjured but visibly exhausted. Even though the current attack was super effective, it was still an S-rank jutsu. The chakra requirement to perform this was perversely high. This, coupled with all the other jutsu and coding of chakra he did for the last 10 minutes, really depleted Itachi's chakra reserves. He barely had 30 to 40% remaining. Seeing this state, most of the crowd thought that Itachi was going to win now. He was obviously in no state to fight. But unlike others, Itachi didn't have that same thought. So what if he was injured? He knew full well that it didn't mean anything. As if Itachi's thoughts were a trigger, he activated the mitotic regeneration seal on his forehead. Many black lines emerged from the seal, covering him from head to toe. Due to using this seal many times during the Chunin exam, it was only halfway full, containing chakra twice Kda's own reserves. In the 1.5 months after getting this seal, Kda had diligently increased its capacity daily with help of Sharingan. The process was fast, but now he couldn't benefit from that progress. Well, this is what I get for using it every time I get the chance, Kda thought as his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though Itachi wanted to attack, Kda had already created a shadow clone to hold him back. Instead of making himself more tired without gaining anything, Itachi decided to use this time to recover some of his strength. After a minute, Kda said, "Ready for round 2. Always." Itachi replied. Both disappeared from their positions, leaving a dust trail behind. Neither used any jutsu, it was just sheer speed and force that made them difficult to follow with naked eyes. Kda was using his 100 strength seal to boost his strength and speed, while Itachi had to do that manually. Without augmenting his strength with chakra, he would not be able to handle Kda's attacks. Seeing the broadsword in his hand, Itachi was sure he had to give his all, otherwise, even blocking Kda's strike would result in breaking 2 or 3 bones. Both of them collided at the center of the stadium with metal clashing against metal. For the audience, the clash was simple kenjutsu moves exchanged between 2 ninjas. But for Kda and Itachi, it was a battle of wits. Both were using genjutsu and kenjutsu in conjunction to get just one good hit. For Itachi, it would lead to further decreasing Kda's chakra, and even a chance of winning. As for Kda, a single hit would mean winning the match. But both were at a stalemate. Even though Itachi was able to strike a few times using his superior genjutsu skills, Kda was not weak in this field either, coming out of genjutsu in fractions of seconds, dodging the attacks sufficiently so that his seals would heal them in no time. After 5 minutes of constant exchange of genjutsu, Itachi's chakra reserves were bottoming out. Having no other choice, he decided to go for the last reserves he had. Demonic Illusion, Mirage Circle Jutsu, an S-rank genjutsu. This technique creates a wide-range mirage where the surroundings appear distorted, shifting terrain and altering distances. Targets trapped within this area find that their attacks or movements appear futile, as distances stretch infinitely or shrink unexpectedly. And the most lethal thing about this is the brain becomes disoriented, so the target will not come out of this genjutsu even if they have the means to do so. Itachi created some distance between them once again using Fire Stream Jutsu and then started making hand signs. What is he planning this time? Kda thought, getting ready to tank any attack. Because of having a Sharingan himself, Kda was looking toward Itachi normally, not avoiding his Sharingan like others at all. Itachi utilized this opportunity fully, casting the genjutsu with his Sharingan. Kda felt something was wrong as soon as Itachi completed his hand signs, but before he could do anything, the distance between Kda and Itachi grew, and the surroundings of Kda started to rotate. What the fuck? Chapter 296, Chunin exam are over. Itachi, who had been standing just 100 meters away, now appeared kilometers away, and then he threw a shuriken from that distant position. Kda was initially surprised, as Itachi would never normally do that, he could easily dodge from such a distance. But to Kda's shock, the shuriken traveled nearly 2 kilometers in a second, appearing right in front of him as if it had teleported. Using his full speed, Kda dodged sideways, but he moved much farther than he would have liked. What the hell is happening? And what is? Wait, I can't form any thoughts, Kda realized. Itachi knew that if he gave Kda just a few more seconds, he would break free of the genjutsu, as the Sharingan was that effective against it. Not even an S-rank genjutsu could keep an Uchiha with a 3 Tomoe Sharingan under its effect for long. Not wanting to give Kda the precious time he needed, Itachi ran forward at full speed. With everything happening around him, Kda could only dodge and flee, trying to make sense of the situation, but Itachi was constantly on his tail. He cursed his luck. Had he not used most of his chakra, a single jutsu would have ended the match in his favor. While running, Kda forced himself to calm down and think. Clearing his mind made things clearer, and he quickly dispersed his chakra. Normally, that would have been a good move, but in an S-rank genjutsu, even breaking free had consequences. If a regular shinobi tried that, They would likely pass out from the after effects, but with the Sharingan's formidable defense, he only felt slightly disoriented and had a mild headache. Before he could regain his balance and clarity, he felt cold metal against his neck. "Can you heal yourself, even if your neck is sliced?" Itachi asked. "Maybe, but I don't want to find out now," Kida replied, raising his hands. "I surrender." "Winner of the match, Itachi Uchiha," the proctor announced, and the whole stadium erupted in excitement. Many who hadn't bet simply enjoyed the intense battle. It was a roller coaster of emotions, with no clear victor until the end. Even those who lost money betting on Kida weren't too disappointed. The match had been that entertaining. And those who won by betting on Itachi were thrilled. "Man, I should have followed the old advice about the never looking an Uchiha in the eyes," Kida muttered as he and Itachi made their way back to their team, where Jiraiya, Shisui, and Kabuto were waiting. When they arrived, Kida saw Shisui and Jiraiya clutching their checks as if they were precious treasures about to be snatched away. "What are they doing?" Kida asked. "They nearly lost their money. They had bet on the match. They're just happy it didn't came to that," Kabuto explained with a chuckle. A vein bulged on Kida's forehead as he thought about how his own brother had bet money on his losing. But before he could say anything, Itachi also headed toward the betting stalls. "Where are you going?" Kabuto asked. "To collect my winnings," Itachi said as casually as talking about the weather. He bet on himself winning? Now I really wish I had won the match, Kida thought. But then, considering that Itachi's money would have been lost too, he simply sat at the corner in resignation. Shisui and Jiraiya overheard this but were too delighted to care, as both had made a fortune in the Chunin exams. After savoring their winnings, Shisui approached Kida to console him. "You did really well, Kida, you almost won. There's no need to be down." "How much?" 32 million. "Profit?" "Yeah." "Then that's great," Kida replied, going from gloomy to fully excited. 32 million was a fortune, even a Kage would be envious. Losing for that much was no issue at all. In fact, he was even happy now that he thought about it. If he had won the match, there would have been no reward. There wasn't even a prize for this competition, it was just an exam to become a Chunin. With this much money, everything felt worthwhile. Itachi returned after collecting his prize, just as a judge responsible for analyzing the battles stepped forward to announce the results. The matches have been truly exceptional in this Chunin exam, with some participants performing well beyond what we expect from a Chunin, he announced. However, some fell short of the standard for now, though I'm sure they'll reach it in the coming years. Now, those who have qualified to become a Chunin will be called forward to receive a gift from Lord Daimyo himself. First, Itachi Uchiha. Second, Uchiha. Third, Kabuto Yakushi. Fourth, Deodara. Fifth, Darui. Ninth, Suiran. The judge announced the list, with Hidden Leaf Village securing the top 3 spots. It became clear that the tiger was emerging from its den. After a brief speech, the daimyo presented a box to each ninja called to the stage, and the event concluded. Hidden Clouds Village clearly didn't want to prolong it, as their own participant hadn't made the top 3. "I am sorry, Raikage-sama. I failed your and everyone's expectations," Darui said, bowing before A. "It's not your fault, Darui. Those two are out of your league. Even a veteran elite Jonin would struggle against them. You just weren't ready for this challenge. Don't dwell on it, focus on recovering your health," A said, still gazing toward the now empty stadium. Darui bowed one last time and left the room. "We lost face this time, didn't we?" A remarked. "Yes, sir. Even Lord Daimyo is upset, as he lost a lot of money due to us," Mabui replied. "That greedy fool, still thinking about money. Make sure the plan to dethrone him is put in motion as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Also, many merchants who attended the Chunin exam are now considering giving missions to Hidden Leaf Village, further hurting our reputation. Some even said it feels like the era of other villages is ending, with Hidden Leaf Village rising again. Mabui reported, sharing the observations gathered by ninjas within the crowd. "Games, huh? Let's see how much they're willing to pay to play games like this against us," A said. Chapter 297, Request Man, "We did all that, and in return, we just get a kunai? I know this wasn't a competition, but still, this reward sucks," Da said, spinning the kunai around his finger. "Try channeling your chakra into that kunai," Shisui said with a smirk. "Whoa, it's so smooth, there's little to no resistance at all, like." "Yeah, these kunai are made of an alloy of chakra metal and black iron, one of the toughest combinations. Just a single one would cost at least 150,000 to 200,000 ryo. Even if they made it themselves, just the material cost for all 9 kunai would reach around 1,000,000 ryo, so this reward is not small by any means," Shisui explained. "Well, Now I don't feel so bad about getting this. De said, placing the kunai in his storage seal. Just as Jiraiya was about to chime in, a hidden leaf village Jonin responsible for the daimyo's protection appeared near Jiraiya, delivered the message, and then disappeared. The only reason a shinobi from another village could use these jutsu, even movement jutsu, was due to the daimyo's orders. Otherwise, using any jutsu in an enemy village could be very dangerous. After receiving the message, Jiraiya turned to the group. It's great that you liked your gift, but there's a chance you may get another one as well. Lord Daimyo is calling us. Jiraiya said. All of us? Yes. The four of them looked toward the VIP area where the daimyos were seated during the matches. Noticing this, Jiraiya added, he's not here, we have to go to his lodgings. Then let's go. Shizue said, and everyone began moving. Oh, Jiraiya, welcome, welcome. Have a seat. The daimyo said, obviously in a good mood. Thank you, Lord Daimyo. Jiraiya replied, taking his seat, while Shizue and Team Hidden Leaf Village stood before the daimyo. You guys did great in the exam, even better than what I expected from Hidden Leaf Village. I am very happy with your performance. The daimyo said with a kind smile on his face. We're glad that we were able to meet your expectations, Lord Daimyo. Itachi, the team leader and the only one trained in royal etiquette, responded while the others bowed their heads. Ho ho, so well-mannered. Good. Since you all did so well, I want to give you some gifts, not to your village, so don't say that, just tell me what you truly desire. The daimyo said, having been through this situation multiple times. Every time, the ninja would simply ask him to support their village, and he was bored of hearing that. I am already going to support Hidden Leaf Village, so I want you to ask for something you genuinely want. The daimyo said, eager to hear something different. Itachi and Kabuto were silent. Though Kabuto was tempted to ask the daimyo to support his orphanage, he knew it might leave a bad impression of Hidden Leaf Village, so he refrained. Besides, he didn't have much else to ask for. As for Itachi, he was practically a prince, lacking nothing. Jiraiya understood this about both of them, but he noticed a look of hesitation on Kda's face. I just hope that boy doesn't say anything foolish about the poverty in the Fire Country. The daimyo would definitely be offended if he were shown the reality of his rule, Jiraiya thought, having witnessed the journey and how emotional the three Genin, now Chunin, had been along the way. Fortunately, his fears were unfounded. Sir, while we were in Lightning Valley, I made a pet, and I would like to bring it back to Hidden Leaf Village. Is that possible? Kda asked, at which both Kabuto and Itachi turned to Kda with glares that asked, are you serious? Kda ignored their reactions masterfully. Which pet? A dog? The daimyo asked, a bit intrigued by the request. No, sir, it's a cute bear. Kda replied with a smile. Oh, you found a bear cub, huh? No, sir, the bear isn't a cub. It's an adult bear, around 2.5 meters tall, and it can use chakra too. Kda added. A silence enveloped the room as Itachi and Kabuto gave the deadpan looks. You said you made a pet in Lightning Valley. The daimyo said. Yes, Lord Daimyo. And it's an adult bear? Yes, Lord Daimyo. One that can even use chakra? Yes, Lord Daimyo. And you want to bring it back to Hidden Leaf Village? Yes, Lord Daimyo. Ha 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 ha. Amusing, truly amusing. Since I promised you a reward, consider it done. That bear will be allowed to follow you back to Hidden Leaf Village. Or would you prefer it captured and delivered to your village? The daimyo asked, genuinely amused by the unusual request. Finally, Jiraiya and Shizue sighed in relief. No matter how unusual the request, it wouldn't harm Hidden Leaf Village, which had been their main concern. Afterward, everyone but Jiraiya was told to leave. Quite an interesting disciple you have there, Jiraiya. The daimyo remarked. He sure is. Unique, Lord Daimyo. Jiraiya replied. Well, aside from that, I assume there's something you want to say to me? The daimyo asked. Yes, Lord Daimyo. As you know, all three of them are young talents from Hidden Leaf Village, and since we've brought them here, others may try something. That's why I would like to request we leave as soon as it's convenient for you. Jiraiya said. Normally, I would have to stay here a while longer for some meetings, but since I got an extra week here in Hidden Clouds Village, I have nothing pressing left. I don't mind following your request. Make all the arrangements, we will leave tomorrow. I'll also need some time to fulfill my promise. The daimyo said, to which Jiraiya nodded and took his leave, knowing the workload was substantial. Why didn't you mention this bear pet of yours to me? Shizue asked as they walked away from the daimyo's room. Because I thought I wouldn't see him again anyway. It's not like we could smuggle a 3-meter bear right under Hidden Clouds Village's nose. I'm just glad the daimyo could arrange it. Kda replied. Well, we could have arranged that if you'd asked. It's not like that bear has a contract with someone from Hidden Cloud's village. By paying a fee, we could have easily taken it. How much? Depends on what Hidden Cloud's village would demand, but knowing them, it would be around 1 to 5 million ryo. Then will Lord Daimyo pay that much for us? Ba asked. He doesn't have to. That fee is for permission to take the bear, but the Daimyo doesn't need it. Just a promise to send some missions to Hidden Cloud's village in the future is enough. Shizue explained. Well, it's all good if we can get him for free. Da said, shrugging. What's so good about that bear anyway? Shizue asked. He's very intelligent, almost strong enough to match a Chunin in a direct confrontation, and he's cute. He's the perfect pet to guard our house when we're out. Da said. Well, when you put it that way, it really does sound like a good idea. Shizue agreed. Chapter 298, Caravan Preparations. As Jiraiya came out, he briefed others about the preparations they needed for departure and then started inspecting every arrangement himself, not before instructing Shizue to stay with Gda, Itachi, and Kabuto. Now that they had shown their talent, it was certain other villages would be concerned about their future accomplishments. After that, Jiraiya moved quickly, arranging the details of their departure from Hidden Cloud's village with a serious yet efficient demeanor. Alongside several high-ranking officials, he organized provisions, ensured the daimyo's security, and coordinated with Hidden Cloud's village representatives to facilitate a seamless exit from the village. Lord Daimyo, you are leaving so early. Please give us a chance to cater to you a little longer. One of Hidden Cloud's village's officials, who was also an elder, said in a meeting with the daimyo. I would have loved to enjoy my stay here a little longer as well, but I have urgent business to attend back at the fire capital. The daimyo replied. I agree with you, Lord, but I am sure a single week will not have much effect on the fire country, since it is so prosperous under your rule. The elder tried his best to persuade him, using his silver tongue. The daimyo, however, understood and had already guessed the reason behind such attempts. I would definitely have stayed, but I already extended my stay by 2 weeks due to the accident during the 3rd stage, so staying further is not possible for now. But perhaps next time I visit. This sly fox, the elder thought, realizing that with the daimyo bringing up that topic, there wasn't much left to argue. Then I, and all of Hidden Cloud's village, will eagerly await your next visit, Lord Daimyo. The elder said, then took his leave. I apologize, Raikage-sama, but the fire daimyo is insistent on leaving Hidden Cloud's village tomorrow. The elder reported, sitting in front of A in his office. No need to apologize. I already suspected Jiraiya wouldn't risk staying here. But what is this about taking a bear with them? Raikage asked, reviewing the report in front of him. Apparently, the Hidden Leaf village team tamed a bear when they were in Lightning Valley and want to bring it back with them. It's not surprising, they're still children, after all. Mabui said, standing behind Raikage. Interesting. They're in a hurry to leave with their tails between their legs but still have time for such things. Tell them they can fetch the bear themselves. Also, send 2 ambush squads with all Jonin in. If they can be eliminated without giving them a chance to escape, do it. Sir, we could send more teams, and it wouldn't be a risk but a certainty. Mabui suggested. They have both Jiraiya and Shizue with them, and from what I saw, they're not weak themselves. If we truly wish to eliminate them, both B and I would need to get involved. But with the 3 daimyos still in the village, we can't afford that. This is only in case they'll let their guard down. A said. Mabui bowed and left the office. Meanwhile, Gda, Kabuto, and Itachi were waiting in their room after completing preparations for the journey, which mostly involved buying food and necessities to distribute during their travels. Even though they knew it was just a temporary solution, there were too many people in the world living in misery. If their efforts could alleviate suffering even briefly, it was better than doing nothing. As they rested in their rooms, a ninja with a Hidden Cloud's village headband arrived at their hotel and called the 3 of them to the lobby. You're permitted to bring that bear with you, but only on the outskirts. A Hidden Cloud's village official informed them sternly, with an almost amused expression. Once you reach the outskirts, the bear can join you for the rest of the journey. But we can't allow it inside the village, for obvious reasons. Kta grinned. Thank you. This is perfect. After delivering the message, the official left, and the group went to Shizue's room to share the news. Then we'll go to Lightning Valley 2 hours before the caravan leaves. That should give us enough time to bring the bear back, right? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. Kda replied. Do all 3 of us need to go? Only Kda should be enough since the bear typically listens to all his commands. Kabuto said. Good point. Only Kda and I will go to Lightning Valley. If they have any plans, it's better for only 2 of us to go. I can protect one of you more easily than all 3. Shizue replied. For some reason, this feels like an unnecessary risk. Kabuto muttered, noting how unwise it seemed to separate in an enemy village, especially for a bear. It's fine. I can handle this. Shizue reassured him with a smile. The next day, preparations were complete, and the caravan was ready to move. The daimyo was having a final meeting with a few ministers before departure. Shizue, ensure you and Kda stay alert. While I doubt Hidden Cloud's village would be foolish enough to attack now, if anything happens, prioritize escape over confrontation, as it may be a trap. Take this seal as well. If anyone attacks, burn it, and I'll come to you as fast as I can. Jiraiya instructed. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama, we'll be back in no time. Shizue assured him. Yeah, sensei. Kda added. With that, they left Hidden Cloud's village, heading toward Lightning Valley at full speed. The bear was in his cave, looking toward the new cave next to his, previously occupied by his friend who used to feed him such tasty food that he no longer wanted to eat raw meat. What was once a delicacy, deer meat, had become mundane. When his friends left, he wanted to follow, but they had something important to do and couldn't bring him. They had promised to return for him, but it had been so many days now. Are they going to leave me too, like my mother? He wondered when he heard a sound outside his cave. Gwa. With a roar, the bear emerged, ready to crush whatever made the sound, but as soon as he saw the boy in front of him, his expression transformed into pure joy. Gwa. He said, nuzzling his head into Kda's chest. I'm back, buddy. Kda said, patting the bear's head. Wow, he really is docile. Shizue remarked from behind, at which the bear suddenly became alert. Don't worry, he's my brother, a friend. Kda soothed him. The bear tilted his head, looking from Shizue back to Kda, then nodded. So smart. Shizue commented. Yeah, I was surprised too. Kda replied. Well, this is great, but we should get going now. We don't have much time, remember? Shizue reminded them. Gwa. The bear said urgently. Don't worry, you're coming with us this time. We're going back to our village. It's better than here, the forest there is lusher, with more animals. I'm sure you'll enjoy it more than here. So, do you want to come with us? Kda asked. The bear nodded vigorously, then had a look of realization and went back to the cave, bringing out a deer carcass. We don't have time, buddy, I'll cook it on our journey. Kda said, seeing the bear nudge the deer carcass. Gwa. The bear nodded, then went back inside and returned with the mattress Kda's group had left for him. You don't have to bring that, I'll buy you something better in the village. Kda smiled. As this was happening, Shizue suddenly looked to his left. Chapter 299, Return Journey Captain, are we not going to make a move? A ninja in a completely black uniform asked. Can't you see who's accompanying that boy? It's Shizue of the body flicker. Even if we could assume we might overpower him, there's no way for us to stop him if he decides to retreat. If that happens, our village could only sacrifice us as rogue ninjas before the daimyo since they're technically his escort. The group leader, an experienced war veteran, explained. Sorry about that, Captain. The ninja apologized. Then what are we going to do now? The captain of another squad asked. Let's just follow them quietly. If we get a chance to find that boy alone, we can complete the mission. If not, there's nothing we can do except return empty-handed. Since they were the most efficient stealth squads in Hidden Cloud's village, they believed they could quietly follow Shizue and Kda. But when they saw the pair reaching the bear's cave, Shizue suddenly looked directly at their location, not just in a general direction but exactly where they were. All the ninjas immediately became alert, preparing to fight for their lives. However, Shizue did nothing for 30 seconds. Our cover's blown. This mission is over. Retreat. The leader of one team said, and all 8 of them flickered away. Is there something there, brother? Kda asked, noticing Shizue looking at a spot for some time. Nothing, just some rats. They ran away. Shizue replied. That's great. But if that's the case, we should hurry back. Kda said. By now, the bear was also ready to go with them. Kda stored the food in the storage seal, and they headed toward the outskirts of Hidden Cloud's village. Is everything ready? Jiraiya asked the 8 jonin standing before him. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. We checked all supplies twice, and the caravan was scanned twice. One of the Anbu jonin replied. Good. Then we'll leave in half an hour. Jiraiya said, going to inform the daimyo that everything was ready and they could depart whenever he was prepared. After half an hour, the royal caravan of the fire daimyo was on the move again. As they left Hidden Cloud's village, the caravan slowed down. Soon, they spotted a brown dot approaching quickly, and those from the Uchiha clan recognized who it was. Jiraiya-sama, Shizue and Kda are back. A jonin reported. Good. Have them handle the rear security with Itachi and Kabuto. I'll take the front. You all cover the left and right. Jiraiya ordered, moving to the front of the caravan. The security was tighter now, as there was a real threat ahead. Though the chances were low, there was still a risk of an attack to eliminate at least one of Hidden Lee Village's talents. Thus, the security was as much for themselves as for the daimyo. Kida and Shizue joined the group 10 minutes later, where Itachi and Kabuto waited at the rear. "Hello, buddy," Kabuto greeted, patting the bear's head. It responded with a small roar. The other ninjas found it cute, but the daimyo's servants and guards were terrified of the 3-meter-tall beast. Ordinary bears don't grow this large, so the sight of one like this unsettled the civilians, especially the daimyo's personal guards. They were certain some of them wouldn't survive if forced to defend against the bear. Fortunately, the bear seemed friendly, allowing them to focus on potential enemies rather than worrying about friendly casualties. Some ministers even looked at the bear, amused rather than fearful. After all, with 2 S-rank ninjas as protection, they'd be safe even if a horde of such bears attacked. "So, we're handling the rear. I'll manage vigilance. Itachi and Kabuto, stay with the caravan, keep watch from the top of our cart, and alternate shifts. Conserve your energy as well, as you may need to switch positions with me if necessary. Kida, stay with your bear. You two will also keep an eye, especially on the left side. I'll cover every direction, mostly left." Shizue instructed his impromptu team. They maintained a 50-meter radius from each other, and Shizue could cover that distance before anyone could blink if needed. As the journey continued, they set up tents and prepared food as night fell. Kida started cooking the deer meat the bear had roasted, similar to how he did in the forest, though he now had access to more ingredients. The result was even better than before, and Kida, Itachi, and Kabuto took their shares. "Hey, what about me?" Shizue asked, returning after reporting to Jiraiya. "Here, brother," Kida said, dividing the food into 5 portions, though the bear still received more than the 4 of them combined. But Shizue wasn't the only one drawn by the aroma. The delicious scent of roasted deer meat spread throughout the area while Kida cooked, lingering for hours. Although the daimyo and his ministers weren't interested, as it didn't meet their standards. The guards and servants, particularly the guards, were losing patience with their own bland rations. Finally, a young guard, who had no desire to eat jerky after hours of smelling the tantalizing aroma, approached and asked, "Hey, that looks really delicious. Can I have a little?" The 5 of them, especially the bear, whose portion was about to shrink again, looked at him. They hadn't initially considered the ninjas or guards when preparing the food, as they typically made their own meals. But seeing everyone glancing at him, he sighed, noting the guard's sad diet of jerky, bread, and odd-looking soup. Kida stood up. "I'll hunt another one for you soon and cook a larger portion. Can we share this with everyone?" Kida asked, looking at the bear. The bear eyed its portion like it was making the most important decision of its life, a decision even bigger than leaving its home to follow Kida to a foreign land. After a moment, the bear nodded. Kida smiled, cutting off one leg for the bear and another for the 8 jonin. Since Jiraiya was eating with the daimyo, there was no need to save any for him. Kida took the rest to the guards. "Please share this with everyone, and give a little to them as well," Kida said, pointing to the servants. "Is it really okay?" one guard asked. "Yeah, no problem at all," Kida replied, pushing the food forward. "Thanks," the guard said, taking the food, amazed at how easily Kida, a young boy, handled a weight that strained him to his limit. Chapter 300, Return Journey, Part 2, "Looks like we have to go hunting now," Kida said, noticing the bear looking at his now much smaller portion dejectedly. "Gwa." The bear nodded his head vigorously. "Okay, then eat your portion first, and then we'll go see what we can find," Kida said while eating his portion. "Kabuto, can you give this to the others as well?" he continued. The jonin weren't eating with them, they were busy guarding the perimeters. There was no way Jiraiya and Shizue would let their guard down, especially while eating and sleeping, the most vulnerable times of the day. "Sure," Kabuto replied. After finishing their food, Kida and the bear stood up, ready to head toward the jungle. Smack. "Oh. What was that for?" Kida asked, rubbing his head. "Here we are, worrying about our safety even when we're together, and you want to go alone in the forest at night? How did you even pass the academy exam with that brain of yours?" Shizue asked. I was going to ask you to accompany us," Kida said. "And when were you going to do that?" "Just now." "Brother, let's go." Kida gave Shizue a cheeky smile. "You're really taking everything too lightly. Can't he just eat jerky until we reach Hidden Leaf Village?" "There, he could eat anything he wants," Shizue said. "Why wouldn't I take it lightly? Both you and Jiraiya-sensei are here, Jiraiya-sensei, who could go against Pain, and you, who had a run on-site order. If someone wants to attack us, a full battalion would have to mobilize, and even then, we could easily escape. I'm not worried at all, brother, Kda thought, though he found Shishui's logic reasonable. However, Gua. The bear roared and looked at Shishui with beady eyes, almost on the verge of tears. Fine, but we'll just search near our surroundings. If we can't find anything on the outskirts, we'll come back. I'll accept no objections to that. Shishui said. You're the best, brother. Kda said. Shishui understood what Kda was thinking. There was no real danger to them, but it didn't hurt to be a little cautious. After an hour, Kda and Shishui came back, sitting on the bear's back. You guys didn't find anything? Kabuto asked. Since they'd been gone a while, it seemed unlikely they hadn't found anything. Kda just smiled and channeled chakra into the storage seal. Suddenly, 2 deer and a moose appeared in front of Kabuto and Itachi. You guys really went all out, huh? Itachi said. Yeah, since everyone's going to eat, we had to get a little more. Eating and talking, the journey continued. As they shared food, the gap between guards and ninja grew smaller to the point they started eating and even drinking together, sharing some of their crazy experiences. During this time, Kda and the group once again saw how poverty was draining the lives of civilians. They tried to comfort themselves by helping these people as much as possible, though they knew it was just a temporary fix. After a while, things would return to how they were. But looking away was difficult, especially for Kda and Kabuto, who were still sheltered compared to Itachi, who had seen much worse in war. In comparison, these places weren't as bad. After 12 days of continuous travel, they finally reached the fire capital. Sorry, you can't bring that bear inside. The captain of the gate guard squad said. We're with the daimyo as well, and he's completely docile. He won't hurt a fly as long as everyone leaves him alone. That's the problem, sir. There are too many nobles in the fire capital, and those guys don't know much restraint. We don't want any inconvenience for them or for you guys, so please leave him outside. I promise we'll take good care of him. The guard captain said. At his words, Kda suddenly remembered some of the cliché plots from Chinese novels he'd read in his previous life, which often portrayed how aristocrats behaved when they had too much power. Fine, I'll stay with him here. You guys go ahead. Kda said. I'm staying too. Kabuto said. Me too. There's nothing to do inside anyway. Itachi said. I'm sorry. The guard captain said. There's no need for that. Kda said, smiling. Fine, do some exploring. We'll come out as soon as the formalities are over. Shishui said, following the caravan inside. While they waited, Kda and the group roamed the outskirts of the fire capital, where mostly the lower class, servants, and others lived. Even though their conditions were still better than other villages they had passed, the difference in living standards between the aristocrats and those on the outskirts was like day and night. Yet, there was peace in the area, evident in how the children played outside instead of working for food. Seeing a big bear, the children's curiosity got the best of them, and they peeked at it from time to time. He's friendly. Do you want to play with him? Kda asked loudly. Hearing that, the children looked at each other before running toward the furry giant. After an hour, Jiraiya, Shishui, and the 8 Jonin returned, having completed all the formalities, only to find a crowd of children surrounding the bear and the 3 Chunin. What are you guys doing? Jiraiya asked. More magicians? One of the kids asked. Yeah, go ask them to perform some tricks now. Kabuto said, visibly exhausted, more so than when he fought in the Chunin exam. We're sorry, we would have loved to play with you guys, but we have to go back. Shishui said, seeing their expectant gazes. Him too? Asked one of the boys sitting on the bear. Yeah. No. Came the collective shout from the children. It's the daimyo's order. Jiraiya said, not wanting to deal with it any longer. Like magic, the children all went away, albeit reluctantly. This just showed how much power the daimyo had, especially in the fire country. You guys really fall into weird situations, huh? Jiraiya said. We didn't know they would multiply faster than rabbits. Kda said, dusting off his clothes. Fine. We're already late. Let's go. Jiraiya said, as everyone started heading back to their village. Chapter 301, returned Hiruzen and Shikaku were waiting in their office. By now, they had already received the news about the results of the Chunin exam, and to say they were delighted would be an understatement. Well, at least Hiruzen was. Hidden Leaf Village didn't just win, it won unilaterally. All the top positions belonged to Hidden Leaf Village. But Shikaku didn't share that enthusiasm at all. Not only was Hidden Leaf Village showing off, but it had also demeaned other villages as well. Hidden Cloud's village lost, Darui and Kda fought, and Darui was hospitalized. And Itachi won against Deidara when he was flying in the air, and still won easily. How is this a good situation? Both Hidden Cloud's village and Hidden Stone's village are now going to get active. The number of ninja we'll need to send to outposts is worrying, Not to mention the chance of them targeting our ninja when they go on missions. Shikaku ranted with a cigarette in his mouth. Normally, he wasn't allowed to smoke in front of Hiruzen, but he was so worried that he forgot his manners for a moment. And Hiruzen didn't do anything about it either, partly because he was happy about the success of their plan, and also because he understood why Shikaku was upset. "Don't worry, Shikaku. I know you'll be able to handle it easily," Hiruzen said with a smile. "That's what I'm worried about." "I knew you'd increase my workload again," Shikaku thought. But he didn't try to evade this work because, now with Danzō gone, there weren't many people smart enough to handle such situations alone. "But there's something else I'm worried about. Hidden Stone's village now has 2 flying ninja, which will increase their danger level," Hiruzen said. "But it's not necessarily a bad thing. With Hidden Stone's village's performance, Hidden Cloud's village will be a little wary of them as well. The chances of them forming an alliance will not be high in this case. Also, both of them are still not ready for war, so there isn't anything major they could do anyway," Shikaku replied. "But once war starts, that boy's flying birds will be very lethal on the battlefield," Hiruzen said. "Yes, Lord Third. And with his performance report, it's only a matter of time before he's classified as an S-rank ninja. He might even lead Hidden Stone's village after Anoki. If he participates in battle, we'll have to deploy at least 2 S-rank ninja to counter him," Shikaku said, analyzing the possibilities. "Yeah, unless the younger generation produces someone like Minato, then such threats will become meaningless," Hiruzen thought. But Shikaku didn't sense any longing in Hiruzen's words. Instead, there was anticipation, as though it was not a mere wish but a certainty. Before he could ask further. "Knock, knock. Come in," Hiruzen said. "Sir, Jiraiya-sama and the others are here. They're requesting to meet you," Hiruzen's secretary said. "Send them in," Hiruzen replied, a natural smile replacing his serious expression. The secretary nodded and left. After 10 minutes, Jiraiya and the 3 newly promoted Chunin entered the Hokage's office. "Good evening, Lord Third." All 3 of them greeted, followed by Jiraiya's "Hello, Sensei." "Good evening," Hiruzen replied, nodding to Jiraiya. "Good job, no, great job, everyone. I have to say, you exceeded my expectations by a lot. Your performance in the Chunin exam was spectacular, and it had the desired effect. Hidden Leaf Village's reputation, which had taken a hit, is now bound to improve as merchants and spectators who saw the matches start to spread the news far and wide. It was all possible because of you, so as promised, you may each request a jutsu from me," Hiruzen said with a smile. "Lord Third, I don't know much about the field I want to pursue at the moment, so I would like to ask for a jutsu after some time," Kabuto said. "I'm perfectly fine with that. Explore everything you can, and when you're sure what you want to learn, just come to me," Hiruzen said with a grandfatherly smile. "Okay, Lord Third," Kabuto replied. "What about you, Itachi?" Hiruzen asked. "I've already learned an S-rank jutsu, Lord Third, and I need some time to master it. So I would also like to wait before choosing," Itachi said. "Okay, then we only have Kda, who already has a jutsu in mind," Hiruzen said, turning to Kda. He remembered when they had taken Kda's aptitude test to see if he had any potential for space-time jutsu. Flashback. Kda had just completed his training for the day, and though he was exhausted, he felt anticipation. Hiruzen had asked him to come to his office after training to check if he could learn the Flying Raijin jutsu or not. So after finishing up, he went to Jiraiya. "Sensei, I should head to the Hokage building. Lord Third asked me to come to his office at 5. It's already 4:30. "Yeah, let's go," Jiraiya said. "You're coming with me, too, Sensei?" Kda asked. "Of course. I also want to know if you can learn that jutsu," Jiraiya replied. Kda nodded, and both left for the Hokage's office. "Lord Third asked me to meet him today," Kda told the receptionist. "I know, sir. Lord Third is waiting for you in the basement," the receptionist replied with a smile. Kda nodded and followed Jiraiya. "Good evening, Lord Third," Kda greeted. "Hello, Sensei," Jiraiya added. "Good evening to both of you. As punctual as ever. Just wait a minute, Kda. The preparations will be done soon," Hiruzen said. Kda and Jiraiya waited. Kda stood in the corner, while Jiraiya watched the array Hiruzen was making with curiosity. After some time, the array was complete. When Hiruzen passed a little chakra into it, it glowed momentarily before settling. "Everything is ready. Just wait 10 more minutes, and then we'll start," Hiruzen said, then poof. A shadow clone? I didn't even notice, Kda thought. "Alright, let's start the procedure," Hiruzen said, reappearing instantly after his clone disappeared. "Let's begin." Jiraiya, go stand in that corner and take Kida with you in case something unusual happens. Hiruzen instructed. Unusual? Kida asked. These are seals I learned from one of the most powerful Uzumaki when it comes to Fuinjutsu. I haven't actually used them since then, so although I'm sure nothing will go wrong, it doesn't hurt to be cautious. Hiruzen explained. Kida nodded. Go and stand in the center, Kida, with your eyes closed. Let me know if you feel anything, and if you can, point in that direction. Hiruzen said. Yes, Lord Third. Kida replied, doing as instructed. Once Kida was in position, Hiruzen channeled chakra into the array, causing the closest seal to Kida to glow. Kida sensed a shift in the airflow from that direction, though it wasn't exactly that, more like a similar sensation. As instructed, he pointed in that direction. Hiruzen and Jiraiya smiled as Hiruzen activated the seals one by one, and Kida kept pointing them out, sometimes accurately, and as the distance increased, sometimes incorrectly. Good job, Kida. You can open your eyes now. Hiruzen said. How did I do? Kida asked eagerly. Chapter 302, Modified Seal. How did I do? Kida asked eagerly. Much better than we expected, you were able to get 68 out of 100 marks. Hiruzen said with a larger than usual smile, indicating his happiness with the result. But Kida, not understanding the significance, felt a little disheartened by the score. Doesn't that mean I'm not actually that talented in this field? He asked. What nonsense are you spouting, boy? Even Minato, whom you were praising so much, couldn't achieve 100 out of 100. Though he scored higher than you, it was only 76 out of 100, and he was the best space-time jutsu user I've seen in my life. Believe me, you're the second best. Jiraiya said with a smile as well. Really? Then that means I can learn the Flying Raijin jutsu, right? Kida asked. Of course. Once you come back from Hidden Cloud's village, we can discuss it more. Hiruzen said. Though he didn't give a definitive answer, Kida felt his chances of learning the jutsu were now sky high. Enough of your dreaming, boy. Let's go back, you still have an exam to train for. Jiraiya said as he and Kida headed back to Training Area 2 after thanking Hiruzen for his time. Flashback ends. I assume your choice of the jutsu you want to learn is still the same? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Lord Third. Kida replied without a hint of hesitation. Is there even a jutsu more impressive than the Flying Raijin that I could ask for from Hiruzen? Maybe Eto Tensei could compete with it in usefulness, but only the version modified by Orochimaru, not the one Hiruzen has. So Flying Raijin is the best I could ask for and, honestly, hope for as well. In this world, it doesn't matter if you're strong, the only thing that matters is who's alive at the end, and Flying Raijin will help me with that, Kida thought, but before his thoughts could wander further, Hiruzen turned to Itachi and Kabuto. Since you've traveled so far, I won't keep you here without reason any longer. Both of you can go back and take some much-needed rest. Decide what jutsu you want to learn after careful consideration, there's no need to hurry. I'll also notify you when your promotion to Jonin rank is scheduled. Thank you, Lord Third. Both of them said as they left the office, understanding that Hiruzen had sent them away for more than the stated reasons. However, they understood why and had no problem with it. Now, only Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kida remained in the office. Hiruzen turned back to Kida. Kida, it's not that I don't trust you, but the jutsu you want to learn is one of Hidden Lee Village's most important military resources. Once you master this jutsu, you'll become an even bigger target for other villages. Not only will your life be at risk, but so will this jutsu. We can't let any other village get their hands on it. Hiruzen explained. Kida went silent after hearing that. Is he refusing my request? I understand his fear, but then why was Minato allowed to learn the jutsu, especially when the war was ongoing and other villages had plenty of chances to capture him and acquire it? Well, not that they could even catch him, Kida thought, considering how he should act if refused. Should he accept it and try again later? So we'll need to place a seal on the jutsu, which will make it impossible for others to learn it, even if they get their hands on your notes. As for your brain, I'll give you a seal you can learn and apply yourself. This will prevent anyone from reading your memories. If you're killed, your brain will become a puddle, making it impossible for anyone to retrieve information. Hiruzen stated matter-of-factly. Isn't that the seal route used to use? Kida asked, remembering the explanation he'd heard when the Uchiha were still dealing with Danzō. Yes, and it has its benefits. There were many reasons route was so feared, and this was one of them. Even though I disagree with Danzō on many things, the effectiveness of this seal is undeniable. Hiruzen said. Kida stayed silent, knowing that besides protecting the user's brain, the seal had a darker purpose, controlling people and even killing them from a distance if necessary. Though Kida tried to hide his discomfort, Hiruzen, With decades of experience dealing with crafty ninja, both allies and enemies could read the subtle shifts in Kda's facial muscles and small changes in posture. It made him chuckle. Don't worry, young man, I've modified the seal. It now has only one function, to defend the brain, nothing else. As I said, I'll give you the seal, and you can learn it, understand it, and then apply it yourself. Hiruzen assured. I wasn't. If you weren't worried about that, you should be. Trust is important, but it could cost you your life. Now that you're a symbol of Hidden Leaf Village's power, you can't afford to be careless. Hiruzen said with a sudden shift to a more serious demeanor. I understand, Lord Third. Kda said. Good. Now, you'll have to wait for both the things I mentioned. Due to our bold moves, all the other villages will become active, and we don't have enough time to handle them all. So, your training will need to wait until things settle down, maybe for 3 or 4 months. Use the time to consolidate what you've learned and master your existing jutsu further. Hiruzen advised. As you wish, Lord Third. Kda replied. What's 3 or 4 months? Naruto is still only 5 years old, which means I still have more than enough time to build my strength before the main storyline begins, Kda thought, honestly pleased. Good. As I said, you can also go back and get some rest. I'll notify you when the time for your Jonin promotion is set. Hiruzen said. Thank you, Lord Third. Kda replied, leaving the Hokage's office and rushing to the gate where the bear was waiting with Shizui. Brother, you're still here? Kda asked upon reaching the gate after following the path they'd taken to enter the village. I'm not bringing him with me, Mother would disown me. Now that you're back, he's your mess to handle. Shizui said before suddenly disappearing. Coward. Kda muttered. Gwa. The bear tilted its head. To the bear, Kda was much stronger than him, and Kda's brother was even stronger still. Both of them being afraid of someone made the bear wonder just how strong that person must be. Kda gave Izumo and Kotetsu a casual nod before bringing the bear with him into the village. Unlike in the fire capital, there was no issue here, as large dogs were common in Hidden Leaf Village thanks to the Unyuzuki clan, and other ninja also had summoned beasts. Seeing a bear inside the village was unusual but not unacceptable, especially since Kda had already gotten permission to bring it inside, way before they reached Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 303, Welcome back. I want to welcome you, but that can wait. Let's first discuss this. He said, standing in front of her house, where Kda was standing, followed by a large bear and a crowd of children riding it or following it. And, I can explain. This bear is brother's pet. Yeah. Kda said. That's a lie, Mom. He was the one who picked it up, I had no role in this whatsoever. Shizui said, appearing right next to Kda as soon as he tried to shift all the blame. I was wondering where you were. Welcome back, son. He said with a smile that didn't actually look like a smile at all. Oh. I went to submit my report to the clan head. Shizui said, which was not entirely a lie, but it could have been delayed if Shizui had wanted to. Which he clearly didn't. Good. Now, about the bear, what do you want to do with it? He asked. Sigh. And, during my Chunin exam in Hidden Clouds Village, we had to spend 3 days in Lightning Valley. It was there that I found him, and he became my friend. We caught food and stayed together for 3 days, and I also promised him I'd bring him with me. Kda admitted honestly. So, it's a wild bear. What will happen if it goes on a rampage? Gwa. The bear quickly shook its head, denying the possibility. As you can see, and, he's very intelligent and also very friendly. He would never do something like that. Plus, he can use chakra, so he's the perfect bodyguard for you when both of us are out of the village. Kda said, over-promoting the bear while patting its head. Wow, so cute. Yami said, coming out of the house as well. Kda instantly felt happy seeing her after more than a month and a half, a really long time. It was the first time they had been separated for this long since he had came to this world. But the first thing she did was mention the bear's cuteness, going toward him to pet it. Kda would never admit it, but he felt a tinge of jealousy, which both Shizui and he noticed. Youth. Fine, we can keep it, but you two will be responsible for its hygiene, and I won't be able to cook so much food either. He said. Don't worry, and, I'll take care of that. Kda said with a smile. Good. Now come inside. He said as they started heading in. Kda then sent the children away with a promise to bring the bear back so they could play afterward. Gwa. But a cry from the bear caught their attention. They turned only to find it stuck in the gates, unable to come through without destroying the fences. Great. He said. Since the house belonged to Kagami Uchiha and then Shizui Uchiha, both elite Jonin and from the prestigious Uchiha clan, the house was not small by any means. In fact, the backyard was spacious enough for the bear to stay, which was why they'd brought him here. But they hadn't considered the pathway to the backyard, designed for humans, not a 3-meter-tall beast. Seeing the bear stuck in the gate, he released an exasperated sigh, realizing what this meant. Go and make an entrance in the backyard and bring a big gate for it as well, he said, glancing toward the bear. Hearing this, Kda was about to go when he placed a hand on his shoulder. No, not you, Kda. I was talking to Shishui, he said. But why me? It's his pet. Shishui protested. Because I said so. Do you need any more reason? He asked. No. Shishui replied and was about to head out when Kda offered, I can help. Sure you will. Let him bring the gate first, then both of you can work on installing it. Meanwhile, I'll finish my cooking, he said as she went inside, shaking her head. Shishui went out to bring a large enough gate for the bear to enter, leaving Kda and Yami with the bear. Hey! Yami greeted, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. So, you finally noticed me. I thought you'd forgotten about me after so long, Kda said, turning his face away. Hey! What's so funny? Kda asked. Nothing. You look cute when you try to act angry, Yami said with another chuckle. Well, you look cute all the time. I don't laugh at that, Kda said, raising a smirk as he saw the redness deepen on Yami's cheeks. What's the name of our new friend? Yami asked, trying to change the topic. But Kda didn't respond. Yami looked at him. I forgot to ask him, Kda admitted, scratching his head. Then let's ask him now, Yami suggested. Kda nodded, and both of them approached the bear, who was sitting in front of the house. Though not showing much, he was also tired after traveling for so long. Hey, buddy, we'll bring you inside soon, Kda said, to which the bear nodded. Did you meet Yami? She's my girlfriend, Kda said with a smug expression, causing Yami to blush and the bear to tilt its head in confusion. You don't know girlfriend? Well, she's my mate, Kda said, making Yami's blush intensify, while the bear showed a look of realization. Smack. You didn't have to put it that way, Yami said, delivering a slap to Kda's head. Ha ha ha. Kda just laughed at Yami's reaction. Oh. I almost forgot again. Do you have a name? Kda asked. Gwa. The bear shook its head, there was no such thing as names in the wild. Good, then we'll give you one. Wait for a bit, I'd like to discuss it with everyone, Kda said, to which the bear nodded, not too excited, but Kda's next question did the trick. Are you hungry? The bear shook its head vigorously. Here. Kda laughed and took out the last meal he'd saved for this moment. Both Kda and Yami watched as the bear slowly ate its food, savoring each bite. So, how was your training? Kda asked. It went great. Sensei said I'm ready to be promoted to Chunin rank 2, but that's not important. Tell me more about your journey. Okay, so we left from the village. Kda began recounting the journey, sharing almost everything as they waited. Oh, you almost won, Yami said. Are you seriously worried about that? We won 32 million Ryo. No way you're thinking winning was better than getting all that money. Money is nice, but we're not exactly lacking in it either. Last month, we made 7 million in profit from the bathhouse alone. Those 32 million are impressive, but now money is losing its brilliance for me, Yami said, indicating Kda's win was more important to her. Well, after a certain point, money really just becomes a number. Sadly, even this much won't be enough for what the future holds for us, Kda thought. So now you'll have to tell Aunt you actually did betting. Good luck, hee hee. Yami said with a chuckle. No, I didn't. It was brother who did the betting, I was just a participant, Kda said with a shrug. Yeah, she said. If your chatting is done, let's focus on the task at hand, Shishui said, appearing behind Kda and Yami. Yes, brother. Chapter 304, Kenta's first feast. Kda and Shishui started working on adding a new gate in the backyard. Cutting the fence and installing the gate with some screws was hardly a task a ninja couldn't handle in an hour. Especially since Kda insisted on adding some seals, like a concealment seal and a hardness seal. Since he didn't know many advanced security seals, he decided to do the bare minimum. The concealment seal would help hide the gate, so unless someone specifically looked for it, they wouldn't find it, particularly since it wasn't on the main road. It was unnecessary, but since it was free, there was no harm. The hardness seal simply increased the durability so the bear wouldn't break the gate accidentally. After the gate was installed, Kda let the bear inside. It sat nearby, watching them work and occasionally trying to help, like moving the pieces of fence they had cut or cheering them on. I don't regret bringing him with me one bit, Kda thought, watching its antics. If you guys are done, come inside. The food is ready, Yami called. Gwa. The bear was the most excited at the mention of food. You just ate, are you still hungry? Kda asked. Though he hadn't given the bear quite as much as it might usually eat, it wasn't a small amount either. Gwa. The bear nodded enthusiastically, showing its hunger. Fine, I'm sure Aunt made plenty for you too. Da said, at which the bear's excitement faltered. Don't worry, we'll arrange something afterward. Shizue said, patting its head. Gwa. The bear roared happily. As the three of them went inside, the intense aroma of food filled the air. Gwa. The bear cried, and though there was a language barrier between it and Kda and Shizue, they both understood it wanted to eat whatever Aunt he had cooked. Don't worry, I made some for you as well. He said, bringing a large plate outside. It wasn't the usual bear food. Something white was piled under pieces of chicken, which were covered in a sauce made with honey. I hope you like it. He said, giving her usual motherly smile. The bear jumped for joy before running toward he. She was startled but, seeing neither Kda nor Shizue moving, knew she was safe. As expected, the bear stopped a little distance away, sitting and waiting for her to place its food down. Good boy. He said, setting the food on the ground. The bear took a bite and was immediately startled by the flavor. Gwa. Though none of them actually understood the words, its expression made it clear how much it liked the food. And, we're hungry too. Kda said. Of course. The food is ready, let's go inside. Kda and Shizue entered, where Yami was almost done setting up food on the dining table. Go and clean up quickly while we finish the final preparations. He said. Yes, Mom. Okay, Aunt. After a quick bath, both Kda and Shizue came back. Let's eat. And why don't you guys also tell me about your journey? He suggested, knowing that since it wasn't a mission, they could share the details. What? 32 million. No, that's not important. Who gave you permission to bet anyway? He asked. They could almost see a red aura of anger around her. He activated his Sharingan to check if this sudden rage had somehow awakened her chakra, but it wasn't the case. Sadly, it was just an illusion he could see, reflecting his anger. Worse news came from Shizue. No, Mom. I was sure Kda would win the match, and there was no way we would lose our money. Even Jiraiya-sama placed a bet with me. Enough with the excuses. You're not getting any breakfast tomorrow. He said. Yes, Mom. Shizue replied dejectedly. Now about the bear's name. We can't keep calling him Bear. Do any of you have suggestions? He asked. Pachi. Kda said. Chibi. Shizue offered. Both of you have terrible naming sense. He's not a dog. He said. How about Kenta? Yami suggested. Kenta. Good suggestion as usual, Yami. He said. Mine was good too. Kda mumbled under his breath. Alright, it's settled. His name will be Kenta. Kda, let him know. Also, about his food, I can't cook that much every day, not with running the bathhouse as well. No worries, Aunt. I was thinking of arranging a restaurant contract for it. That'll be costly. He noted. Well, money isn't something we're short on. Shizue said with a cheeky grin. Add 2 days to your room time as punishment. He said. Shizue was about to say something when she added, am I clear? Yes, Mom. Shizue replied with a pout that didn't suit him at all. Well, no matter how powerful you are, Mom is always the one to fear, Kda thought, chuckling along with Yami. Alright, regarding the food, you and Shizue can go discuss it, but keep the cost under 1 million a year. If it exceeds that, no matter how cute the bear is, he's going back to the wild. He said. Kda nodded in understanding. Even 1 million was a stretch, only acceptable because of their increased earnings. After eating, Kda and Shizue headed to a nearby restaurant to arrange food for Kenta. Hello, boss. We'd like to discuss something with you. Shizue said, approaching the counter where the owner was seated. I don't do discounts, even if you're a Jonin. The owner replied, recognizing Shizue immediately. We don't need one, sir. We'd like to place a bulk order for food, 50 kilos of meat and 10 kilos of rice, twice a day, with different flavors occasionally. Kda explained. Doable, but it won't be cheap, 2,000 ryo per serving. The owner said after some quick calculations. 1.5 million. It's pricey but reasonable, Kda thought. Boss, we're considering using your restaurant for a year. But if the price is that high, we can't afford it. Kda said. The owner pondered this, then did some further calculations before saying, 1,400 per meal. I can't go below that. Take it or look for another place. No need, that's fine. Can you start delivering food from tomorrow? Shizue asked. Of course, I can even start today if you'd like. The owner replied confidently. Alright, then I'll deposit the advance tomorrow. Would a month's payment suffice? Kda asked. Of course. Then we have a deal. Kda said with a big smile. You're better at this than I am. Shishui admitted. Thanks, brother. Now, why are we heading in this direction? Kda asked. Oh. I forgot to mention, the clan head wants to see you. He asked me to bring you by after you rested. Since we're already here, let's get it done. He's not your clan head anymore, brother. Kda chuckled. Yeah. Shishui replied dismissively. Good evening, Fugaku-sama. Kda said, bowing slightly. Good evening, Kda. I'm very impressed with your performance in the Chunin exams. You did well, improving the reputation of both the village and our clan. Thank you, clan head. Kda replied. I also heard you almost defeated Itachi? Fugaku inquired. That was only because it was a friendly match. I used my excess chakra to my advantage. In a real battle, things might go differently. Kda said, not trying to be modest. It was the truth, and Fugaku knew it. Itachi hadn't shown his true capabilities in the exams, knowing well the risk of exposing all his skills to potential enemies. Well, I'll leave that to you. But as clan head, it would be shameful if I congratulated you with just words. Here. Fugaku said, flicking a paper towards Kda, who caught it without issue. This? Kda asked, genuinely shocked by the reward. I heard that, although you're quite powerful for your age, you know very few jutsu, unusual for someone with your talent. I wanted to give you some jutsu, but since I didn't know which ones you'd want to learn, take that instead. Fugaku explained. As Kda looked at the paper in his hand, he saw it was worth 1 million contribution points. No matter how impressed Fugaku was, wasn't this too much? Clan head, this is 1 million contribution points. Kda said, wondering if Fugaku had made a mistake. Haha, yes, I know. Do you know why I'm so pleased to give you this reward? Fugaku asked. Chapter 305, Jutsu List Clan Head, this is 1 million contribution points. Kda said, wondering if Fugaku had made a mistake. Haha, yes, I know. Do you know why I'm so pleased to give you this reward? Fugaku asked. Considering how big this is, I don't think I know. Kda replied. It is because your performance in the Chunin exams not only helped the village get its reputation back but also increased the Uchiha's credibility. Whenever someone gives a Ni rank or S rank mission to Hidden Leaf Village, they can specifically request a particular ninja or clan to take on the mission. This will not only increase the clan's revenue but also boost its reputation, so the previous situation will not happen again. Fugaku said. A look of realization appeared on Kda's face. He knew that, although mission revenue was not much for a large clan, they could still earn millions of ryo from one business without taking missions for money. But that didn't mean they had no other motivations. If they were weak, someone within the village might have gotten ideas about their bathhouse business. But with Shishui, and now Kda, no one would even think of it. Similarly, the Uchiha clan also needed to maintain its reputation, and Kda had helped with that. If that was the case, he had no problem taking such a large contribution point reward. If that is the case, then I can only thank you for the contribution points, Fugaku-sama. Kda said. Good. You can learn any jutsu you want, aside from S rank, because for that, you need permission from both me and Lord Third. Fugaku said. If I can get Lord Third's permission, can I learn any S rank jutsu then? Kda asked. Technically, yes. But since you've just learned one, I wouldn't recommend learning another one so soon. Even though S rank jutsu are powerful, they have little use if you haven't mastered them, especially since you're already going to learn another one soon. Fugaku said. Yes, Lord Third allowed me to learn the Flying Raijin jutsu, so focusing on another S-rank jutsu now isn't a good idea. Kda said, not hiding the details. Since no one had told him to, and Hiruzen himself had mentioned it in front of everyone, there was no reason for Kda to keep it secret. Though having 1 or 2 hidden cards would be great, it won't matter once I learn Flying Raijin anyway. With Flying Raijin, even a kunai will become deadlier than any hidden card I could have. At least until the start of the main storyline, Kda thought, but pushed the thought aside. Fugaku-sama, can you recommend which jutsu I should learn? Kda asked directly. Fugaku was not just anyone, he was the head of the Uchiha clan, a clan with hundreds of jutsu thanks to the Sharingan. As such, Fugaku was likely the best person to ask this question after Hiruzen himself. What are your elemental affinities? Fugaku asked. Fire is my main affinity, wind is secondary, and earth is third. Kda said. Quite a nice combo. And what jutsu do you already know? Fugaku asked. Fireball, Fire Stream, Wind Blade, Hiding in a Mole, Earth Wall, Gale Bomb, Shadow Clone, and Wind Instantaneous Movement Jutsu. Kda replied, not hiding anything since none of these jutsu were secrets. It was better not to hold back when he was receiving help. Interesting. First, do you know anything about supercharging your jutsu? Fugaku asked. No, Fugaku-sama. First ask Shisui to teach you that. Then, learn Iron Skin Jutsu, one of the best defensive jutsu. Even though you have mitotic regeneration, prevention is always better than cure. Fugaku advised, and nodded. Then focus on fire style. Learn at least 3 more attack jutsu, I'll leave it to you to decide which ones. For wind style, learn Great Breakthrough and Rotating Shuriken, both are C rank but will give you more attack variety. For lethality, learn a Divine Mountain Wind, which, combined with fire style, becomes one of the most destructive attacks. Also, learn Spiraling Wind Ball and Beast Tearing Gale Palm if you can, both are difficult but very powerful among wind style jutsu. As for earth style, Bottomless Swamp, Rock Shelter, and Earth Spear should be enough. And since you have the strength of 100 seal, add Fist Rock Jutsu to your list as well. All of these combined will make you one of the most versatile ninja, not just in the clan but in the entire village. Fugaku said. De was shocked by how easily Fugaku had identified the perfect jutsu for him to learn. Although De didn't know most of them, his superficial knowledge was enough to tell him how unpredictable he'd become if he mastered them. Thank you, clan head. I will try to learn them as soon as I can. De said. There is no need to hurry. You are still young, take your time. Fugaku said with a smile. Sadly, time is something I actually don't have, especially since I'll need to take some risks soon, De thought but nodded at Fugaku's advice. You can leave now. Give the list of jutsu to the receptionist, and he'll arrange teachers for you according to your schedule. Fugaku said. Thank you, Fugaku-sama. De said and left the office, leaving Shisui inside, as Fugaku and Shisui had something else to discuss. As De left the Uchiha headquarters, he went to a training area and sat on top of a tree. A lot has happened, but my initial plan remains the same, reduce enemy strength while gaining powerful allies. It's the best plan I have. Sadly, I can't leave the village until we become Jonin, but luckily, I have things to do until then. I just hope nothing happens to both of them in the meantime. Orochimaru's situation is unpredictable, but Karen should still be in a hidden grass village. As for Kimimaro, it would be great to find him. If not, well, there's nothing I can do about it. For now, let's focus on one thing at a time and start learning new jutsu tomorrow, he thought. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a discussion about Kida's future was taking place. Are you sure you're not overestimating those two? A man in an orange spiral mask asked. Not at all. I may have underestimated them. They're both talented enough to become S rank in the future, strengthening the Uchiha and Hidden Leaf village. The white and black Zetsu combo said. The Uchiha are growing stronger by the day. Shisui alone was tricky, now even Fugaku is rumored to have the Mangekyō, along with these two. Capturing the 9 tails may become harder in the future. Yes, Madara-sama. So, should we eliminate them early, before they get a chance to develop? Zetsu asked. No. Hidden Leaf village won't take it lightly, especially since both are being protected by Hiruzen himself. I don't want Hidden Leaf village poking around our activities, at least, not until we're ready to move. But keep an eye on Hidden Leaf village, we'll need some way to destabilize it. Madara said. As you wish, Madara-sama. Zetsu said as a Venus flytrap-like plant emerged, swallowed him whole, and disappeared into the ground. Interesting, Madara thought. Chapter 306, Undercurrents. While this discussion was happening in an unknown location, many other discussions were taking place in famous places around the world. Hidden Stones Village, Tsuchikage's office. Is he still training? Onoki asked. Yes, Lord Third, he hasn't taken a single break since he returned. Onoki's secretary said. It's good that he's finally serious about his training, but the cost of his change in attitude is too much. Onoki said. The elder sitting in front of him seized the opportunity to voice his opinion. Yes, Lord Third, the merchants we had poached from Hidden Leaf village are going back. Even the subtle threats we presented aren't working anymore. The elder said. Well, they've had good relations with Hidden Leaf village for ages. It would be unwise to think they'd lose that, especially with better trade options and more favorable conditions, especially now that Hidden Leaf village is showing its back to its previous strength. Another elder said. That's just it, they're showing it. They just lost that cursed organization and one of their S-rank shinobi, Danzō. There's no way they're back to full strength. Another elder argued. That organization isn't dead, just assimilated into other Hidden Leaf village forces. As for Danzō, he was dangerous for his schemes, not his power. Another elder countered. Even so, how could they possibly regain full strength? The damage from the 9 tails was too severe. Yet another elder said. Onoki sighed as he listened to the debate. You're all underestimating Hidden Leaf village's talent. 5 years is not a short time, especially considering the amount of talent Hidden Leaf village possesses. If Hiruzen decided, He could personally train a few elite Jonin squads in that time alone. With talents like Kakashi of the Sharingan, Jiraiya, and those clans, it's not an exaggeration to say they're more powerful than any other ninja village, even ours. One doesn't grow this old in the ninja world by lying to oneself. Onoki had no illusions that Hidden Stone's village could compete with Hidden Lee village alone. It never could. Even so, Lord Third, are we just going to let this happen? We can't allow things to return to how they were. Our economic condition was finally improving. If all the merchants leave, our financial situation will deteriorate again. The first elder said. We can't directly target those merchants, especially since Hidden Lee village will protect them. But there are plenty of rogue ninja out there who will do it. And if there aren't, we can always create some. Make sure at least 1 out of every 5 caravans tied to Hidden Lee village is attacked by bandits. Target those who are unresponsive to our threats first. If this doesn't force them to return, increase the frequency of attacks. Onoki instructed. But, sir, Hidden Lee village will increase caravan security once they sense our plan. The third elder said. Don't worry. We're not the only ones planning this. Hidden Cloud's village will do something similar, albeit more aggressively. Hidden Sand village might attempt it, but I doubt they have the confidence right now. Hidden Mist village is out of the equation. With just the 2 of us, potentially 3, including Hidden Sand village, we'll stretch Hidden Lee village thin. That will give us a chance to inflict damage or seize some benefits. However, rely on actual rogue ninja as much as possible. Use our shinobi sparingly, I don't want unnecessary casualties. Onoki said. Yes, Lord Third. The elder replied, leaving to prepare the plan. As Onoki predicted, Hidden Cloud's village adopted a similar approach, albeit much more aggressively. Along with merchants, they also targeted ninja squads, aiming to recover their lost reputation after the Chunin exams. Normally, such schemes would have been Danzo's responsibility. But in his absence, Hyuga and Shikaku had taken up the mantle, and they were handling it well. How many merchants have we managed to bring back? Hyuga asked. 21, Lord Third, and we're still in discussions with 10 more. Shikaku replied. The number is higher than I expected. Hyuga said. Well, we've offered them better terms, safer routes, and enhanced security. Combined with our long-standing relations, it's not surprising. The main problem is the remaining merchants. They're afraid of retaliation from other villages. Threats from those villages aren't helping, either. Shikaku explained. So they fear the other villages but not us, huh? Hyuga remarked. Well, we've maintained a good public image for decades. Danzo handled the dirty work. For others, Hidden Lee village is a gentle giant, powerful but compassionate. Because of that, they see other villages as bigger threats, even though we've regained our full strength. Shikaku said. With Hidden Lee village's darkness gone, it's time to shift our image from white to gray. Hyuga said. That'll help in the short term, but no need to consider the long-term consequences. Villages don't spare us during wars because of our good image. We can't maintain it at the cost of our economy and prosperity. Hyuga stated firmly. As you wish, Lord Third. Also, Hidden Stone's village and Hidden Cloud's village are becoming more active. They're holding meetings daily. 2 of our spies have been caught. From the looks of it, the number of bandits in the Fire Country is about to increase again. Shikaku said. Is that something we should worry about? If we didn't have Danzo's former root ninjas under our command, yes. But with the number of Jonin we currently have, I don't think it's an issue. We can handle a few bandits. Shikaku replied. Hyuga nodded. Alright. Use Elder Hamura and Elder Koharu's help to form new border patrol teams. Increase security for the caravans tied to us. Also, consult Fugaku. We'll need Uchiha Jonin in each escort team for large caravans. Their Sharingan will be invaluable for neutralizing bandits with minimal destruction and reading memories to avoid traps. Should this be an official order or just a request? Shikaku asked. Either is fine. The Uchiha aren't in the same situation as a few months ago. They won't back down from such orders now. Hyuga said. Shikaku nodded and left the Hokage's office. He didn't complain about Hyuga delegating most of the work to him and the elders, knowing Hyuga would soon be busy himself. As soon as Shikaku left, Hyuga pulled out a world map along with various files and papers. With Shikaku addressing immediate concerns, Hyuga turned his focus to tasks that were once Danzo's domain, inciting minor wars, orchestrating caravan attacks under false flags, and increasing bandit activity along rival villages' trade routes. Fortunately, with Danzo gone, there was no risk of entire villages being wiped out in a single night by enemy ninjas. Hidden Lee village's higher-ups became highly active in the shadows, even as the village maintained a peaceful facade on the surface. Chapter 307, New business plan. After meeting the clan head and receiving their reward, Shizue and Kida returned home. By now, it was almost nighttime. As soon as they entered the house, an orange blur jumped toward them. "Big brother! I've been waiting for you guys for so long!" Naruto exclaimed as he launched himself at Kida. "Hey, you might get hurt," Shizue said, catching him mid-jump and gently setting him down. "Why did you guys go out without waiting for me?" Naruto demanded, not giving them a moment's peace. "Aunt said you were out playing with your friends, so we decided to let you enjoy yourself with them. After all, they're much more important than your brother, who just came back after so long," Kida said dramatically, feigning hurt. "No. I didn't know you guys were coming back. If I had, I wouldn't have gone out. I've been waiting for you to return for so long," Naruto hurriedly explained. "Ha ha ha, you should see your face, Naruto. He's just teasing you. We know you were waiting for us," Shizue said, ruffling Naruto's hair. "Stop teasing my poor little boy," he said as she entered the hall. "Okay, Aunt." "Oh, Naruto, did you meet Kenda?" Kida asked. "Oh. Yeah, he's so big and cute. He doesn't even get angry and even played with me," Naruto replied excitedly. "Good. He's going to live with us now, so make sure to be friends with him, okay?" Shizue said. "We're already friends. He even shook my hand," Naruto said proudly. "Good. Why don't you go play with him some more?" Kida suggested. "Okay," Naruto shouted, running out to the backyard to play with Kenta. "And, where's Yami?" Kida asked. "She went out to buy a mattress for Kenda," he replied. "Oh, right, I almost forgot about that," Kida said. "Don't worry. By the way, were you able to find someone for Kenta's food?" he asked. "Yes, Mom, and it's within the price range you gave us, so don't worry," Shizue replied. "The restaurant next door agreed to our deal, and they'll start delivering food from tomorrow," Kida added. "Good. That's a relief, I was worried about that the most," he said with a smile. "Since we have some time, and, why don't we discuss how to proceed with our business?" Kida suggested. "Sure. I need something to do anyway, otherwise, I might fall asleep from exhaustion," Shizue said. The three of them sat on the living room sofa, and he brought out some documents. "We aren't having any issues with the bathhouse. Even though some smaller bathhouses have opened in the village, none of them can match our prices or standards. Our revenue is still between 7 to 9 million ryo, even after all these months," he said, opening a map marked with locations of the new bathhouses. "And, the bathhouse area looks way too big on this map," Kida remarked. "Oh. Yes, I bought some of the nearby properties around the bathhouse. I made a 10 million ryo down payment and took a 30 million ryo loan from the bank. All the nearby land now belongs to us," he explained. "That's great. With the bathhouse's popularity, it's a steal to get all that land for just 40 million," Shizue said. Normally, 40 million ryo was an amount even a clan would think about thrice before spending. But the land in question was vast, almost half the total land owned by smaller clans like the Kurama or Hatake clans. When the Uchiha were forcibly relocated to the outskirts of the village, they were given an excess of land as compensation. Since the land was on the outskirts, its price was already low, and because the Uchiha hadn't used it for years, it was even cheaper. This allowed he to acquire so much land for just 40 million ryo. Considering the size of the property, it was a deal worth taking. "Initially, I thought we have to wait a while before expanding the business further to pay off the loan. But with our current finances, the loan is manageable, so we can expand if we want," he said. "So, and, do you have any ideas for expansion?" Kida asked. "Apart from some drink and food shops, perhaps a fashion outlet featuring clothes from other villages might be a good idea. But even these won't occupy more than 2% of the new area," he said. "They'll still bring in decent revenue," Shizue said, referencing the income from similar shops in the Uchiha district. "True. But isn't it wasteful to leave so much land unused?" Kida asked. "You've got something planned, don't you?" Shizue said, recognizing the tone in Kida's voice. With a big smile, Kida went to the backyard and brought back some dirt. "Let's assume this is all the land we own," Kida said, spreading the dirt on the ground. He and Shizue nodded, letting him continue. "We only occupy this much space for the bathhouse," Kida said, using earth style to form a small replica of the bathhouse in the dirt. "And since we plan to add a few shops, let's assume there'll be 5. These will be structured around the bathhouse so that people coming and going can use them," he added. 5 two-story shops formed around the bathhouse replica. "Now we have all this free space left. We need a new business plan for it," Kida said, gesturing at the remaining area. When we were outside the village, I noticed something. Wealthy people have too much money but very few sources of entertainment. That's why the Chunin exams, where they can see ninjas fighting, are so popular. So, I thought, what if there was a place where they could watch such fights weekly, with guaranteed intensity and drama? Da explained. Using Earth style, he created a large replica of a stadium. It resembled a Roman Colosseum but with modifications, including a fighting platform and audience seating. You want to host fights? He asked. Not fights, and just spars. Nothing brutal. These will be normal ninja spars, but with the added incentive of earning money. To clarified. But I know, Aunt. Don't worry. We'll ensure it's all legal, with betting monitored by the clan head and village higher-ups. Da assured her. I don't know. Unlike the bathhouse, this involves the interests of many people. We'd need permission from several authorities even to consider something like this. But the chances of its success are almost certain, and the revenue it generates will dwarf our current income. Da argued. And how will you find new ninjas to participate every week? Shizue asked. Money, brother. Genin level spars could earn 8 to 16,000 ryo. Chunin level spars could pay 20 to 30,000. For Jonin level fights, we could offer 300 to 400,000 ryo, and for famous ninjas, the prize could go even higher. Da explained. You've really thought this through, huh? He said, studying the stadium replica. After some time, she pointed to a platform within the model. And what's this platform for? She asked. Fights alone could get boring over time. We'll need to add some drama and storytelling to keep the audience engaged. Da said. Chapter 308, Investments. Now you want to make it even more complex. How will we even find the actors and musicians and all? Shizue asked. The world is very large, brother. We just have to search a little. Otherwise, even normal people could be trained by the time the construction of the theater or stadium is over. Da replied. I don't know. It's too much workload. Shizue said, leaning back on the sofa. Actually, finding the troupe for the drama is not hard. There are many nomadic troupes who occasionally perform for daimyos and nobles. We just have to convince one of them to work for us. As for music and other parts, that's also not a problem at all. If we combine this with our bathhouse structure, like separate places for nobles, merchants, and normal people, this will be another hit, way more than the bathhouse. He said after some time. So, can we do this? Da asked. Sadly, no. He replied. Why, Aunt? Da asked, a little confused. I mean not now. Even though we have a stable source of income, the new plan you've proposed will become a money sinkhole once we start construction. From chakra-hardened ground to various seals to protect the crowd, as well as barriers, and then making 3 separate sections for all types of audiences. And the sheer scale of the stadium. All of this combined will increase the construction cost so high that we may have to take another loan from the bank. He explained. What will be the cost of construction, Mom? Shizue asked. From the rough estimate, it will be around 30 to 45 million ryo, depending on how much we are willing to spend. What? Will it even be worth it? Shizue shouted in shock. The amount was not small by any means. The land price of 40 million could be justified because of the sheer size of the land. By just selling it back when the need arose, or when the price went up, it would be a profitable deal. But the stadium was a different thing. The building itself would be pricey, and they wouldn't be able to recoup the investment if the plan failed and the stadium flopped. At most, they'd be able to sell the stadium for 20 million, and even that was wishful thinking. Don't worry, brother. I'm sure it will work out. Da said with a small chuckle, seeing the tense expression on Shizue's face. Yeah, the chances of failure are low. The lack of entertainment sources is quite simple if you think about it. And since we are entering an untouched sector, it will be easy to establish ourselves as well. He explained in a better way, easing some of Shizue's worries. And, it's just 30 to 40 million. Can't we take another loan from the bank? Da asked. Sadly, no. Since we just took a loan, the next one will be given after 3 months. We can try other sources, but the interest rates are too high. And since there's no hurry for it anyway, we should first establish and promote the shops. With our newly revamped shops and bathhouse combined, there's even a chance we won't need the loan in the first place. He replied. It's terrifying how we're casually discussing such a big amount, and that too in months. Shizue said with a sigh. We are rich, brother. Da replied with another chuckle. We also have to establish staff if we're going to expand our business so much. I was able to handle the bathhouse somehow, but with shops and the stadium in the mix, it will be difficult to maintain all of them at the same time. Yeah, and those people should be trustworthy enough. I don't want some spy mixed in with us. Da said. Then let's recruit our staff from the border villages. Those people have faced tough times, so they will be grateful to us and will not betray us under normal circumstances. Shizue suggested. Brother, you sound like some black company owner who is going to exploit poor people. Kida teased. I don't know what this black company is, but I'm trying to help them, not exploit them. Shizue said with a smack to Kida's head. So, if we're planning on doing that, we have to take care of their identity passes and living areas too. He said. It's not difficult, Aunt. We have so much land. Kida said. Once again, he placed his hands on the dirt, and multi-story buildings emerged from the ground. And if this is not enough, he continued as many more buildings emerged one after another. Good. Now you even want to deal in real estate as well. Do you know how much paperwork we'll have to do for this? Shizue asked. Brother, you're forgetting one important thing. Kida said. What? We are rich now, and rich people don't do paperwork, they employ people to do that. Kida replied. Good. I really don't want to handle all of that. He said, knowing she'd be the one responsible for the paperwork if it came down to it. Then let's finalize this plan. For the next 3 to 4 months, we'll focus on shops and try to get all the necessary permissions for the stadium. After collecting the necessary funds, we'll start the construction of the stadium, right? Kida said. Yes. Now clean this mess you've made, it's almost dinner time. He said, pointing toward the dirt spread across the hall. Okay, Aunt. Kida replied and started cleaning up. I'm back. Yami announced as she entered the house, only to find Kida sweeping the floor. What happened? She asked, noticing the condition of the hall. We were discussing some business, and I used Earth Style to show some models. Now I'm cleaning it. Kida explained. Good. I'm going to give Kenta his mattress then. Yami said as she calmed down and headed toward the backyard. Are you not going to help me? Kida asked. I know you'll do just fine by yourself. I trust you completely. Yami shouted as she left for the backyard. TCH, such a great girlfriend I have. Kida muttered as he continued cleaning. Later, Kida went outside, only to find Kenta sleeping on a comfy-looking brown mattress with Naruto sleeping on top of him, while Yami cleaned his fur. You guys are really enjoying yourselves while I'm working, huh? Gwa. The bear somehow gave a happy smile to Kida. The food is ready. Shizue, take Kenta's portion outside. He shouted from the kitchen. Gwa. Kenta suddenly sat upright upon hearing about the food. With his sharp senses, he had already been savoring the aroma for a while. As he sat up, Naruto started to fall off. Kida was about to catch him, but Kenta, being closer, caught him easily. Hee, that was fun. Naruto said. This boy. Yami sighed. Kenta, here's your food. Shizue said, bringing out a big tray full of meat and rice. You guys come inside too. Shizue added as he started walking back, followed by the others, who once again enjoyed his delicious cooking. Chapter 309, Rest or Progress. Kida woke up the next day after having a great sleep. Traveling for so long while maintaining vigilance had taken a toll on him mentally, so the rest was much needed. Normally, he would have taken a day off today as well, but being a Uchiha, and still, my weakest point is the number of jutsu I know. For some reason, this feels insulting. Even Kakashi, who isn't even an Uchiha, was able to copy 1,000 jutsu, and I know so few. Now that I have the option, let's focus on learning some before leaving to rescue some poor fellows, he thought and went to the hall after completing his morning duties. Good morning, brother. Naruto shouted, seeing Kida coming out of his room. He was the last one to wake up, everyone else was already present. The rest were enjoying tea, while Naruto was drinking milk. Hello, brother. Good morning, Aunt. Kida nodded at Naruto and then greeted the others, also nodding at Yami. So, how was your sleep? Shizue asked. It was so great that I wanted to sleep much longer, but we don't always get what we wish for. Kida replied. Why? If you wanted, you could sleep some more. Yami suggested. I could have, but not now. Yesterday, we went to meet the clan head, and he pointed out how limited my jutsu list is. Being a Uchiha, I even have such an easy solution to this problem, and he helped me with it. He gave me 1 million contribution points to learn some jutsu, and I'm planning to start learning them from now on. Kida explained. You just came back from such a long journey, and now you want to start training again? Kida, there's a world outside of training as well. Since you came back after so long, take some rest first. Or better, go play outside like a normal kid for some time with Yami. For God's sake, you're just 10. He said, her tone slightly angry. Kida understood what he was trying to say. Meeting Yami after nearly 2 months and immediately diving into training wasn't the best way to treat a friend, let alone a girlfriend. But it wasn't as though he hadn't thought about it. Yeah, and I will take a break, but not today. After learning some jutsu today, I'll be free, and then I can take all the rest I want. Kida replied with a smile. This isn't an excuse, right? He asked. Of course not, Aunt. I'll even take Yami and Naruto out tomorrow to play. Kida assured her. Yay. I'll call my friends to meet you too. Naruto shouted joyfully. Okay then. He relented. After drinking tea and discussing a few things, the family ate breakfast together. Kenta joined them, having his food delivered. Being in the wild and eating raw meat for so long, any food prepared with care and technique was Kenta's favorite, let alone food from a restaurant in the Uchiha district. The Uchiha were among the most demanding people, so the shops in their district were some of the best to meet their needs. This applied to the restaurants as well. After everyone had eaten, they went about their respective tasks. Shizue returned to the Hokage's office to resume duty as an Anbu ninja. He went to the bathhouse. She was perhaps the busiest in the family. Aside from managing the bathhouse, she was also working on expanding the business, opening shops near the bathhouse, acquiring permissions from the clan and the village, and preparing for the stadium. This was not work a single person could manage alone. Luckily, as Kida mentioned yesterday, they were rich now, so he planned to employ people to help her. Yami went to the Yamanaka clan. She was close to being promoted to Chunin and needed to learn more than what the academy had taught so far. Few people had the strength to bypass these requirements. Those individuals participated in the Chunin exams, while others had to go through the more mundane process of learning, mastering various fields, and proving their strength before passing a general test held twice a year. Thanks to Isao's training, Yami had already met the strength requirements and exceeded them in areas like reflexes and sensing. Now, she just needed to learn the essential knowledge every Chunin required, like team management during missions and war. For a civilian ninja without clan affiliation or a KK Genkai, becoming a Chunin at 10 was a major achievement, and Yami was excited. She went to her sensei to collect book recommendations or find them in the library. Meanwhile, Naruto went to play with his friends, leaving Kida and Kenta alone in the house. So, you're going to be on your own, buddy. Take care of the house till we come back. Kida said, patting Kenta's head. Gwa. Kenta replied with a low growl, also patting his chest as if to say, leave it to me. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist asked, looking at Kida standing before her. Kida passed a golden note to her. I want to learn these jutsu. Can you please tell me when I can start? He asked. The receptionist was momentarily stunned by the golden check. It was something one would receive after completing a high-end S-rank mission, and the boy in front of her wasn't even an adult. Then she remembered an order she'd received about a boy who went to Hidden Clouds village with Itachi for the Chunin exams. Are you Kida? She asked to confirm. Yeah. Kida replied. I'll be happy to assist you. Following the clan head's orders, the receptionist diligently searched for the best instructors listed for younger generations. After reviewing several files, she turned back to Kida. We have 3 options for you right now, Iron Skin Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, and Rotating Shuriken Jutsu. For the others, you'll need to post a request, but don't worry. I'm sure you'll receive responses soon, especially after your latest achievement for the clan. She explained. 3 to start with is enough. Can I schedule all of them for today? Kida asked. All of them? Yeah. Kida replied, slightly shy at her reaction. Well, it's your choice, but remember, they'll only teach you for 1 day. If you're unable to learn the jutsu within that time, they're not obligated to continue teaching. She warned, trying to prevent him from wasting contribution points. I know. I just want to see if it's possible to learn multiple jutsu in 1 day. In the worst case, I'll learn to be more cautious. Kida said with a smile. If that's what you want, who am I to argue? Here are the instructors. Normally, I'd introduce you to your sensei, but since this is a unique request, you'll need to meet them yourself and present this letter. Remember, they'll only teach you until 10 p.m. The receptionist repeated the warning. I understand. Also, please don't post any requests for tomorrow. I'll let you know after today's training. Kida said. Absolutely. Just inform me of your preferences, and I'll handle the rest. She replied. This new receptionist is good, Kida thought as he left. Chapter 310, Increasing Jutsu List. Kida approached the first house on the list. It had a big yard in front, filled with various physical training equipment. A taijutsu user among the Uchiha. With a Sharingan, a trained taijutsu user can definitely be deadly, Kida thought, giving a quick scan of the equipment. Some were familiar, but others were unique and seemed specially made, likely commissioned for specific purposes. Dong. Who is it? A young boy came out, not much older than Kida. What the heck? Another prodigy? The paper said a Jonin, and he's the same age as me. How can the Uchiha clan have so many prodigies? Yes, how can I help you? The boy asked, noticing to staring at him silently. Oh, sorry. I'm here for this. De said, handing over the letter. Okay, take a seat. Dad will be here in about 10 minutes. The boy said, pointing to some chairs in the yard. Would it be a bother if I used one of those? De asked, gesturing toward the machines. Each one targeted different parts of the body, but unlike regular gym equipment, these seemed more practical. Instead of just building aesthetic muscles, they helped develop functional strength. However, this didn't mean the muscles they built were not aesthetically pleasing, quite the opposite. The results looked more natural and balanced, no matter how large or dense the muscles became. No, not at all. Feel free to use any machine you like. Dad is really proud of his creations and always boasts about them. He'll be thrilled to see someone using them. The boy replied. Your dad made these machines? De asked, genuinely surprised. No, not exactly made them. He designed them according to his needs and then commissioned the Uchiha clan's blacksmith to build them. The boy explained. Still, designing something this precise requires a keen eye and a lot of experience. I can see that each machine is made to maximize gains with minimal effort. De said, starting to use a machine for his arms. It increased resistance while punching, with gloves in place of handles. Quite a good observation, young man. I see you got a knife for taijutsu. A voice said from behind. A man, blurry in appearance but with an impressive presence, approached them. He had likely been listening to their conversation. Thank you, sir, but I'm currently focusing on ninjutsu. My name is Uchiha, sir. De said, bowing politely. Saburo Uchiha. And this is my son, Suzaku Uchiha. The man introduced himself. Wait a minute, you're Uchiha. The one who went to the Chunin exams with Itachi, right? Suzaku asked. Yeah. De replied. Oh. How were the finals? Was your fight with him really so close? What were your chances of winning? The boy asked all in one breath. Haha. He's a little fan of Itachi, and, from now on, probably yours too. Saburo said with a light laugh. I'm not his fan. I'm his rival. Rival. Suzaku shouted, annoyed. He's already a Chunin, and you're still in the academy. How can you be his rival? If you want to be anything close to that, you'll need to train 10 times harder than you do now. Saburo said firmly. Yeah, I'm going to the academy. Suzaku mumbled, running off, most likely to avoid another lecture about hard work. We truly live in peaceful times. When I was his age, I was already fighting in wars. Saburo said, shaking his head. And it's because of those times that he can live like this. De replied. Leave the flattery aside, boy. I see you're here to learn the Iron Skin Jutsu, huh? If you're talented, you can pick it up in a day. Saburo said. I hope so, sir. But I'll try to learn it as fast as I can. I don't want to waste too much of your time. De replied, refraining from mentioning that he was planning to learn 2 other jutsu the same day. Nonsense. Teaching the younger generation is never a waste of time. But since you want to learn quickly, let's get started right now. How much do you know about the Iron Skin Jutsu? Saburo asked. Honestly, not much. All I know is that it's an earth chakra-based defensive jutsu that toughens the user's body. De admitted. That's only half the knowledge. It doesn't toughen equally. Here, try punching me. Saburo said, his skin suddenly darkening in color. De, confident in Saburo's expertise, didn't hesitate. He put all his strength into a punch aimed at Saburo's stomach. Pack. It felt like hitting a brick wall, De thought, shaking his hand. That was a decent punch. Saburo said, dusting off his clothes as though nothing had happened. Now, try again. Saburo instructed. This time, his skin darkened further, becoming almost metallic. De understood the significance but still decided to proceed. Thud. This time, the sound was more metallic, and De felt a crunch in his fingers. He quickly healed the minor fracture but couldn't ignore the difference. The second time, your body was almost 3 times tougher than before. It was like punching a steel statue. De remarked. Good. Saburo said, nodding approvingly. The fact that De was more focused on analyzing than his injury elevated Saburo's impression of him. You're correct. In this state, even uncoated sword strikes are almost useless against me. Fireballs and techniques like the electric spear can also be tanked. The downside is the absurd amount of practice required. You must activate the jutsu instantly because it's only useful when you can't avoid an attack. And for it to be effective in battle, mastery is essential. Saburo explained. I'll keep that in mind while learning. De said, nodding. Good. Let's begin the learning process. Saburo said, looking expectantly at Da. After a moment, Da realized why Saburo was waiting. Activating his Sharingan, the three tomoe in his eyes glowed red. Saburo nodded in approval and began demonstrating the jutsu. With these hand seals, you can activate the Iron Skin Jutsu. It will be weak at first, but if you add these two seals and mold your chakra. Saburo began explaining, performing each hand seal and the chakra molding process in detail. Chapter 311, 2 Down with these hand seals, you can activate the Iron Skin Jutsu. It will be weak at first, but if you add these two seals and mold your chakra. Saburo began explaining, performing each hand seal and the chakra molding process in detail. At this point, the use of the Sharingan came into play. For Da, the flow of chakra inside Saburo's body was as clear as water flowing in a river. With each hand sign, he could see how the chakra was reacting, when Saburo was adding more than just making hand signs, at what point he converted normal chakra into earth chakra, and how he distributed it across his body. Boy, I may have been overestimating Kakashi a little too much. If learning a jutsu is this easy with the Sharingan, then maybe copying 1000 jutsu, though exceptional, was not as great as I had thought, Kid mused when. That's it. Was there anything you didn't understand? Saburo asked. No, sir, I understood everything. Kid replied. Good. Then perform this jutsu now. Saburo said. He didn't allow any training time, as the person in front of him was an Uchiha with a 3 tomoe Sharingan. Even without extraordinary talent, copying a jutsu that matches your elemental affinity is not something an Uchiha would struggle with. Kid nodded at the command and started making one hand sign after another, molding chakra and converting it into earth chakra. Earth style, Iron Skin Jutsu. On his first try, he successfully performed the jutsu. However, one thing was clear, the color of Kid's skin was much lighter than the weaker version Saburo had shown. While Kid felt disappointed, Saburo, who had also activated his Sharingan, seemed quite pleased. Good, very good. It was almost perfect? No wonder you won that Chunin exam. Your talent is nothing to scoff at. Now, you just need to modify this acupoint flow rate and... Saburo praised Kid before correcting the minor mistakes he had made while using the jutsu. Performing the jutsu after seeing it once and controlling the flow efficiently was a testament to Kid's talent, or rather, his enhanced chakra control and memory. Although the Sharingan was a major factor, his training in medical jutsu and other chakra control exercises also played a significant role. Combining all these factors, Kid cursed himself even more for not learning such jutsu earlier. He forgot how busy he had been, learning medical jutsu and Fuin jutsu simultaneously, mastering the Sharingan, training in Ganjutsu, dealing with Danzō, befriending Kakashi, and bringing Naruto into his family. Being a transmigrator had profoundly affected his thinking. Knowing that, in the future, even S-rank ninja like Kakazu and Hidan would die like Genin, let alone normal elite Jonin, the level of strength he had achieved so far, which was a dream for thousands of ninja, didn't even feel like the starting point to Kid. Having already made changes far beyond anything reversible, the future would change completely. Fate could no longer be relied upon, and Kid knew he needed strength to handle those changes. With such thoughts, he absorbed everything Saburo was teaching, improving with each attempt. After an hour of constant practice and repetition of the jutsu, Saburo said, "Good job. With this, you should be able to handle some C-rank jutsu with no damage at all." Saburo noted the tone of Kid's skin, now identical to the weaker version he had shown earlier. "Sensei, what should I do to make it as perfect as your version?" Kid asked. Though he needed more time to familiarize himself with the jutsu, the base form was almost flawless. If he took his time while using it, there would be little room for improvement. However, Saburo's version was clearly beyond the norm. "It's not rocket science, Kid. I just supercharged my jutsu and used Yang Chakra. It's a higher version of the same jutsu you're using. Supercharging this jutsu is easy, and once done correctly, it can block B-rank jutsu as well. But anything beyond that is impossible. That's why I use Yang Chakra in conjunction with Earth Chakra while performing this jutsu, making my version much tougher than normal." Supercharging the jutsu and Yang Chakra, Kid thought. But that was it, he didn't ask Saburo to teach him that. The reason was simple, it would be like asking a stranger to hand over their source of income. As a taijutsu user, Saburo had perfected this jutsu. It would feel shameful to ask for it for free. "Thank you for teaching me all this, sensei," Kid said, bowing slightly. Saburo smiled. Most young ninja would demand he teach them his version of the Iron Skin Jutsu as if he owed it to them. His typical response was a kick to their butts. But seeing the sensible boy in front of him, he smiled and said, "Master this jutsu and learn to supercharge it as fast as you can. Once you manage that, Come to me again, and I'll help you upgrade it further. Thank you very much, Sensei. De said, bowing further before taking his leave. Saburo also gave him permission to use the machines in his yard whenever he had free time. With one jutsu under his belt, to move to the next house. Learning a jutsu in just an hour had given him enough confidence to believe he could master the next two today as well. The next person he visited was a chunin. Kda arrived at his house, only to find a young man, around 20 or 21 years old, sleeping. Oh yeah, I signed up for that. Yawn. Just give me 10 minutes. The man said, heading inside to wash his face. So you want to learn the rotating shuriken jutsu? Do you know any wind-style jutsu? The ninja asked, standing with Kda in the training area, as this jutsu required more space to practice. Yes, sir. I know the wind blade jutsu and the wind instantaneous movement jutsu. Show me. The ninja said, activating his two Tomoe Sharingan. Kda nodded and performed both jutsu one by one. You have nice control over both of them. This shouldn't be too difficult for you. The ninja said, making hand signs with one hand while holding a shuriken in the other. Swish. With a flick, the shuriken flew toward a nearby tree but suddenly changed trajectory, evading all the trees in its path. It then made a 180-degree turn, returning to the ninja's hand. This jutsu works well during ambushes or for creating openings. My current best is controlling 5 shuriken at a time, but my sensei can do 10. It depends on how many you can manage simultaneously. The ninja explained. Kda nodded, activating his Sharingan in the middle of the demonstration. Observing the chakra molding process, he realized it was not overly complicated but quite intricate. The required chakra control was comparable to medical jutsu and ganjutsu, but thankfully, Kda didn't lack in that area. Let's start with one shuriken for now. The ninja instructed, teaching step by step. Despite his young age, he turned out to be an excellent teacher. In just 2 hours, Kda managed to control 3 shuriken simultaneously. You're quite a monster. It took me months to reach this stage, and here you are, doing it in just 2 hours. Man, I wish I had a 3 Tomoe Sharingan. The ninja remarked. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Kda said, bowing slightly. With 2 jutsu mastered, only 1 remained. Chapter 312, training with 2 jutsu under his belt, Kda made his way toward the last location. Similar to the previous one, this sensei was also a chunin, though he was not a youngster but a seasoned ninja in his 40s. Not every Uchiha could become a Jonin. Even with the Sharingan, becoming one was difficult. However, if they had activated their Sharingan, even at just 1 Tomoe, it was almost certain they would reach Chunin level in the future. And the last person Kda was meeting fell into that category. It's great that I'm learning these jutsu now. If I started this after becoming a Jonin, things would have gotten awkward with many people, Kda thought as he knocked on the door of the last person on his list. Knock, knock coming. Came a rough voice from inside the house. Good morning, sir. I am Kda Uchiha. I'm here for this. Kda said, pushing the paper in his hand forward. The man standing in front of him took the paper and gave it a cursory glance. So, you're Kda Uchiha. I've heard a lot about you, both now and from Sora as well. You know Sora-sensei? Know him? I'm his guardian. After his parents passed away, I was the one who took care of him. Oh. I didn't mention my name, did I? My name is Yoshio Uchiha. Yoshio said, ruffling Kda's hair like he'd known him for a long time. So, you want to learn great breakthrough jutsu, huh? Nice choice. Just give me 10 minutes. Take a seat till then. Yoshio said as he went inside.